There you go. Get it started. Here we go. We're on.
We're on.
Ta-da.
Ta-da.
It's probably producing an echo.
Very.
Very. Possibly. That's because I'm on my MacBook.
It's probably producing an echo.
Very.
Very.
Possibly. That's because I'm on my MacBook.
It's probably.
Is that any
Wow,
better?
how? No.
No? I've got echo cancellation on, I'm sure. Oh, no, I haven't.
There you go.
Right.
There you go.
That would be done.
Oh.
That's it. That's much better.
What a dick. So I'm not used
Why?
to
Thank you.
I'll be on the loop. Yeah. No, I'm in what we know as the games room. Makes it sound very posh, but it's just
Does,
basically what we used to have as the dining room, but now we just have it like as a spare room with a sofa and then the games.
Robbie, it's called the drawing rooms.
No, there's no drawing done in here. But of course, it has been home.
Dun dun dun. Look at it.
To the
Look
new
at it.
doorbell.
The world's most expensive doorbell.
And it
Look at that.
works.
It works.
It's working. And I'm
14
so
years
happy.
of piss still couldn't kill it.
That's it. Actually, now I've had it on for a few hours. There's a faint aroma. Slightly acidic. Has a natural bouquet of bog.
There might be a little West Highland white in there as well.
Ew.
Don't get out of a UV lamp.
Oh, no, don't know.
Oh no, it looked like a Jason.
Got new power supply. The rebuilt power supply. She goes, oh, so if he fixes it, does it go? As in, like, leave the building? And I'm like,
Oh right. You didn't fill her in completely on the whole scenario, did you?
no, maybe I didn't. Then my daughter comes in and says, are you going to get rid of it then? Well, why would I want to do that? We've taken up room. What room? Yeah. At the moment, I mean, nobody's getting rid of the missus's washing that's sat there in the corner. I mean, look, it's
Yeah.
terrible.
Yeah, well, it's like Fiona said about the GS1. She goes, when is that going? I said, well, not before the second GS1 comes first. Because I have to swap over some bits from one GS1 to the other. And she goes, what, there'll be two here? I went, basically, yeah.
We must never let them two meet, by the way,
Oh,
because
God.
they will conspire against us.
Yeah,
both.
they'll plot to have us. We'll just be found in a boot of a Cortina one night.
Yeah, with chopped up DX1s and GS1s.
Yeah, in knotted sacks.
They'll use the sense to weight the bag stand as they throw it in the river.
Straight in the river.
That's it. So I've had a really, really shit day up until about 7 o'clock.
Oh,
And then it got infinitely better when this thing started working. But
so what was making your day shit?
I was having, for the last 3 days and 4 days, and almost certainly again tomorrow, I'm having a case of the tie unwinds. So
All right. Oh,
his problem of working to a locked picture that isn't actually
locked. Yeah.
is kind of the experience I'm having at the moment creating this training video. So I'm actually, I do all of it. So I do the audio and the video, I do the narration and the music and everything. And then I send it to my boss and she goes, change this, change that. And then she says at the bottom that if you do all of that, we're golden. So that to me, locked picture,
Right.
same thing. And then this afternoon she comes back and she says, I just had another look and there's a raft of other stuff that needs to be done. And the thing is, a lot of it is screen recordings of a front end of a web-based system that we use.
Right.
So we're trying to teach people how to use certain aspects of this system. And she's gone and changed the front fucking end. So now it looks different. It will look different to the users as to how I've captured it. So I now have to go and recapture it all and then re-edit it and chop and then slice it into and make it look like it was all done in one smooth take.
Mm-hmm.
And so I was upstairs till 7 p.m. tonight, finishing that off. And when Howard knocked at the door, I was like, fuck it, you're gone. I'm going to fix that DX1. And then so my day got infinitely better.
Yeah.
So it's a nice thing. This is a sofa bed that I'm sitting on, so I might sleep here tonight. And then get up at 2 o'clock in the morning, have a little noodle.
As you do. We call it wanking, but you know.
Well, yes, it's
Getting up at 2? That's bedtime.
well, yeah. I don't intend to be too late tonight because I'll tell you what. When did you do one on Tuesday? Didn't you?
Yeah.
I got to bed at 2:30 on Wednesday morning and was up again at like 7 or 8.
Yeah.
I was fucked. Absolutely fucked. I can't do that anymore.
You should have had a kip during the show like I did.
Yes. Yes, that's not a bad.
Yeah, I'm still not
I
full
can hear you
tank
coughing.
yet.
Yeah, your coughing's still going, isn't it?
Yeah, well, that's not really surprising, but the tiredness, it still creeps up,
Mm.
and it's like
Has a habit of that, doesn't it?
yeah, and that's still an ongoing thing.
Mm.
But I have to be up early tomorrow because I'm taking a call from a lady in some godforsaken foreign spot about getting her CS80 over to me to get it restored.
Right.
And it's coming from somewhere far away.
Burkina Faso.
Could be anywhere, mate. Bangalore.
Bangalore.
Yeah.
Downing Street.
And yeah, and I just tend to have to send her some iTunes gift cards, you know. You sent $200 iTunes gift card, yeah? No. So I got to set this all up so the transition will be relatively straightforward.
Mm.
You know, exchange URI numbers and all that sort of bullshit. So, and by the time it gets here, we'll probably have a new prime minister. By the time I finished it, we'll have had another 2.
Indeed.
So I hear Boris has cut his holiday short. So,
Oh, do you know what? I swear, if he gets in again, I don't know about the rest of you, but I'm going out on the streets with a pitchfork.
well, the thing is, if Boris got back in again because there's nobody else to choose, that proves they're not fit for purpose, and they should just be disbanded.
I'll go and grab the guillotine out of a spare room and take that towards Downing Street.
Yeah, we'll do
Well,
that.
5th of November's coming up, so
Yeah. Absolutely.
just replace fireworks with Semtex, and I think you're there.
I just,
Semtex,
yeah.
it's a bit coarse.
Yeah, we've got to be sure.
I mean, C4 is a bit hard to get hold of at the moment, but still no reason to use
I wouldn't
Semtex.
know. How would you know?
I don't know.
He's very mysterious, isn't he? First it was the porn, now it's Semtex sales. Jeez. I'm getting very worried about who I'm mixing with these days. I sat next to him at dinner. What did he slip into my bag? I must check my bag.
Nah, but it didn't have any uranium on me. Oh,
Yeah, I wondered why my studio was glowing at night.
no, that's actually the phosphorus from all the urea on the DX1.
Oh, no.
Oh,
No. As long as I don't know about it, I don't worry about it.
Wasn't that how the luminescence of phosphorus was discovered by boiling down like 200 liters of urine?
ta-da!
Honestly, don't know.
Got your fucking cough.
I'll tell you what, though, I do know that they...
No, I've still got mine. You got somebody else's.
on my new car, or newish car, it uses AdBlue. I've never had a car with AdBlue before, and that's basically 35% piss and 65% purified water, and you inject it into the car, the catalytic converter, and it gets rid of all the nitrous oxide or whatever it is that they don't like having. But it's basic urea. In urea.
I'll tell you a little story about that. There's a
go
fucking
on.
guy where Luke works. Had
Oh yeah,
AdBlue pump connected up to the car to fucking fill it up or do something with it, and he forgot he'd connected it, drove the fucking car off. When he realised this fucking thing was travelling like a Henry Hoover behind it, connected. Of course, he's put the brakes on. Yeah, I don't think the customer was very happy.
no,
They weren't getting the car back that day.
yeah. Yes. Wagyu, I am in a different room. It's the games room where games are played.
We don't want to know those details. Rory.
DX1 room, yeah. Yeah, that's what we should call it. The DX1 room now, not the games room.
That's it. We'll have to get your sign made up now, won't we? So, is it going to live there, or is it going up in the main room?
Well, number one, I couldn't lift that upstairs. Even with a boy, I don't think I'd get that upstairs because we've got stairs that like go back on themselves halfway up. So you've got to negotiate that twist. Secondly, there's no room upstairs.
I was going to say, so it's all round to your house to get it upstairs.
And then thirdly, I'm not entirely sure of the what do they call it? The joists, what their maximum load is. Because at the moment they're probably pretty stressed. So taking that up, that might just be because that's literally it's up here, it's directly above me. So it might, if I take it up, it'll probably just come straight back down again.
Yeah, just put some wood paneling below the
You know what you need?
the tubes of the Jaspers to spread the load out a bit more.
You need a Wurlitzer riser to take it through the fucking ceiling into your studio.
Genius idea.
Yeah.
Small problem.
Only a small one.
Yeah. I had enough it being here, let alone having to cut a hole in the roof.
Yeah, you could do it butt naked. Dun, 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 dun.
Yeah. Poly aftertouch, there's a thing. Never had a keyboard with poly aftertouch.
Sadly, not via MIDI though.
No.
No.
Well, if you try and get in touch with Ploytech, I mean, they have modified, or the guy behind Ploytech, he has modified his DX1 to allow MIDI poly aftertouch, MIDI out.
Yeah, because the MIDI in the DX1 is quite rudimentary. It's just
Yeah, it was-
that much above note on, note off.
84, wasn't it? That so yeah, still.
Same
So I said I put this on this morning. I thought I'll today's the day.
Yeah,
So yeah,
good stuff.
and I'm really sorry about interrupt. I had no idea.
Oh,
I
no,
didn't
that's
even know
cool.
anyone was doing a show or anything. So
No,
I just
about 10 minutes later, Ty did the same thing.
I think Dom's been bored today, and he's done quite a bit on it today, hasn't he?
Yeah, I saw something about like a modular thing, but I was too busy in my own little world. Oh dear me! Might have to have a
So
break.
Inky's very knowledgeable on the NPC. I mean, it was good to see somebody doing it and then follow what they were doing. Because I tried watching. Funny enough, I watched YouTube's videos of people using them, and I got lost. I go, what? Because they suddenly slow down and start going into all these nuances, and you'd be going, yeah, move on, and it's like, come on, and then they go right, and you get to there, and you go, wait a minute, what happened? How did you get to that screen? And you're lost again. You're constantly pushing it back, and it's like, can't be asked. So it was good to have something.
One's always the best way, isn't it?
Yeah, so it was good having Inky do it. And I had no idea it could do anywhere near as much as she was showing it do. Just
They are, I mean, the workflow is still, an NPC kind of workflow, but compared to what they used to be, pre in music days, the Akai Japan stuff, I could just never get my head around it. I could, I've seen people do amazing things on, 1000s, 2000s, 3000s.
Yeah.
But I had a 1000 and a 500. I sold the 1000 to a friend who is making very good use of it because it was just gathering dust here.
Yeah.
but I also had a 500, which was a pre-production model, I think, because we were doing the library for it, and I thought, yeah, I'm gonna make a real effort, and I gave up after a few hours. It's just, it doesn't fit my brain, you know? And it made me sick because I could see people doing amazing things with it. They're just sampling a break into there, or a phrase of something, and then they're just like with a dial, and they're just, and then all of a sudden, boom! There's this banging beat.
Yeah,
It's just incredible. So I take my hats off to anyone that can operate one of those and get something really good out of it.
yeah, but she seems to have a natural ability to be able to convey this information over.
Well, that's half the thing, isn't it? I mean, you get a lot of people that are experts. I see it all the time in the training industry. You get Bob, who's been on the shop floor for 20 years, knows how to make a Who Jimmy What's It, inside out and back to front. Oh, you're an expert, Bob. You go and train that bunch of people. Bob has no training skills. Bob has all the knowledge, but no way of getting it from his head into everyone else's head.
Yeah,
Translation, isn't it?
Yeah.
and there are things that would be so second nature to him, he wouldn't think of explaining them to you because you obviously must know.
You assume that people know things that you know,
Yeah.
and they don't.
Or they get it straight away. And it's like,
Exactly.
you see, well, I've just showed you that. And go, yeah, but you didn't really go through that. Yeah.
I mean, there's that classic. It does rile me up sometimes, but that classic phrase: those that can do, those that can't teach. And it's kind of true, but only
in a very convoluted way, maybe. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I couldn't install a physical access control system. I'd have some idea, but I can certainly tell you exactly how they work and what you should do and what you shouldn't do and what bits you should use and what's better than the other. I can do all of that. I can tell you all of that easily.
Yeah.
Actually fit one, never been near one. Well, the installation of one.
Yeah.
It's fun with that George Bernard Shaw quote because at drama school they had all these George Bernard Shaw quotes everywhere. The plays of Men and Superman, where he who can does, he who cannot teaches. And weirdly, that quote wasn't ever drama school. I was really disappointed.
No, it's a bit, yeah.
Bit too on the nose.
Yeah, you put a gun to your own head, aren't you, really?
They had all these other quotes.
A really good trainer, and I'm not saying that's what I am, but a really good trainer can train anything, whether they know it or whether they don't. As long as they've got all the information they need to convey, a really good trainer can train anybody in anything. They don't have to be an expert on it. But unfortunately, that's not how everyone sees it. So, never mind.
But, wasn't it Einstein or Feynman who said if you can't teach it to the postman, then you haven't properly understood it?
Exactly. Yeah, absolutely. You know,
and in many ways that is true, because if you can explain it to anybody on any level, then you definitely know everything about it.
Yeah. I've had people, I completely forgot what I was going to say there. It's gone. That's embarrassing. This is what happens at my age now. I forget things really, really fucking quickly. No, I've completely forgotten. I'll remember it later.
You're confused by doorbells. It's all doorbell in the mind right now.
I know. Yeah, I'm just too excited.
Hey, the quick thing about that famous teaching quote about if you can't, you teach and all that bullshit. Look at Richard Feynman. There's a perfect example of how that's not true.
Yeah, I mean, he was definitely one of the best physicists ever. Mainly for
an amazing teacher, and educated the general public in a really good way too.
Amazing bongo player.
Carl Sagan, there's another.
All those guys, tons of people, tons of
Neil
examples.
deGrasse Tyson, and any of those people that are great educators, but they're also super knowledgeable on something. But
and did real work, real research, real.
But it's they're the exception to to the rule than actually the rule itself.
Oh, I know. It's just an unfair blanket statement, though.
Oh,
About
it is.
teachers in general, so.
It is an unfair statement, but then also, weirdly, many times it is true. I mean,
Oh, I've had
I can
plenty of
remember.
shit teachers, of course, but still, it's
Yes,
like a prejudging thing, right?
Yeah, but I remember at the primary school so many people who haven't stepped out of that building for too long to see how it is actually out there. But there's always that problem that you're institutionalized and get too
Yes.
used to how your own environment behaves to actually acknowledge that there are different ways.
Yeah.
Well, also to be fair, they also have the publisher Paris mentality, which is brutal. So if you're in that thing and you're academic,
I'm proper science these days. Oh, you don't want to be in that academia. It's painful. It's just burnout after suicide after burnout.
Yeah. And you still got to do it with little brats in your classroom. But I've had instructors that were, famous in their field, like Bernie LeBoeuf was a worldwide, world-renowned
Bernie the
marine
Beef.
mammal guy. The what?
Bernie the Beef.
Well, it's French, right? But he was world-renowned expert in elephant seals, right? So nobody knew more than he did about elephant seals, from Año Nuevo and all that stuff. But I had him as animal behavior class, and he was one of the worst teachers I ever had. So.
But it's also people in academia, people being forced to teach something that they have no interest in, but they don't want to do.
TAs did a better job, yeah.
But they just want to do their research, and they are forced to also do some lectures and general courses.
Yeah.
Oh,
I don't have that here.
No. You're lacking your accoutrements.
I can probably find a bell sound somewhere.
No, really? How?
That's an example.
How could that be?
So have you now got the full Mark 1 range, or do you have a DX9?
I don't have a DX9 now. That's kind of last on the list.
Can't imagine why.
No, I'd like one because it is a quirk within the range, but yeah.
But he's married and he likes having bollocks.
Do you have a KX5 to play them all?
A what? Sorry,
a KX5.
I don't have a KX5. No, I know someone who's got one, and it sits in the corner of their front, their lounge, and it's covered in dust.
Well,
but I'm not brave enough to ask them for it. So.
I actually have one I got from Japan with a nice leather case and everything. It's like a band instrument. But I actually got another one on hold at Guitar Center. That's a black model, which is really nice looking. So I have to go pick it up.
They want the custom paint job. The KX5.
What was that? I forgot.
Can't remember which. Was that for Docklands? I think it might have been Docklands, or.
I hope it was waterproof then.
Yeah.
Or it might have been before, might have been Rendezvous, so it might have been Houston or Lyon. But it's just like a wild sort of red and black paint job.
So he's actually playing that, unlike the laser harp.
I think apart from Docklands, most of them have been functional. I mean, the Docklands one was definitely more a visual thing.
Unlike Paul
but,
the Paris one didn't work, did it?
No, the Paris one should have been one that worked. I mean, it probably didn't work at the gig, but it's one that actually. I believe that one actually functions.
There is anyway.
Yeah.
The Paris one,
No, they made the mistake of having the camera pan backwards with the guy actually playing the Synthex.
That's great.
And then there's another bit where he misses the laser altogether and it still sounds and then moves his hand across. Oops.
Who's going to see at that concert? Who's going to notice?
It's like Wizard of Oz, the man behind the curtain. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but I mean, the modern Steve Hubley ones, they're fine because like half the time they don't, or they're a bit more reliable, but still, there's always a fun time when they don't quite work and there's some weird triggers in some venues.
Well, there are tribute bands that made their own from scratch, and they actually use them live, and they work.
Yes, they're always a bit hit and miss.
I mean,
the
it's not
Steve-
gonna be perfect, but
I mean, you have the one that Martin Hollinger has built. That's probably the best, but that only detects, or you can set the range he detects in, but normally you would set it like between 1 and 2 meters high. It detects, and everything else it ignores. And that actually works reasonably well. But you always have a problem that you need to get a reasonable amount of haze and a reasonably consistent level so you can
well, not if
actually
you use
see
a
them.
DPSS laser. I mean, they're very dangerous, but if you have the right eye protection or you're just very careful, you don't need any fog. So,
Yeah.
That was the thing at Synthfest, wasn't it? If you remember, Matt, we were sort of walking around and there was like this smoke. I wasn't sure whether it was like the place had built up its own atmosphere or what, but it was Whiffin's lot. They'd set him up in a little side room and they were filling it with, fog, and it was seeping out into the main hall.
Yeah, it was the wrong fog. You want haze. You don't want you want the lower density glycol. You don't want any stupid oil.
I'm sure it was that, and it wasn't the Xerxes caught fire.
No,
Yeah,
it wasn't the Colossus overheating.
It was
I have a 1 watt
Yeah.
handheld laser from China. It's extremely dangerous. I can burn paper with it. You don't
does,
need any kind of fog or any kind of whatever. It looks like Star Wars.
does it have a key in the back? Or
It
is
does,
it
but I
not even-
defeated it because I'm tired of the key. So
Well, I wouldn't like to play my laser cutter. I must admit.
I use it for astronomy, actually, pointing out stuff to people. It's kind of fun. Get the ooh-ah moment where it looks like Star Wars and you're pointing out shit. So.
He had to touch it on the way out, didn't he?
Oh God, yeah. Well, he's waited a while.
Yeah.
Give it a big hug. Did he already mop it up? I'm just wondering if he already cleaned up. So.
Oh, I gave it a good clean before I gave it to him. Some
No, I mean
Dettol.
the mop from the excitement. So
Yeah. Oh yeah. No, that's why he's in the special room.
yeah, the jizz
One
mop.
with the wipe down floor.
Yeah.
Got for Kleenex ready.
The sticky rug.
Well, it is called the games room after all.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Well, him and his missus are up to him there.
Yeah, wet room. Yeah.
Yeah, it was really annoying because I got that bloody DX1 working, and it was working really, really well for 3 days. And then it just started doing its screaming again, which is actually quite amusing when it does it because it's such a noise. It's unbelievable.
Isn't that how it's supposed to sound?
No, this is very scary. You turn it on, it just goes like this at you, and you go, "No, shut up!" So you turn it off and you go, "No."
All right.
Okay, don't turn it on again. I think all of the poly aftertouch sensors on that work, so, which makes it actually quite unique because a lot of DX1s, not all the keys poly AT. And they're individual sensors under each key. They're a pain in the arse, they really are.
Does that mean he doesn't need a Hydra anymore?
No, he doesn't really. Well, if he wants to play other things with poly AT, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because one thing that it doesn't work, it doesn't play well with others.
I
That's
just
the
don't
only-
think it transmits it. Period.
Yeah, no,
Probably after-
it wouldn't occur to it to do it. In fact, it's not much different to the MIDI system that they got in the GS one, which is simply note on, note off. So, because that upgrade, basically what it is was the board. You fit the board, and then you actually disconnect all the connectors to the keyboard, and then plug the MIDI kit ones in, and it just bypasses the rest of the keyboard system.
It's like my SX240. It's like MIDI note on, MIDI note off, and
Yeah.
then patches are stored with a cassette port.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, there's no CCs or anything. You get velocity up to a
yeah,
point.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
like a Prophet 600, I think that's pretty much only note on off.
Mm.
Does that
Yeah.
have velocity already?
Because I think the was it the sequential? I'm trying to remember if their sequencer had velocity out.
Wait, which sequence?
You know the little Prophet 5 sequencer.
Or what? The poly sequencer that's also the Prophet 10.
Yeah.
Don't
Oh,
think
you
so.
just reminded me. Bloody hell, Robert! You just reminded me. Oh man, I've got to do a Prophet 10 tomorrow. Oh,
Could be worse. It could be a Rev 2.5.
oh
Yeah,
it's-
Or
yeah, but
it could be a Rev 110. That would be the pinnacle of.
No, yeah, agreed. No, at least it has the decency to be a Rev 3, but it's the entire bottom manual doesn't work, and it's like
All
I've got
our
to take the
trailers
CPU
comment.
board out. Oh, I don't want to work on a Prophet 10 tomorrow.
I saw you help that guy out who's trying to trace something on his Prophet 10.
Oh yeah. It'll be nearby. It'll be on the left hand side of the DMux somewhere. It should, because it's funny, because it should be labelled. It should, so you get the trimmer and it should say Filt CV in big white letters. But it looks like you found the one for the upper, but not the one for the lower board.
Yeah.
But normally if you find the right TLO and trace it from there, you will find the trimmer. It'll be along that path. Yeah, so no, there's definitely a keyboard or manual issue on the CPU board on this Prophet 10.
Is that Dave Spears' one or?
Yeah. He always manages to break these things just before somebody's coming round to use it. Like with the 8 voice, it started mucking up when they. Who was it? I forget the name of the chappie now. Who was it? Was coming down to mess.
Oh,
with it?
Marius.
Yeah. That and the 80, and they were going to video it and all this sort of thing. So of course it decided to start fucking around, didn't it?
Always the way.
Yeah. So actually, the timing of that was pretty good because it was literally 3 days later I was on my deathbed.
Yeah.
So he got in there just in time. And Fiona hadn't been to Asda yet, so. So I got the letter this morning saying to book me in for my booster. I mean, yeah, that boat sailed, mate.
Oh. Well, you're not supposed to go in for at least, a month after?
Something like that. Yeah, something like that. So, but like I said to Fiona, I said, well, look, I'm not particularly in any rush to start feeling shit again, so.
I've had my second shot just the day before testing positive the first time.
It's probably all right beforehand rather than after, I suppose. I think it might be it might not be the vaccine itself, but more precautionary measure for others, I suppose.
Yeah, but that was more like pretty sure I probably would have infected myself on the Friday night beforehand, where it was a big germ exchange, rather than that Sunday.
Because I must admit, even me and Fiona were thinking that we might actually be constantly reinfecting each other or something. Because I'd start to feel better, and then the next day I felt shit again. And
Well,
goes, I feel shit today. Huh?
Climb off every now and again.
Well, you have to climb over it to get to the toilet.
What's this I heard about a slight faux pas on Dom's show earlier with Fiona?
Oh, right. She goes, you want something to eat? And I said, oh, yes, please. She goes, all right, well, I'll go downstairs and have a big shit and put it in a bowl for you. Not realising that we was doing a broadcast show, so. But I took great pleasure in explaining to her when I went down that I said that that was broadcast, that was going out. And she went, oh, well.
She gives a fuck.
No.
Hey, some dogs do that with no problem. It's called coprophagia.
Well, there you go. There you go, my friend. No, she did me some smoked salmon in wheat pasta with spring onion. Oh,
Very nice.
she just puts just the right amount of olive oil in as well. Very nice indeed.
Well, we're on a fasting day. My wife does this 2-day fasting thing a week.
All right.
Not the rest of us don't bother.
Saves
As you
money.
can really tell. If she's suffering, we all have to suffer.
Oh, okay.
So she doesn't. She hates cooking anything. If she's just having a bowl of watery soup, so we just get the first thing that comes out of the freezer and jumps into the oven. So pretty unadventurous.
So what is that? Is that sort of like a detox thing, or what sort of?
It's this three. What do they call it? 5-2 diet. We do 5 days where you eat, a healthy, balanced diet. And then
Right.
2 days you only have, so many calories for the day. So you basically fast. So all she has is like something very light in the morning, and then like an apple for lunch and a bottle of water, and then a bowl of soup.
Ah.
So you don't fast, like not eat at all. You just eat a lot less, and it's worked. She's lost the weight she wanted to lose.
Yeah, well, a lot of it is about training the stomach to expect less.
Yeah,
And
Well, I mean, half the time you're hungry, you guys need to drink anyway, so just drink water. And,
It's normally
Yeah, I
boring.
had a large friend that lost an incredible amount of weight with intermittent fasting.
Yeah.
He was just huge.
I'll tell you what. And full credit to him. When I saw Jamie at Synthfest, fuck me, he's looking good, and that's keto apparently. I have no idea what keto is, but that's what he.
Keto is the removal of carbs.
carbs
Yeah,
are the
more
enemy.
protein, less carbs.
yeah, it's sort of like going into ketosis.
Wasn't that they used to call that the Atkins diet?
I
A
believe.
version of it, yeah.
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 Atkins was also a lot of like really fatty stuff too. Like eat all the cheese you want, eat all the bacon you want, eat all the whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But keto's a more refined version of it. Did it for a little while, and I
But
don't.
he's looking so well for it. You can tell in his videos as well. He's really, so hats off to him. He's done a bloody good job now.
No, like I say, I tried it for a little while, and the only thing I found that it did for me was made me obsess over eating.
Right.
I became obsessed with what I was going to eat next, and it was like, oh, fuck that, fuck down yourself.
Yeah. Yeah, I know what you mean.
So,
I mean, look at the grain-based cultures of the world with wheat and rice and stuff like that. They're not all fat. It's just moderation. So
Everything in moderation.
Yeah, well.
No, you can't have sins in moderation.
Yeah, exactly.
well, that's
He
one
said-
thing you can't. Yeah.
Yeah, everything in moderation, he said, surrounded
Yeah.
with electronic equipment. Going up the walls. It's like, yeah. Uh-huh. Okay.
Not,
Well, we all have our
not-
weaknesses.
not quite touching the ceiling in here yet.
have you seen Moog's announcement today about they're putting the Mocha Focus out as VSTs?
Yeah. All 750 quid.
Fucking
Thereabouts.
If only
Guys,
they were as good as the originals.
Strymon fucking doing it with the big sky, didn't they?
Yeah, but with Strymon, you get one big sky. With Moog, you get 7 Mogafogas.
Yes, but the big sky is available to buy, whereas the Mocha Focus have been discontinued
Yeah,
for
yeah.
like 3-4 years now.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
But I mean, I would imagine Strymon agonized for a long time over the price until they decided to go half a pedal.
It's a lot of money, though.
It is a lot of money, but
I think if they'd have done it 150, I think a lot of people would sort of said, well, yeah, it's a bit much, but it's an amazing effect. But
Well,
to
it was
us-
Black Friday. Maybe we'll get a good deal.
well, I think at the current price, it's more like, do I want it or would I rather buy the pedal for a bit more?
the thing is, Valhalla,
Yeah.
they do stuff that's as good as, I guess, in many, many ways.
Well, I mean, they're different. They're different approaches to the same thing.
I mean, most shimmer reverbs are shimmer reverbs, aren't they?
Yeah.
No, it's more with some of the other interesting stuff of Big Sky. Doesn't all have to be shimmer.
No, true.
They should really put the Valhalla stuff in as some kind of a pedal or bass unit. It'd be great.
No, it's going to be, they'll do it in reverse.
I mean, you could do it with like the V Machine or with the Muse Receptor, but can't.
I mean, I think Sean Costello has been asked many a times, and he's been so far not interested in trying to build hardware because of all the problems involved. And in the current climate, definitely not the
Yeah.
best idea.
They should license it then. In that case, if somebody comes up to him and says,
Uh,
"Look,
I thought they have. He did some stuff for what was it, Tip Top with the DSP? Was that years ago?
I don't know."
I'm pretty sure Valhalla licensed
Oh, in
some
that case,
stuff
I'll shut up. Yeah.
a long time ago.
Oh, that's better. My back's killing me.
Right.
Oh,
Time's up, Rowley.
oh, uh-oh.
So you're because they do this thing where they give you a time period of when you will hear back from them on your ticket, which ran out 6 hours ago. Nothing.
You sound surprised.
On the outside, I'm surprised. On the inside, not so much.
Not so much.
No.
I told you they
Bits.
never responded to me about some of my issues, but whatever. So
Yeah, I know this.
I only bought half their. I mostly bought most of their fucking product line except for the Grand. Yeah, they can't be bothered to reply. So
Yeah, I know. I saw there was one guy who was in the forum saying, "Oh, I submitted a ticket in March. I still haven't heard anything back. So I'm trying to sort this problem out myself. And can anybody help me with this?" And I thought, yeah, that's March, and they still haven't heard anything back. Jesus Christ on a stick.
Like, you just need to find the actual email addresses from the people working there and annoying them as much as possible until they just solve your problem and tell you to fuck off.
Well, I
Never
did
come
have
back.
their phone number, but it now goes, "We do not accept calls from this location."
exactly, they'll just block your emails too.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
on the rise as well. Excuse the pun.
Yeah.
But the amount of companies now...
That's what Millionator is for.
Who was it I was trying to get in touch with the other day? No, it was today, actually. I was trying to get in touch with my insurance company to
Yeah.
get my daughter put onto one of my cars. And in the past, you can just, you had a number, you could call them up. But now it's like, no, you can't. There's no contact us tab. There's nothing. It says, if you want to do this, click on this button. So I clicked on the button and it started. I punched in all my daughter's details and hit the button, and it goes, "We need to sorry, we can't process. You need to call us." I'm like, fuck.
Yeah.
And then they don't give you the number. I shit you not. They put a FaceTime button on the web page.
Okay.
So you had to click that, and then eventually the number displays on FaceTime. So I copied that down and called them on the landline.
Mad, isn't it?
Wankers.
Yep.
We were talking about Every, weren't we, the other day? You can't get through to Every on the phone. Full stop.
Yeah.
There is no number. Not even what's that website? Can't remember the name of the website, but it's basically, it'll give you the actual landline number of companies that use 0845s and 0871s. Is it say no to 0870.com, I think. I don't know if it's still going.
Yeah, a lot of companies do that. They just give you a web form. It goes straight to their ticketing system, and
Yeah.
then you have to deal with somebody eventually through email.
Or PayPal, they're like the worst to deal with. Luckily, there's so many websites dedicated to fuck PayPal. They just have you the entire list of all the staff working there with all the email addresses. And if you spam them enough, then weirdly, all your issues get resolved really quickly. And you just forward it to your solicitor at the same time. It's surprising how quickly that works.
Yeah, it makes sorting things out easier than actually having the issue. Right, do it.
Touch wood, I've never had a problem with PayPal.
Yeah, I use them all the time. They're fine.
Oh, well,
They're easy to use with Venmo. Do you guys have Venmo over there?
I've heard of it, but I don't know if we have it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, if you sell too much with PayPal, then they ask for more identification. and then eventually they decided I wasn't 18. It's just like, I don't know which
Well, you're
number
not.
you're.
You're not. You're 17. Hey, what are you talking about?
I was just like asking them, so I'll send you a copy of my passport and of my ID card. I'm unsure which number you're taking for my birth date, but it is very much the same on both of these. Do I need to like send you another picture with a big red box around the actual date so you can realize that, or do you like take the issue date as? I mean, yes, then I would be only 3 years old.
Oh, look.
He's like, what the fuck's going on here?
Ah. Buddy cat. Meow. Meow. Meow.
Look, Cleo's got competition.
Oh.
Oh, it looks like my Scrag did. Wagyu 0181118008555 or whatever the fuck he's written up.
01818 811 8055, wasn't it? No? Anyone you know? Nobody else remember Swap Shop?
Yeah, swap shop.
Do you know what? That's almost Ty's number. Coincidence? I
He's
think not.
really flat, is he? Let's be fair.
All the swap shop shows here are used for prank calls.
Oh no, they just subjected us to fucking Keith Chegwin, didn't they?
Yeah, so I don't know what it was about Dom's show, but Charlie came up.
Oh.
Come in and said hello.
Oh,
Does
doesn't
Tom
like
say
that.
sausage at any point?
Nope, nobody said sausage. He just turned up. Couldn't believe it. Not like him at all.
Did you hear something that sounded like sausage?
Not that I'm aware of.
Maybe fancies ink.
That's possible, I suppose. I must admit, it's oh dear, what have I done here? Oh, for fuck's sake! No. Oh, there we go.
08181188181.
He's going to be working all tonight. So he says, going up all night writing.
Have I still not decided to release it?
Well, they can't decide on what they're doing or anything else.
Does he get paid after the fact, or does he get it up front?
It's a set amount as far as I know.
Yeah, but does he
Not-
get
not-
it
not-
after the fact? So you know,
Pass.
Normally it's half up front, the rest at delivery.
because I'd be pretty fucked off if I was still, you know what I mean? If they're
It's
pissing
pretty
about,
shocking they don't have their act together. It's weird.
Yeah.
I can
Well,
understand occasional projects, but it sounds like every project is a mess.
The BBC ones seem to go by relatively smoothly.
Oh, this isn't for BBC.
This one isn't. No, this
Oh.
one's elsewhere.
But I mean, for Beep, they would you would assume they have a common framework in place that they trying to apply, and they do have quite a significant turnaround, and they do need to get it out there
Yeah.
to make some money.
Yeah, but apparently there's, the right hand doesn't know what the left hand's doing on this particular project.
I don't think the index finger knows what the thumb is doing.
Yeah, no, literally, it's. I don't think I've ever heard of one this bad before. That's why I said David Arnold when he said he was doing Good Omens 2. I said, "Is it a locked picture?" He went, "Yes, very, very much so. Is it?"
What lock pick on the scoring stage or afterwards?
No, the whole thing's done. Apparently, he just has to put the music to it afterwards, and it's done, finished, sorted. Move on. It's very locked.
But I mean, there's so many times where you find like small sections being cut out or still edited afterwards.
Yeah, but I think they've done it and they know what they're doing, and it's all
Yeah,
boom, filmed, done, sorted, in the can, done.
but I mean, obviously, there used to be the simple thing that once you've recorded it as a composer, well, it's recorded. Do you want to re-record it or not? Oh, you don't want to re-record it. You don't have the money. Good. It's done. I can fuck off.
Yeah.
Look.
You were saying, though, that James Bond thing was very stressful, apparently.
Was he shaken? Or stirred?
It was mostly stirred, apparently.
Oh,
Right, I thought shaken and stirred.
Which is
that the name of the
ridiculous
album?
because it chips the ice. You're not supposed to chip the ice.
yeah, I need to watch that James Bond thing. It's on Amazon Prime now, isn't it?
Is it?
Yeah, that show's on Prime.
Ah.
Along with all the Bond movies and everything else. Other kitty. Milo, Mitzi. No, okay.
Feminine pussy.
My pussy hates me.
Don't say nothing.
Oh dear me.
Yeah, even I had to bite my lip then.
Oh, Ken. You know, I told you what my missus wanted to use your bit of music for.
Hello.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you better get working on it, mate.
Oh, okay.
Looking like next year.
Really?
Yeah. Well, because of the time frame we're working with her dad
Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense.
and a few other things. So, yeah. I think she genuinely wants it as well.
Really?
Yeah.
God.
Oh, she heard that and she was like, I've never heard anything like it. It's wonderful.
Well, she's easily pleased.
Well, she must be. Oh, fuck. 2 weeks. 2 weeks on Saturday. Fucking level 42.
They are fucking good live.
Yeah, I've seen them once. Saw them at the Fairfield Halls. Oh, Jesus. Years ago. And they were good then.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's what happens when you get basically a bunch of session players playing live. They're just tight as a nun's chuff.
Mm.
And good fun as well.
Yeah.
I think I've told you the story about level 42 getting me arrested.
No.
Oh, maybe that's
got that kind of face, haven't you?
No, it was kind of an indirect thing, but yeah. I was a massive level 42 fan back in the day. Still am, really, I suppose, but I don't do much new stuff now. So, but always go and try and see them live whenever they come around here because they are just great value for money.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I think my boy got the tickets because he knows I like level 42. He got the tickets for my birthday because my birthday's December. Like, you want to go and see level 42? Yeah. Right, we're going. Oh, fuck, right. That was that.
Nice.
Yeah. So he's fucking. He's. I don't know if I told you. He's absolutely destroyed his bank account. He's fucking. He got the tickets for Mode for London.
Yeah.
And then he got tickets for him and his mum to go to Paris. The week after.
I bet that's not cheap.
I can't remember how much it was. He said he fucking shelled out. It was getting on to 600 quid, I think. So he's cost.
That's like all in travel and everything, is it?
I think so.
Yeah.
I think so. But yeah. So the jammy fucker's going 2 gigs in a week on that tour.
Nice.
Bastard!
Well, you talk to costing a few quid. Did you see that thing about the geezer booked a room for next summer in was it Liverpool or wherever it was, and
for Eurovision.
And since Eurovision thing has been won, he got an email saying that they'd cancelled his reservation, and if he wants to rebook, it's gone from £200 to £22,000 for the room.
Yeah. My missus and her friend, when they found out it was going to be in this country next year, they said, "We got to go. We don't care. Glasgow might be a bit of a push, but we're going to go. We're going to go. So as soon as it gets awarded to Liverpool, they're on, all the hotel websites, and
Yeah.
thousands and thousands of pounds for that weekend or that week
Yeah.
or whatever it was. Mental. But I think I read somewhere they're going to try and do something about it, but it's free market enterprise, isn't it?
Well, there's going to be a few countries that are not going to enter now because they've got to pay more to enter. Because of it used to be very heavily financed by Russia, and because they've been kicked out, there isn't the money to stage yet. So, but it's such a plastic event anyway. I don't know.
Yeah, I kind of love it and hate it in equal measure. I rarely listen to all the songs. I'll kind of dip in and out, and then when it gets to the voting, now you've got my interest because it's funny. More than anything, it's just funny.
Yeah.
Because you play that game, don't you? You predict who's going to give 12 points to who, because you know that Cyprus will always give it to Greece,
and Greece,
Sweden and Norway, and
yeah.
Oh, it's not political. No, of course it ain't.
No, it's not about the music.
Yeah. Dear, oh dear.
I can't say that I've ever watched one.
No, there are some, like last year actually, or no, this year. There was a lot of pretty damn good songs. Even the UK's entry, not necessarily my cup of tea, but a really good song and performed really well. A lot of the time, it's dross, and then you get the ones that don't take it too seriously, and then the ones that take it really seriously. So it's kind of amusing, but it's a thing, and it's our thing, and it's what makes Europe great.
Well, there's not many careers it's launched apart from fucking ABBA's, really, is it?
There's a few here and there, but not many.
Yeah, I know that there was a period though where the quality of the music wasn't really up to that. You could win Eurovision by just having a recording of somebody shitting into a wheelie bin, and it would, it'd get number one without any trouble. And it's an automatic number one after that, really, isn't it? For you, sort of like it does well in the charts after that because it's
I like the
promoted to death.
The Italian one that won it last year, Maneskin. Because I then went on and because I thought actually that's a really good song, and then went up and sort of on Apple Music and found a bunch of their other stuff and thought, oh, it's consistently good, across the board. It's not bad at all. There are others that ugh. Oh yes, Paul Talbot says in the chat, the new Orbital and Sleaford Mods track is a fucking banger. If you haven't heard it, go and listen to it. Brilliant song. Actually, today's panel, you had new Billy No Mates song, which is just beautiful. New Young Fathers, which is awesome. And then Sleaford Mods and Orbital. 3 in the same day.
It's like waiting for a bus.
Isn't it? I think I've got something arriving tomorrow. I pre-ordered something, I'm sure. No idea what it is. I like that. He pre-ordered something 6 months ago, and then when it turned, I was like, "Where did that come from?" It's like a free gift.
Yeah.
Except it's not.
The gift of dementia.
Yeah. Yeah. So I ordered that Bowie stuff. There's a new little Bowie box set coming out, and I keep forgetting I've ordered that. And I see an advert for it. Oh, I must. Oh no, I've already done that.
Have you seen the film yet?
No, I haven't. No. That's probably one that I'm gonna wait until it comes on telly. But
go to the cinema.
Yeah.
Go to a good sounding cinema. That's all I would say.
Our local one's not too bad. I'm like, all right, I'll try. I know some people have gone to it, and I know someone who's gone to it 3 or 4 times and absolutely loved it. I know other people have been to it and said, yeah, it's like 80% stuff that you've seen before. And some,
it's definitely worthwhile seeing it on a big screen rather than seeing all the stuff you've seen before, like randomly. It's probably I think it's going to be more of a disappointment seeing it on a TV or on a computer than the cinema.
Fair point. I'll duly noted. I'll see if I can get, because we've got this little cinema in the town just up the road here. It used to be one of those cinemas that was actually a theatre, and then they kind of just like roll the screen down at the back of the stage, and it was bloody awful. But now they've actually kitted it out, and they've put two new screens in, so they're only like 30 or 40 seaters, so intimate, and I like that. But they've all got full Dolby systems in there, so
Yeah, I tend to just go to Barnes to Olympic Studios, weirdly, which of course used to be a cinema, then became a studio, and
Yeah.
it's now a cinema again. That's two very small screens. Although there's
it's
the
still going. Yeah.
there's the tiny member screen as well for all the members club members.
Tiny members.
Tiny
Sorry.
members.
Yeah,
Sorry. Fucking drop me the level again.
If I
Making his
lived
own up.
If I lived closer to Bradford, I'd go to the National Science and Media Museum, because that's a really nice screen that they've got there. But it's quite a way away. And they're mitts. Give me. No? Okay.
well, the thing is, the company that started the Olympic Studios that who renovated that into the cinema, they've now got a big new one in the power station, which is supposed to open at some point soonish. Or they have a tiny one in the railway arches next to it. That might be exciting, being a bit closer.
Oh, kitty.
Putty cat.
No, Daddy.
hello.
No, Daddy. No, Daddy. Gotta go. Gotta
Oh,
go.
look. Yes, look, Putty cat. You Mr. Putty cat. You Mr. Putty cat.
I'll catch you guys there. I'm gonna have to get some special carbs, get some pizza.
Ooh.
Yum yum.
In a
See ya.
bit.
See you later, buddy.
That's got to be one of the cleanest fucking screen protector installs I've ever done.
Nice.
Fucking hell. Right, my missus has just got a 14 Pro. Man, what a fucking piece of kit that is.
Yeah.
Screen protectors, what are those?
You mean, what are those?
Well, my main phone is a vintage Sony, which still has a plastic screen.
Oh, well, do you want to know something? My girlfriend's boy, the middle one, let's just say he's got an ability to destroy things. He's not the gentlest with technology, shall we say. And I gave him a 3310, and it took him a week and a half. He
Right.
fucking killed it. He fucking killed it. It was like, how? And it wasn't even something regular. He destroyed the screen.
Wow.
He came back one day. Oh, the screen's not working. Fuck have you done to it? Don't know. Yeah. I'd had that phone 20 odd years.
So those things are bomb proof.
They are. That's what annoyed me. It perfect working order. He had it a week and a half and he killed it.
Well, to be fair, on my phone, I did replace the screen once, but that's not because it was damaged at the front. I once might have pressed something too heavy on it when it was in the pocket, and then the screen, the touch screen, the digitizer started to no longer work properly around it a few years later.
I've never had a problem with any phone I've ever owned, ever. I am extremely particular about my phones, stuff like that.
Well, I mean, the height I dropped that thing from, any glass screen would have definitely died, but because it's the last one that Sony made completely out of plastic,
Yeah.
it's totally survived me and my less than ideal handling.
Much as I love my iPhones, the best handset I ever had was a T28 Ericsson. About this big, flip. Oh, what a phone that was! Tiny little two-line display on it. Fucking brilliant. Oh, excuse me.
N95. Nokia N95.
Yeah.
Legendary phone.
Oh, those were the days, weren't they?
I can't believe I traded that in. traded it in for the N97, which was Nokia's attempt at competing with the first iPhone. It was a fucking miserable failure. Had this lovely, like, it was a flip-up screen, but it was flipped up horizontally rather than, and it kind of went up on this beautiful hinge. I mean, mechanically, the engineering was fantastic.
Yeah.
The problem was that the camera screen protector was like a little slidey thing, actually scratched the screen. And the phone antenna interfered with the GPS antenna, so I had to go in for like 3 recalls to get it even working. And then they only put like 256 meg of RAM in the thing, so as soon as you opened 2 or 3 things, the phone just went.
That's off, yeah.
But
Could have used Opera Mobile.
sorry.
You could have used Opera Mobile.
Anything, honestly, anything you ran on this thing, if you did 1 or 2 things, multitask. And the other problem with it is it used Symbian, which was a fantastic operating system, but not a touchscreen operating system. And they tried to, not convert it into a touchscreen operating system. They just basically fudged it, and it just didn't work. Did not work, and I was gutted.
Is it going to boot? Is it going to boot? Oh, look. This thing, when it's charged, works. That's 20 years old. It's a Windows mobile phone.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah. First phone I ever had with internet on it.
My first internet phone was the Nokia 7110. It wasn't the Matrix phone, but it was similar. It had the pop-up the slider.
Still banana shaped.
The what, sorry?
It's still banana shaped.
Not quite. It was a bit smaller, but it was kind of like a derivative of that. But it had WAP. It was a WAP phone, and it never worked.
What I like about this is when you go to take a selfie, it's got a fucking mirror in it.
Oh, yeah.
It's like, what? The shit we used to have to do to get fucking pictures. I mean,
I've still got my Nokia 76. I've got 2 Nokia 7650s in the drawer upstairs. That was their first like proper smartphone, and that had it slid, so that was quite nice. They were good. I used to have a case for it that you put on your belt, and it had a little ring, and when the phone rang, the ring lit up, but it was on your belt, so you couldn't see it.
what was it? That not
That was for other people to see.
Yeah, look, I've got a smartphone.
Yeah,
You
look at
remember
me.
the 9 o'clock news sketch of the deaf guy answering the phone, and they put the fucking light. Do you remember that?
Oh dear.
I've still got all my old handsets up there. 3GS, 4, 5, and a 6. I don't know. Oh, I sold my 7. But I've got all the.
I think I've still got all my iPhones. I got in at 4. That's when it first kind of
I'll show you.
paid
See if I can look out there. Oh,
yeah, look at that.
Ooh, a G4.
yeah, and it works.
Oh, I love those buggers.
Yeah, great computer. That's got Logic. That's got Logic Pro on it.
To be fair, it's definitely one of the nicest computers to run OS 9 on.
Oh, I don't know about OS 9. It's running.
No,
That one's running Tiger at the moment.
yeah, but it's still one of the nicest to boot into OS 9.
Yeah. Oh, it's a lovely machine. Got that for nothing. Got given that. It wasn't working. And I took the hard drive out. Hard drive had died, so I thought, fuck it, put SSD in it.
What I've always thought about doing, convert one to either a touchscreen computer, because, like the touchscreen PC I have in front of me, put like one of those inside the screen because it's small enough, or just use one as a modern screen because it looks gorgeous.
Yeah. No, I just think that was the pinnacle of design for them, I think. Because it's just the most amazing computer. It comes down every now and again, the kids play games on it, that's about it. It's not really worth anything else.
Oh, I mean, you could try and get Xbox 360 prototypes running on it.
No,
There are some. There are some out there. I mean, yeah, they run better on a G5 because that's of course all the first Xbox 360 games were developed on Mac V5s.
no, fuck that. No, that's too much ag for me. It just I've got it working. It does what it does. I'm happy with that. I'm happy with that. All right, Kent's having a look. So what time did he wake up the other night then?
Oh,
Can't remember now.
no, I can't remember that.
It was funny though.
Was it?
I was tired.
Well, it's not surprising, mate.
He had a nice 15-minute nap.
Oh, so you can't have been asleep that much longer than when after I went.
It wasn't long, I don't think.
I'll go back and have a look.
Well, probably like 11:30, but around that time.
Yeah.
I'll have a gander at some point.
Well, this thing's still going. Hasn't blown up yet.
That's a good
There
sign.
he is.
Hello.
Right.
Bonsoir, monsieur.
Good evening. Good evening. Good evening. I have
Right.
returned from my anniversary curry and film.
Oh, what'd you watch?
Oh,
We went to see the Harry Styles thing. Was it? It's got a stupid title. It's the Modern Stepford Wives. Don't Worry, Darling.
Oh yes, yeah.
It's slightly too long. Harry Styles is crap. Florence Pugh is brilliant,
Mm.
but it's watchable. It's all right. You know. Don't waste your money. Wait for it on Netflix.
Fair enough.
fair
The
dues.
lettuce got it then. The lettuce
The
won.
lettuce won.
Superb. Made my day, that.
Yeah.
No.
Like I said earlier, the best financial decision that government made was buying that fucking Lepton, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
It's getting a lot of views, but
It was all the punch ups happening in the comments last night. That was
Yeah. I mean, that was just, it just got stupid, didn't it? Because the government did a U-turn on that, and then so MPs didn't know what to vote for. It was just, chaos.
what the government did a U-turn on the
Teresa
U-turn?
Coffee was going
Yeah.
around beating people up.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the
Apparently,
thing
all got a
is, whoever comes in now is going to kick her and Mog straight out, aren't they?
You reckon?
I
You
reckon.
reckon?
Yeah, I reckon so. I don't think Teresa Coffee can fucking hang about for long.
No.
Honestly, there's not a good one amongst them. Apart from, I say that there was a guy last night after that whole debacle in
I
the
saw that. Yeah, I know what you're going to say.
division
Yeah.
lobbies, who just nailed it, absolutely nailed it. And I thought, you're too good to, you'll never get into the cabinet. You'll never be a PM because you're too bloody good. You're too honest. And
Well, obviously he was there for 17 years, never been a cabinet minister.
Yeah.
And he's retiring at the next election.
As are most of them by now, I would think.
Yeah. So but yeah, it's quite nice when a Tory does actually speak the truth. It is quite refreshing.
and sort of solidarity with Krishnan Guru Murphy.
I just heard that he's been. I don't know what he did, but he's been suspended, hasn't he?
So he was caught. He just interviewed Steve Baker, who's a
Hard
Tory
man,
MP.
Steve Baker. Yeah.
Yeah, don't like him. But he'd obviously challenged him on something, and Steve Baker took exception to the question, and they had a robust discussion on air. But they'd gone off air. The live feed had stopped, but the camera was still going. But it was just pointed at number 10, and off camera you hear Krishnan going, no, Steve, it was a perfectly reasonable question, and I'll argue the toss with you about Liz Truss any time of the day. No, you're all right. No, yeah, all right. And then obviously Steve Baker's walking off somewhere, and Krishnan obviously turns around to his producer, or so it's just, what a cunt. And it was just magic. It was perfectly timed, and it was just
Yeah.
brilliant. And it did not go out on air. But
Oh, what a shame.
Christian, and this is the measure of the man, Christian posted up on his socials last night after it happened. He said, I used an unacceptable word in off air when talking, talking about so and so, this Steve Baker MP, and blah blah blah, and that's not the levels of the standard that I hold myself up to, and I apologise, and even Steve Baker then replied to that and said, thank you for the apology and all that. Of course, Channel 4 now have taken him off air for a week
Right.
for being honest.
Being human.
I love that man.
So why don't they get Jonathan Pye on? He'd be off for a year.
Oh, that'd be good, actually.
I'm just waiting for he's got.
Oh, he has on Twitter. He's been firing some beauties out today.
I see. Michael Spicer did a great one today.
Oh, did he?
Yeah. I mean, he retired Room Next Door, but he keeps bringing them back because
Because there's so much, yeah.
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 Thing is, you can't on it. It's
painful.
It's like I got my copy of Private Eye through yesterday. I mean, it's got on the front. It's got Liz Truss and Jeremy Hunt on the front at the cabinet table with some pithy quote. But that was like the day after, so they're obviously really waiting, to the last minute. And you're reading through it, and half the time you should be pissing yourself laughing, but actually you think, Jesus, no, it's beyond parody now.
Yeah.
Beyond satire.
With Dara O'Brien's been complaining. He said, she had to do it the day after we did the final record of the final mock of the week.
Yeah.
The thing is, in 45 days, how many people's lives has she fucked up?
It wasn't even 45 days because she had how long off for the fucking Tory party conference?
Oh, yeah. It was 8 days, wasn't it?
Funeral.
Somebody worked it out. She's actually worked for about 12 days.
Yeah. And now she's left, she'll be paid a lifetime salary of 115,000.
Yeah. As they all do. They all get that, don't they?
Yep.
Well, that's what it was all about, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Good reason to get as many MPs through the position of PM quickly as possible.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And now there's talk of fucking Boris. Oh, fucking hell.
Yeah, well, he can't come back, can he? Because he's still under investigation.
He can, though.
He can, but
yeah.
They've got to get 100 MPs to back them, haven't they? Each candidate.
I don't know. Is there enough
Yeah.
cunts in the Conservative Party?
Well, there are.
Yeah.
But that was the headline in The Guardian.
Yes, you got the rules because this time the leadership election rules have changed. Because they couldn't change them last time apparently, but now they can. Now they can do it in a week, and they don't go to members. It's just MPs. Fuck's sake! I mean, what other dead weight are they going to give us now that we can't? That doesn't have a mandate from the public.
The funniest quote I saw this week on Twitter was somebody referring to Boris Johnson as a forgotten service wash. Deadly.
I just don't get it. I don't know.
Dom says, love to join as long as it's not politics. Let's go back to talking about. Come on, Dom.
Get in there, mate.
Yeah, let's talk about level 42 then.
We can have the two fucking.
I saw level 42, one of the really early tours, and they were absolutely awesome.
They are the best live, one of the best live bands out there.
They were absolutely superb. They played in York University Alcuin Dining Room.
That was it,
and there wasn't many of us there.
Yeah.
Same place as all Dire Straits. They were absolutely brilliant.
I asked Mike Lindup when they re-released the Prophet 5 and the new Roads. I said, "You going to be taking any of those on tour with you?" And he went, "No."
Hopefully, I've got him lined up for a podcast interview early next year.
We're good.
Clearly, we should take Volley Bonnaroo on tour for Prophet 5.
And Synclavier.
I mean, he still has a Synclavier. It was like was it Sinfest France in 2019, where he did the big lecture about how much that was clearly the best and worst investment in his life. Although my French definitely wasn't good enough to quite follow what he was going on about.
Keith in Watford, Mr. Wiggly, come on and sell Robbie your hydrosynth.
Good luck.
Swap it for a DX1.
Hang on. Hang on. What's going on here? Is there somebody in the...
You're joking.
Ken, is this... I can't see because my screen... There might be some people wanting to come in. Oh, there you go.
There are.
Hey!
You're joking.
Why somebody...
The wise owl of the ProSynth network.
Oh, Ty, didn't know you've become an MP
He
already.
snuck in, didn't he? Possible.
Yeah.
Ian's the
I-
only
I-
one with hair in the bottom half of the screen, isn't he? Look.
Looks like you've got a very fine earring on there, Ty, in quite a camp. Yeah, quite a camp
That's
way
good.
there.
There's something about Mary, and he's got a little bit dangling off his ear.
Do you know?
Oh,
I could tell you a story.
Okay.
well, go on then.
No,
That's what you call a headshot.
You shouldn't do it laying down. I told you.
I used to have my ear pierced, and I used to
Hello.
wear
Oh, I've seen
big,
pictures of you.
really big, like fairy. They were like kind of, you know, those kind of
Used to have a big
very
fairy.
art. No, those very kind of Art Nouveau kind of fairies. I used to have a big fairy, and then I used to have a big ring, and then I used to have these like coins. Yeah,
Robbie's
he's
gone.
off. Robert's ears light up. I had a.
Oh dear.
I had these coins with gold. I was basically I looked at such a twat. And even now my hole's not completely sealed up.
You set him up, Ty. You set him up.
That's words I never thought I'd hear from your mouth, Ty.
Well, what's even worse is that
Not on a
my daughter
Thursday.
turns round and says, "Daddy, what's that hole?" And
Hey,
Yeah.
Ty.
when a man loves a woman very, very much. Carry on.
Ty.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, you once took a DX1 in, and it worked, and then it didn't.
Yes. That DX1. You've got it working.
Yeah.
Oh, well. Oh, hats off. Well done to you. What was it in the end?
Power supply.
Hey.
Yeah. I rest my case that I used to be a bit of a dude.
Nice hair.
Well, hair. Never mind nice hair. It's hair. And that was the most tanned I'd ever been. I've never been that tanned since.
You
And
can't stay out long in the sun, can you?
see, I was thin. I was muscly. I was a bit of a looker. I could get the girls.
You used to be on Neighbours.
Excellent. Brilliant. Well done, Steve. Spot on. Yeah.
How's Muffy?
But anyway, yeah, you can take it off now. It's fine. You don't need to keep it up. It's fine. It can go. Let's go back to DX1, which is far more interesting.
No, I'm still quite moist.
Oh, that's fantastic. Well done, Rob.
Well, I can't take any of the credit really because we obviously determined it was the power supply, but it was my mate Howard that fixed the power supply. So he popped over tonight and popped it in, and there it was.
Fantastic.
That's brilliant. That's so good. Well done.
I'm going to sleep in here tonight.
Okay. Okay. Put plastic cover over it.
Liquid damage.
Put plastic cover over it just for in case of.
No, I think there's enough human excretion all over that already.
Oh my god! Oh my god! You have to go that one level of extraness.
Yeah, it was good. It was a good luck charm. It worked.
Oh, that's really brilliant. So can I have it back now then?
Yeah, I'll sell it to you, Ty.
That's fine.
Storage fees.
Oh, how's everyone? Anyway, sorry, I've literally just slept in. I've got literally another night from hell. I'm not going to bed tonight, which is not good. But
Bit like Robbie then.
yeah, but for different reasons, I think.
I'll FaceTime you at 2 a.m, mate. I will.
Oh yeah, that'll keep you
More
up.
than welcome. No, I've got to. Yeah, just it's another shit show tonight. So, I'll be sleeping during the day tomorrow.
Right, Kent, you call them at 10 and I'll call them at 5:30.
Oh, you cunts. I'm going to see Tom Chaplin tomorrow.
Oh,
Where's he owe you money?
Andrew Ward went to see him last night, I think, so he was very, very good.
Yeah, I won't hear about. I mean, his solo stuff's not as good as the Keane stuff, but he's. I like it. It's the nearest I get to twee. No, it's not. I don't mean that in a derogatory way. It's very, it's very nice, if that makes sense. It's quite predictable. It's very nice and be a nice listen. And guess what I'm going to see next week?
Go on.
Will Young.
Oh my God!
Wow.
Fantastic.
Will Young. No, don't.
I'm sure he's all right. No, I'm
Do you know what?
I bet he's superb, actually.
So he's one of those. If you listen to the albums, there's some fantastic songs on his albums. Yeah. So I'm having a twee week. My twee week is Tom Chaplin, Will Young. Was meant to go and see Bon Iver, but can't be asked. So
The Wurzels.
Taylor Swift.
Now look, can I point out? Taylor Swift pre-COVID, I wouldn't have touched with a barge pole.
Oh, I love Taylor Swift.
Have you heard the 2 albums that she did over?
I have,
COVID?
yeah, I've got them. Yeah,
They
I've got all her albums actually.
fucking awesome.
But actually,
I
the
thought
early
you were
stuff-
going to say, like, having had COVID, I feel like I really
Jesus.
love her now. It's like long COVID.
It's just she did 2 albums. She did 2 albums where basically she just
Sort of like
collaborated
folk albums,
online
yeah.
and recorded all the vocals at home, and they're all done like that. And
They're
those
good.
2 albums
They're
that she
really
did,
good. Actually, I like the early stuff too. You know,
yeah,
the-
I'm less
I'm
keen on
not-
the early stuff. If I'm honest.
I'm not so keen on what was it? Was it 19? What was the one that was sort of quite electronic? That wasn't so hot.
Yeah.
The one with blank space on it. But the early albums, Fearless, is a really good album.
Yeah.
And I quite like the fact that she's actually gone and re-recorded some of those albums because they are slightly different.
Yeah.
know?
No, absolutely.
No, great voice, great songwriter.
Yeah. Not going to argue with any of that.
No. And actually, that documentary about her, which I think
Oh,
was
it's
on,
brilliant.
I mean,
the documentary about her making that album.
yeah.
Yeah, and then they basically do some very live acoustic versions of the songs from the first album that she did in lockdown. And those arrangements are fucking immense. It's one of the guys from The National, isn't it? I can't remember his name now.
Yeah, I can't
It's the
remember
guy
his
from
name
The
now.
National who basically did a lot of production on it.
Yeah.
And it's very simple and very kind of basic, but in a really creative way. It's fantastic albums. Even if you don't like Taylor Swift, I can't remember what they're called now, but those 2 albums that she did in 2020, 2021.
Yeah. Because they
They're
came out
fucking
pretty
brilliant.
pretty close together, didn't they?
Yeah, they were basically
Yeah.
all recorded at the same time. That's
Yeah.
right. Anyway, so I'm not stopping anyway. I'm really sorry because I really do genuinely have to work and give them a whole load of shit tomorrow morning. I mean, when I say shit, sorry, I need to give them a load of music tomorrow morning. And it's getting closer though. The end is getting closer.
Good.
It's
What have I decided on a release date when they need to be done?
I'm not having you on. This is as I said, this is not going to go out till next year. Well into next year.
Bonkers, isn't it? Really?
Is totally bonkers.
Wow.
But anyway, so that's the way TV works. So, but it's fine. It's getting to the end, and I'm just. I think I'm kind of a bit stir crazy, really. But anyway. But I want you to know I am watching you from afar.
Can we all come around for a rap party?
You can come. You can all come around whenever you want. I've said this. Any of you lot can come whenever you want.
Right.
Drop me a line. You're always welcome.
We still need to do that.
We'll keep you to that.
Yeah, no, do. And I mean it. The thing is, I'm not just saying it. You know, you get these people who just go, oh, yeah, come around whenever you want. Any of you tossers,
I did that
you're more
once.
than welcome.
I went on holiday to the Caribbean. This is God's honest truth. I forgot about this. I'd blocked it out. To a really nice, just after I had a hit and I had some money in, took my girlfriend to all-inclusive, amazing place in the Caribbean, on Grenada in the Caribbean. And it was kind of half healthy and half thing, you know, but they called them bodyguards, but they had kind of trainers and people around, including one strapping guy called Gordson, who, of course, I said, yeah, if you're ever in the UK, obviously, you know, knock me up, you know, here's the number and everything. About 6 months later, the phone rang at about 7 in the morning on a Saturday, and it was Gordson. He says, I'm at Heathrow. Like, nothing before that moment. Literally, I'm at Heathrow. I said, oh, okay. He said, you did say I could come. Yeah, okay. All right, you need to get to Chiswick, so it's not too bad from Heathrow. Can you get? I haven't got any money. Okay. Well, and he lived with me for 6 months.
No way.
Literally. Yeah. It was unbelievable. I was living with my girlfriend.
Wow.
He took a room upstairs. Oh, it was mad. I gave him a job for a bit, but it was just, I was so knackered. I was probably a bit hungover on Saturday morning, and it was just like, oh, yeah, it's Gordson. He's just arrived from the West Indies. And he turned up enough to come over. Yeah, he came over. And by some really weird thing, I gave him a job working where the company I had, and he managed to get, by accident, allocated a national security number, or national insurance number, or whatever, by mistake. So he basically just stayed. I haven't seen him for years, but yeah. So always be careful when you say, yeah, come on over.
I didn't say stay. I said you can fucking pop over. Then you can fuck off.
Yeah, I often wondered what happened to him.
I won't unlock the gates. He'll just watch us from the window.
Yeah.
He can't see the gates that far back. Such a long drive.
He'll send his
So
man
not
to wait
being
by the
here.
gate.
You're so not being here. I can see the gates. Thank you.
With my telescope.
That was it. Exactly.
He won't notice if anybody's in Studio 2 or 3.
For days on end.
Yeah.
Or the box room.
Yeah. Anyway, look, can I go fuck off and do some work, please?
Yeah.
You ought to, really, because there's a lot to be done.
Yeah.
Tom is suddenly my conscience.
No, not yes.
I will. If honestly, genuinely, if you're still on at Some Unearthly Hour, I might stick my head in, or I'm going to have you on. So if you do want to fucking just have a go at me about something, just call me, because you'll be on. But meanwhile, honestly, Rob, generally so happy for you. I'm so happy that you got that one working. That's awesome. That really,
Do you want to hear it?
You must.
That's in
preset
unison.
1. What's preset 2?
It's a duller version.
Oh! Preset 3?
I'm running out though, so don't push it.
Brilliant. Okay. Okay, guys. I'll make catch you later. If not, have a brilliant one.
Good night,
Good seeing you all.
See you later, Ty.
See you later.
Right.
Oh, what a wanker.
He wants to come back there.
Oh dear, very good. Very good. Is that it? Is that noise it?
No.
Oh, look at that.
That's Rolly Grand.
But it's a DX1. It's not a DX7, is it? Because it. Because a DX7 is 6 more, you know, Rob.
I'm assuming we're not hearing it at its best.
Oh, that's what it's born for.
Yeah, exactly.
It's cool that it's still going. I mean, genuinely, because often if you fix the power supply, it kind of has a knock-on effect up the chain when all the other stuff starts working.
Yeah,
like
well,
the
wait till
capacitors start
tomorrow.
No,
Have
the
you
rest
soaked-
of-
I'm gonna say, he hasn't soak tested it yet.
Do you know what killed it in the first place? When the guy dropped it off, he said they were moving house, and what happened was the one of the workmen had knocked it from 240 to 110 on the back, and he hadn't noticed when he plugged it in, and he went bang and go, well, that would just blow the fuse, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
So I put the new fuse in it, and it was like smoke and shit. It's like, oh fuck.
Well, it's been running constantly since about 7:30 tonight. So
That's all right. That's
Very
long
well,
enough.
great.
Should be
power
long enough.
supply is barely warm.
Did it have did the battery work and all the presets come back and everything?
Yep. Well, the battery was already fine as it was. So when I first got it here, it was making an awful sound without actually touching anything, but everything else was working. So I loaded all the presets in, and they've stayed. So the
Great.
battery's absolutely fine,
Yeah.
and
Wow.
as you can see, all of the displays
Oh, it
are.
looks lovely, doesn't it?
Looks fab, actually.
Yeah, I've got a spare display.
Do we know whose it was and everything originally? Has it got any pedigree?
It came from. Sweden.
Sweden?
Oh, it's ABBA.
Sweden.
Oh, it's Benny's.
Yeah.
Benny's.
Got to be, hasn't it? It's got to be.
There's only one band in Sweden, isn't there?
Yeah.
I don't know. Is there any DX on chess? I thought it's mainly just Sinclair that he was fully into.
The guy bought it from a shop in Australia, where Yamaha, in their infinite wisdom, shipped 20 of them.
Wow.
Probably because he's going, well, that's close by, ship them there.
What like all the DX ones that ended up
Yeah.
in Australia? So,
Yeah, exactly.
Chris says Benny Hill lived in Sweden. Apparently.
Couple of phrases. Hurdy-burdy-gurdy.
Yeah.
The Kopf of Sweden with the cock piercings. So very nice.
Nice stream this afternoon, Dom. I enjoyed that while I was trying
thank
to
you.
learn these songs. I
I'm
gave
going
up
to
in
do
the
that
end.
more often. I
Yeah.
mean, I don't think
No,
I'll
it
ever
was
get
great.
anything
Actually,
done,
it
but-
was really chilled.
Yeah.
Nice music in the background.
and no copyright strikes.
No,
It was cool.
it was great.
I only caught a little bit of it. I had to go and do school running. And
No, you're very welcome. I'll do it again. To be honest, if I'm not doing something completely boring, it's quite nice to have it on in the background. But like I say, don't really get much done, so I have to concentrate a bit more next time. But yeah, it's nice. Yeah,
that was
it's
good.
Nice. I often put stuff on in the background like that when I'm working, so I thought we might as well do this. Put it on in the background. It'd be nice. Oh, thank you.
It's where it goes bang.
Whew. Any other news apart from the obvious stuff going on?
Nope.
Did I dream that you were going to drop your sales Korg stuff, Ian? Or-
No, no. I mean, eventually that'll happen because I suppose, long term, we don't do a massive amount with Korg. You know.
But you're not intending to stop.
No,
or anything?
I'm
I
not.
must have dreamt
No.
that. That's weird.
No.
That's really weird.
And me and our sales rep have had the conversation that because we don't have a bricks and mortar shop anymore, you know, it is limited what we can do. And there's certain parts of the agency that, because like all these companies, you might not be aware, they partition bits of it off.
Okay.
So we can sell the pianos, but we don't like selling pianos online because usually they don't arrive in very good condition. You know, and they cost a bloody fortune to ship
yeah,
anywhere.
Of course.
even in the UK. And we never liked doing it when we had a bricks and mortar shop. We always liked to literally deliver it, set it up, and all that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
So yeah, there's some bits of it that we like. We've got Vox as well, but we don't have the Vox Valve stuff. We've only got the hybrid stuff.
Okay.
So they partition, and I think there's some of the you have to make a commitment to buy a certain amount of stuff each year, and we've made that commitment for this year. So we're quite happy to, but it's reviewed every year, really. We're never going to fall out with them, and we'll probably always do bits and pieces with them.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, but there's a commitment.
There is, yeah. And I mean, I would love to do a lot more, but there's only so much you can actually do selling online. And the biggest problem is, and it's a big problem for Korg and other UK branches of electronics companies. Thomann and companies like Thomann, because they're in the EU and we're not, Korg UK can't do anything about the price policy. So Thomann can ship it into the UK, in some cases, cheaper than I can supply it.
Right.
And we've had that before with other things, really. I mean, it's not so much of a problem at the moment. Interestingly, I've been talking to a guy in Germany about wanting a drum log, and I was just completely honest with him because he said, I'll order it. I said, well, look, I have to be honest, and Korg is saying the end of the year, but realistically, I think he needs to be looking in January. Oh, I can't wait that long.
Yeah.
But I said, and if anybody tells you differently, they're lying to you because, Korg don't know when they're arriving. They're hoping it's going to be the end of the year, and it's going to have to be before something like, well, we'd have to get it before the 20th to be able to ship it out to a customer, because they're closed for from probably about the 22nd, 23rd, right the way through till about the 5th of January.
Well, to be honest with you, with the experience I've had, you wouldn't want to ship anything around the Christmas period anyway,
exactly.
full stop.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's where they start throwing them from further away, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Yeah,
yeah, literally. Some of them don't even bother getting off the fucking van. It's like, there you go.
Paul's asking in the chat, did I host Korg and other workshops? No, I didn't. We did talk about that at one point, and Luke came and did some stuff with the staff when we had more than one staff in the shop. At one time we had 3 staff. So Luke came along and did some stuff, and we did toy with the idea of doing some sort of get-togethers, really. Because the Korg are always up for that sort of thing. They mainly do it with their home keyboard range, which we never did. We never got into that, really, and that's a completely separate thing that we can't supply, because we've never done that. But that's quite a big business from, I think, because they do online stuff for those,
Yeah, I just wondered if I wonder what the commitment was like, and there was, I don't know. There are all the box shifters, and it's totally price led at the moment. I just wondered if there was room for smaller niche sales with a bit of the richer sounds way of selling hi-fi, if you like. So with the knowledge and the personal touch. I mean, they still compete on price really well by buying generally end of stock items, I guess. But
I mean, we do some of that with some of our. We don't have a massive amount of suppliers now because I am of the belief that if we take an agency, then we need to support that agency. So if I took everybody, I wouldn't be able to support any of them well. So we limit ourselves to about 5 suppliers across all stuff. So we do quite a bit of sort of folk instruments with a company called Barnes and Mullins, and stuff like that. But and the thing that always amazed me was why people buy guitars online without trying them.
Yeah.
I mean, it's amazing that, whenever we sell a guitar, I play it. I play it, I set it up, and I tell the customer I'm going to do that. I said, you're not going to get one that looks like it's just, we are going to set it up and play it, make sure it's happy before, make sure you're going to be happy with it before you get it, rather than just turn it up. And that goes for anything really, you know. So if we sell a violin, I set it up, you know.
No, it's really good.
All that sort of
Really good.
stuff, you know. I mean, I do know that we did have a customer came in with a Gibson that he just bought. This is a few years ago. Bought from GAC, and it was a complete dog's breakfast. And I said to him, it was not set up. It was actually unplayable, you know. And I said, well, you know, we can set it up for you, but it's going to cost you 70 quid. And GAC, I think you should send it back. You could send it back and get them to set it up and then send it back out to you, because this isn't how it should have arrived to you. Now, it was maybe a one-off. Maybe it was one that slipped through. I don't know what GAC are like, really. But, you know, that's what the customer said when he walked through the door. And I did myself out of 70 quid of the work. But the reality is, I always think it's better to be honest about that sort of stuff.
I think that's it, and I think people appreciate that. You know, I was thinking it from a Soma's perspective and stuff. You know, I mean, you can't just open a Soma shop, because the distributors and retailers in the UK are very valuable and do a great job. You know, but I think there's room for a smaller specialist kind of place. You know, that might be able to do it.
Your Korg did try that. They were going to try that with those. They took the range of small synths. I can't remember what manufacturer they were. They started distributing, or they were started to distribute this range of synths, which were really boutique. And the Korg model was that, and we signed up to this. It just never ever happened. The idea was that Korg would put the whole range into the shop. The dealer didn't have to buy it, so we've got no risk in that sense. And then when customers came in and played it and you sold it, they would ship it. They would direct ship it for you to the customer's house. And we went, this is a great idea. We'll do, we're up for this. It just never,
it just
never happened.
Get tried.
Yeah.
Right.
No,
wow,
no, but it was probably 2017, 2018 when they were talking about doing it. You know, and then we're obviously,
because that was the lesson from Synthfest, really, not just for Soma but for so many people. People haven't had a chance to try this stuff, and
exactly.
You know, when it's expensive, you're not going to buy it. You know,
No.
I mean, mentally, some people might. I don't mean they're mental to do it, but
you're
mentally
you're
thinking
right.
about maybe they do. But a lot of people, myself included, would be well put off of spending $2,000 or something, or $1,000 on something like that, in the same way as the guitar side of things.
But I mean, how many shops are even there in all of Europe who would have Soma stuff? I mean, there are probably like 5 in Germany, 5 in the
There's
UK.
probably there's a couple here, isn't there? That we've got. Isn't Juno one of them?
Yeah, you can buy them.
But can you try them there in a house?
Try
in store?
them. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I mean, KMR you can annoy them. Then Elevator Sounds you can annoy.
Yeah, that's true. I hadn't thought about that.
There's the one in Bristol who I believe have some in stock.
I love Elevator Sound, actually. I bought some modular stuff from there. They're very, very good at what they do.
So I mean, there are like maybe 5 places in the UK.
Yeah, actually, do you know what? I just hadn't even thought about that.
But again, it is not a lot in the grand scheme of things.
You've got to be close to them, really, I suppose.
Same. I mean, in Germany, it's only relatively recently that Thomann has since, or I mean, they've always had Dub for him store, because obviously that was a local Bavarian company, and in the 90s they were quite small. That happened, but it's only really for the last 15 years that Thomann actually has a reasonable synth department.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know how they ship into the UK as, for fundamentally it's free, isn't it? Free shipping. How they do it? It must be numbers.
No, they basically have some sort of UK company, some fake company, some front end that deals with it. That's how they finally solved it.
Right.
So presumably it is some a UK subsidiary with they do warehouse transfers for so that they
Yeah.
get around VAT and all.
Of course,
that.
that makes
I
that.
don't think there is. No. They come through the distributors because I'm kind of representing them in the UK like that, and there's no VAT fraud or anything going on.
No. It's totally legitimate, but it did take Thomann a while to get it set up.
Oh, Thomann. Yeah. Okay.
Because
A lot
I
of
think
them do.
Gear for
Sorry, I
Music
understand
have
what you're
something
saying.
similar where they've got places in Europe. I don't think they're in Germany, but they've got places in Europe, and it will be their distribution centre for
Yes,
the whole
exactly
of Europe from wherever it is in Europe.
Or, I mean, or with music store, they were lucky that they bought DV24/7 a few years back.
Yeah,
in that
absolutely.
regard.
No, completely. Their problem was that if someone needed to send something back for repair, it was getting hopeless trying to ship it back into the main place in Poland or whatever, and people were getting charged VAT even though it was for repairs and loads of documents.
Is this for Tom? Who was this for?
Soma.
Was it for Soma?
Yeah, so hence I got involved at one stage. But
But they can't have many repairs, surely.
well, this
It's
is
not-
the thing. So no, they're not. That's about 6 in the last.
Yeah.
Crikey, must be over 6 months. And you know, a couple. I think 2 of those was like a failed component that involved soldering, and 4 of them was a knob falling off, or do you know what I mean, or a scratch to the case, or something that was just but literally 2, I think.
I mean, I have to say, in the 10 years, it's 10 years since we've been dealing with Korg. No, it can't be 8 years probably, because we didn't do it in the first couple of years. In 8 years, I can count on one hand the time that something's gone wrong. One of my mates bought a microCorg from me, and it wasn't the sort of standard one. It was the XL version,
Right.
and that went wrong. So my mate in Leeds, you off, Matt?
Yeah. See you later.
See you later,
mate.
mate.
Take it
Cheers,
easy.
Matt. Take it easy, mate. And then I had a guy who bought a drum thing, and it was out of guarantee, but we managed to get it done. It was only just out of guarantee, like 2 or 3 weeks, and we managed to get, because COG, they're good like that, really. They will, although it's a year's guarantee, the fact that it's just out of guarantee, and they sorted it for him, Although I did warn him. I said, "You're probably going to lose your presets because they're going to have to, change the." And he went, "Really? I don't want to do that." I said, it could be like
Small
a new
price
machine.
to
You've got to
pay.
remember that. And he was
Yeah,
fine about it.
exactly.
But,
Small price to pay. Oh, that's good to know.
a wave drum. Thank you, Chris. Said it was a wave drum. Yeah, exactly.
Good to know. Thank
Yeah.
you for that.
Yeah,
Oh, I'm quite exhausted actually. All this streaming.
exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
We had a good NPC lesson.
I need to watch that because I have never touched an NPC.
No, well,
So a lesson from
properly, really.
a lesson from Inky would be.
yeah, she was good.
Quite
It's
an
great.
eye opener.
That was really good.
You think that's exhausting? Try doing 8 hours non-stop.
Yes, true.
I think that's the most I've ever done.
Mm.
And how much was it on here? Nearly 10 hours?
Is this where you were on your own at the end?
11, I think.
Well,
11 and a quarter.
it was 11:55 ultimately, but I left some point beforehand.
You mean in the morning or in the evening, in the night?
Well, no, so I left the stream at like 6 to actually take some sunrise photos of a Queen's funeral, but
Yeah, I got up that morning, came in, and turned the stream off.
but no, like myself, I did like just random jamming on stream for like 8 hours non-stop once.
Wow. Wow.
No, I must admit, I've watched especially over the last 4 or 5 years, I've watched my European workload dwindle down to 0 now.
My European workload. I mean, because we used to ship out to Europe pre-Brexit, probably about 3 or 4 times a month on average.
Wow.
And I mean, literally once every 2 or 3 months now. I'm sending more to America, surprisingly.
Yeah.
I've done 2 America orders this month, and I think that's because of the pound.
Yeah.
Pound dropped, so people think, I can afford to buy it now.
Trusted up, didn't we?
Yeah,
Yeah.
we did, big time.
Yeah, it's amazing what you do if you're right on the side of a fucking bus, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, free CS80 repair. Shall I write that
Yeah.
down fast?
Yeah. Well, this is it. I mean, and now what I'm getting is that I'm getting people phoning me up and asking me to get various pieces of gear that they want up and kicking that's been sitting around for 20 years. Nothing seems to be in current use. It's all really, really old stuff where it belonged to this guy and he's died
And now we see that it's worth something. So
yeah,
we can
and they
spend
want
a
to
bit.
get it done to sell it. I'm saying to these people, I said, well, look, the market's getting quite, chock-a-block with second-hand vintage. At some point, it's going to start affecting the price. Still waiting.
Yeah.
But the thing is that they're going, oh no, it's worth this and it's worth that. And I go, no, it's only worth that if somebody buys it.
Yeah, exactly.
And nobody's
exactly.
bought
But this
it.
is far too honest for you. To be fair, if they're asking you to do a repair, well, you don't really want to do that. And it's far too expensive. You should be just like, bring it on.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
zero.
it's quite ridiculous now with some of the things that have been brought in and what they need done to them is like really. At one time of day, we would have just put that in the bin, mate.
Oh wow.
No, can you get it? Can you get it? No. I got a guy who's going to be dropping off a Maplin 3000. Is it 3200 or 3000?
Got the synth.
Yeah.
Yeah. I vaguely remember them.
Well, I've got a 4600 that's here now. Or is it a 4800? I can't remember which one. But anyway, the 4000 series one.
4600, yeah.
Yeah. And it's the very, very, very early rare ones that has the silver front panel rather than the black front panel. And it is, it's just dog shit from one end to the other. The bloke shipped it to me in cardboard, just wrapped in cardboard.
Lovely.
And I took it out of the cardboard, and there's like 1 inch cheek falls out one side, 1 inch cheek falls out the other. Front panel's like this, wires pulled and everything like that. And I gave him a quote of what it was going to take to get it into sellable condition. And he's gone, I'll get back to you. But that was a year ago. So.
Oh wow.
So now I've got this guy, we've got this Maplin 3000 series, and he says, I want to get it sold. I'm like, oh, mate, they're not exactly going to be queuing up for that. So,
Amazing, though, isn't it? You
yeah.
never know.
Well,
Takes the
yeah,
right person.
but
I
I've
mean,
got a rough
if
idea
it's-
what he wants,
Oh really?
I mean,
Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
if it's
yeah.
reasonably cheap and it's understandable, because
Won't be.
they are crazy sins, but
No, it won't be. It won't be crazy cheap. None of them are crazy cheap. Everybody thinks it's worth absolute fucking fortunes, and they're putting up all sorts of shit for stupid money.
I mean, all those DIY ones were really only worth it for the nostalgia. Or
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean, the Maplin one, the bigger one, has the pin panel.
Well, the 4000 series one I've got is actually breadboard. It's that early. It's one of the early ones, the Australian ones, and it's like, oh man, this was shit when it was new.
Was it the
never
ETI?
mind. Yeah, never mind trying to get it to work now.
Well,
So-
introduced to the world by a man that would then go on to give us a Fairlight.
Well, true, but I must admit the Fairlight was built better than this fucking piece of shit. wasn't
Yeah.
it? Jesus
Imagine
Christ.
breadboarding a Fairlight.
Yeah. So, with the case being all smashed up and it's got bus keys and everything like that, and the joystick is that shape, sort of, I mean,
Yeah, I've got a
it was
joystick like
literally, it arrived and it was the shape of the synth, which is cardboard.
That's
And
amazing.
some
Like a
tape
wrapped
and
up
some
bottle of wine.
yeah, and some tape and some string, and it was like, oh, this is really going to work out, isn't it? So at least this 3000 series one is a lot closer. I think the guy will bring it down by a couple. But he says it doesn't work. I'm like, look, see this? This is my fucking surprised face. You can't tell.
What you're implying a DIY synth is always going to be mixed bag.
Well, it's funny because there are some DIY synths that were quite well built. For instance, the Transcendent 2000, pretty well.
Oh
built.
yeah.
Never
built one, but-
Well, that was designed. The Transcendent was Tim Orr, who did all the
Tim
later
Orr,
EMS
yeah.
stuff.
Yeah, and it is essentially a single VCO synthy, really. If you look at the components, are practically the same as well. Then there's the Spectrum. The Spectrum.
But that's just Curtis chips, isn't it?
Yeah, but it's actually really nice as well. It's got a really, really nice sound to it, and it's quite well built. I tend to throw the knobs away and put different knobs on because the really shit knobs that they did on them. And they're quite well built. They're quite nice little pieces of kit.
When you've got
But
like
the Maplin
format
ones,
and-
oh mate, those these ETI Maplin ones are fucking awful. They really are bad. I can open up a 5600S that's got a fault in, say, VCO2. You open it up, you repair VCO2, you put it back together. The filter doesn't work now, so you open it up, fix the filter. Oh, one of the envelopes doesn't work anymore.
Instead
And
of
for some
replacing all
reason,
the
VCO3
cabling-
only does high-pitched screaming and only fucking dogs can hear it. And you open it up again and you play with it some more and then the power supply fucks up. And it's like, fuck off! And the thing weighs about, almost a CS60. It's like, God, just no. Put it back in the garage. Forget you own it. Awful bloody machines, really are. But they're in vogue. Well, they were for a while until people found out what they were actually like, and they're not so in vogue anymore. So, but no, everybody wants to get their stuff now done to get it up for sale to flog it. And I can understand it because you can buy so much new stuff that's as good, if not better, in many respects. I mean, I know,
Especially if
take
your
the
thing's
piss
been
out.
sitting there for ages and it's not been used up in the roof or whatever. I mean,
Yeah,
it's
yeah,
money for
exactly.
nothing, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, but what tends to happen is that the romance tends to wear off after a couple of weeks. You get this thing and you just go, yeah, do you know what? It wasn't as great as I remember it. Or I thought it'd be more musical than this, or I didn't think it would keep catching fire like this kind of shit like that, and
I think that's so true though. That's so true. I know I would be disappointed if I did buy a Jupiter 8, and I hadn't really played one for ages. I haven't played one for ages, but I know I would be disappointed after that. I'd be like, yeah, okay, yeah, nice little sound, big.
Yeah,
thick,
the
but you know
thing
what I mean?
about
It's-
Jupiter 8s is that they're one of those sort of machines that if you get one that's been looked after and it's quite, it's in quite nice condition, everything like that, they are a joy to own. They really are. But the ones that tend to go up for sale for money where people can almost afford them are the dogs. Right old donkeys, and they've had hundreds of repairs done to them, and they've it's all a bit sloppy inside, and it's just ugh. They're just yucky, and they're not a great experience to own. And
the heat and the just
yeah,
the rubs,
yeah,
don't they?
exactly,
When you
exactly.
actually come to use it on the sound, it's like a lot of faff.
Yeah.
I think more of Jupiter 8 is such a boring standard synth which has been remade digitally so many times as sort of a basis.
Pretty
And-
much.
and
I mean,
beca-
I'm sure
and-
it'll throb
but-
my woofers and all that, and it'll be
But,
great for a moment. But there's only so much of
Get-
throbbing woofers for 30
but
grand
also
I'm prepared to take,
because it was it was one of like the most precise analog synths of the time.
yeah.
Which was
Yeah.
interesting back then, but nowadays it's sort of I've got all the
Yeah.
digital stuff which can do that
Yeah.
for a lot
I
less
think-
money and can do more.
It was one of the first analog synths you could buy that actually, when you pushed auto tune, it actually
Yeah.
auto tuned.
Yeah.
Excuse me, the Oberheim OBX definitely does something that's called auto-tune.
Eventually, whoa. Excuse me, that went auto tune on an OBX, right? You push that button, it went. Yeah, there's 8 voices there. Yeah, they look right. Fuck it. Yeah, we'll just say it's okay. The OBX8 All right, it did a little bit more.
Okay, the OBX8 actually listens though, whereas the OBX
Yeah.
just has a shitty frequency counter.
But all
which
it would
does-
do
well,
is if you got high frequency beating up the top end of the keyboard, it could straighten that. If it was out by a quarter of a semitone, it goes, no, leave it, forget it. I didn't see that one. Yeah. And then you get
Mind
to the
you, the
OB8, and then it would actually tune them. But it used to like, well, look, mate, studio time. You coming back or what? Do you know
Hey,
what I-
I've just seen on eBay there's a Jupiter 8.
Yeah.
Guess. Now here's tonight's quiz. Guess the price.
23.
35,000.
27.50.
27.
Oh,
Very close,
dear,
Tom. Very
Yeah.
close. Yeah.
I haven't seen it, by the way. My
No.
MKS80's got an auto-tune button on it, which is kind of not a Jupiter 8 really, but it's sort of along those towards there, like a Jupiter 10 or whatever, a
Yeah.
Juno or whatever it is. And we used to sell them as well in the shop when they first came out, and it was just like we took great pride in saying don't ever press the auto-tune key because it goes back to sounding really boring, and it really does. If it's
Yeah.
been on for a while and you've got some kind of riff
Yeah,
going on there,
you
as
push
soon as
you
hit
push your
auto-tune, it
auto-tune
just
on a
goes-
Jupiter 8, yeah, and it's the same. You've got to sort of like, well, we better detune that a bit because it's literally sort of
it's
like
just
trying to
gone.
cancel itself out.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
Yeah.
That one looks disgusting, Ian. That's like scratches all over. There's a reason it's only 27.5, not 35 grand.
This one.
I'll polish it out.
It looks all right to me.
Bit teacup.
Yeah, exactly. I got a bloke round the corner can sort that.
I mean, yeah, it's available for inspection. It's only in Chesterfield, so it's not that far away. I can
Go on.
pop down.
Yeah,
All it needs is some 21-inch wolf race on it and some flames
mean-
down the side, mate. Fucking beautiful.
I was never a massive Roland fan. I did like the Jupiter 4, but I only ever played them in studios.
Yeah, I'd like
You know,
that.
I never ever owned one.
But I
Yeah, the early
just
Rolands
looking
were
at
nice. Yeah, the System 100, the Jupiter 4, CSQ 600. For some reason, used to love using that. Don't ask me why.
it, System 700.
The System 700. Yeah, I mean it's just a very bloated, glorified version of the 100 system, actually.
No, it's very different. The filter of the
No,
100
it's not.
is-
It's the same components. It's the
I love it
same
when people try to
configuration.
teach Kent.
No, but the filter of a 100 is different to every other Roland filter ever. The 700 is like the typical. The 700 is like what Roland did for prototype for all the developments of the 80s on. But the 700 is like the pinnacle, and everything else was just derived from it, made cheaper or made differently. But the 100 filter is completely different to the 700.
Ooh.
The 100 is a 3.5 pole filter. It's not a proper 3-pole ladder, but it's also not a proper 4-pole ladder.
I see what you're getting at. I'm always coming from a component point of view. It's literally.
Well, I mean, yeah, but it was made in the same year.
Yeah, no, it's the same. It's the same components. It's literally the same filter. It's just put together slightly differently. I'll allow you that. I'll allow you that. The thing about the 700 though is it did so much more than what a System 55 could. A System 55 cannot actually do a great deal.
It can look nice.
It can look nice, and it's sort of like a fat mini Moog.
A System 55 only has one high pass and only one low pass.
Yeah,
So-
if you were to feed a little mini Moog just cream cakes for a week, you get a 55. That's basically what it is.
Your Moog is so fat.
Yeah, it's so fat. You're mo fat. So, and that is essentially what it is. It's just a 9 VCO version, but the 700 was interesting. The high pass filter was interesting.
You have a multi-mode filter. It's different to any other thing that Roland ever did.
Yeah,
And then, like with both wings, have 9 oscillators, 4 filters.
but $197,000 for one? I don't know.
If I buy another keyboard,
I'm definitely going to get killed.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, but no, analog is not. It's not worth
That's why
what it's
Hans
going
has
for.
3 of them.
Yeah, I mean, the market really needs to settle down again. It's not ready to become antique. it is still vintage, and a lot of these machines do not do enough to warrant these prices.
I think it'll settle down if the financial stuff continues in its kind of way down, won't it? People just don't
It'll
have
go
the
one
money
way.
to
Yeah, it'll
spend
go
them.
one way or the other. Yeah, but people seem to be more desperate to sell them and to
Yes.
try and sell them for as much as they can because they've only got the one. Want to get as much for it as humanly
Yeah.
possible.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that's why the Mustang, same year as mine, has just gone at auction for $80,000.
What?
Wow.
Where it's, a year ago they'd be like more like $34,000. Suddenly everything's sort of like overly inflated. Trying to push it into the antique market as quickly as possible and get out of the vintage market, which is good money, but nothing like antique. Because in antique market you can just ask what you want, and they'll be bat as an eyelid.
I mean, once this kind of current plethora of stuff being found and rejuvenated, found in the loft or recovered, there won't. There is a limit, right? So I guess it's a good investment long term because they will continue to rise. Ultimately, they might drop for a bit, but 30 years time, they're just going to be even more rare.
Depends, because if there's no longer any way to repair them,
That's your big problem, isn't it?
Yeah.
and
There's always
Variation.
third-party companies putting things together to try and increase the longevity of the machines. Christ, even I do it. I mean, I got the ribbon controller springs made up at God, it cost so much money to get them done.
Wow.
Fucking hell. But once the guy had all the specs, obviously it got cheaper subsequently after that. But initially, holy shit, talk about bend over and take it like a man. Jesus Christ.
You get to Trigger's broom, though, I guess, don't you? You've got the new keyboard.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And I must admit, a CS80 with a ribbon controller that doesn't work is like, it's that kind of thing. It's part of the,
wouldn't you
certainly
just
part of
back in the
whole.
day buy a YC45 for no money, transplant the ribbon off that? and
Yeah, but
throw
9
the
times out of
YC
10, the YC45's ribbon controller was buggered as well, So, it's so fitting the spring. Oh, it's also fitting the spring. My God, you have to get it just dead right at the ends, otherwise it touches. So you turn it on, and it's like an octave out, or an octave and a half out of tune, and you're playing it, and then you tap it, and then it drops down an octave. You've got to get these springs just
So
right.
does the spring stop it from squeezing together, or does it hold a tension that holds them?
It's literally just the spring is is held over a carbon strip,
Right.
and then you got the felt over the top, and then there is a plastic sort of like carrier that it
Wow.
squeezes it into an oval shape. So as you run your finger across the top, it pushes the spring
and
along
then
and
pops
down.
back out. Oh,
Yeah,
gosh.
and then springs back up again.
Wow.
And it has to be precisely set up, otherwise it's
Yeah,
a
yeah,
bag
of
of
course.
cats, absolute bag of cats.
Having seen the amount of wires and potential things that could go wrong with an open CS80 around your place, I'm just amazed. To be honest, though, people would take them out on tour, and the amount of stuff that could go wrong inside one of those.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Especially with the fact that they used to wheel them around on the bloody casters
Yeah.
and rattle them to death, and then they go, "Why is it out of tune? What's wrong with it?"
I was watching a clip last night of Duran Duran on the arena tour, or as soon as the lights go down, or wherever it was, and Nick Rhodes is doing his just doing Nick Rhodes, and he's got a Fairlight on stage, and he's got a Jupiter 8 on stage, and all this stuff that could potentially just go bang at any time as we.
No, the Jupiter 8 is going to be fine.
Yeah, to be
true.
fair.
But the Fairlight, come on.
No, you just open it up, hit it a bit, and then close it, and then it might work, right?
Yeah, back then, I suppose you just like.
But when there was nothing else,
Yeah,
got no
if
choice.
the alternative
There was this
was
thing-
Fairlight or no Fairlight. Then
Yeah, or tape. Well, there was this thing when like Pet Shop Boys and Duran Duran and a load of people decided to take Fairlights out because it was live, because and so they'd remake all their stuff on the Fairlight to play it, when actually They could have just used the tape, to be honest.
Well,
in the
Tears for
background.
Fears did the opposite. They used the Fairlight in the studio and then bought emulator 2s. Shoved everything on an E2, which was a third of the price, a little lighter, and you could carry 2 and have 1 as a spare. Right. So everything was on E2.
Yeah, but the problem was getting emulator 2s because the emulator 1 was discontinued end of '83. The emulator 2 still didn't come out, and when it came out, they still couldn't make them enough in time for the demand.
Well,
there was
really, Tears for Fears got them because they had them on stage. So.
Yeah, well, that was like '85. It was like a year after it's come out, but there was definitely the time when before that, I would say '84, where your choice was getting a Fairlight or an emulator 1. There's not a lot of choice.
Yeah.
But, I mean, the emulator 1 couldn't do a lot, and it has a weird split setup with like 3 voices at the top, 5 at the bottom, but you can't get around.
I know we had fun in just where that man sitting over there, playing with one of them that we kept.
What's that, darling?
With an E1. Which you've still got, haven't you?
Yeah, it's still standing up in the office.
Yeah. It's waiting to be liberated.
Mind you, I can remember I did a gig in Battersea, a hospice. Was it Battersea? No, it wasn't Battersea. Try again, Ken. It began with B.
That was a dog's home. That was.
Birmingham.
Yeah. No.
Bolton.
Burheath Hospice. For recovering young people. Yeah.
That's one of the major tour spots for most of the bands.
And I had
on the
this,
toilet tour.
Yeah, and I had this really old manky
commode, everybody,
multi-moog on top of a Yamaha organ, and it was picking up every fucking cab that went by, and putting it through the PA. So you go like, yeah, I'm just coming into Camden Road now. Yeah, I've got to pick up. I should be there in 5. Where the fuck's that coming from?
It's superb, isn't it, when it happens? I love that. We've all been there.
Yeah.
Oh, dear.
Oh, God. Yeah, I used to have to wheel this dual manual Yamaha, get it out of the venue, get it into a trailer. You know those little wooden trailers?
Yeah.
In the back of one of them, on the back of a Mini. Oi, oi, oi. Fuck me.
Fantastic.
Kids these days, God, don't
Don't
know their
know-
ball.
actually,
Don't know
we
their
don't know
ball,
the
mate.
one. I used to have a Farfisa compact duo organ,
Oh, yes.
which had its own. I didn't have a Leslie with it, but I had, and it had its own amplifier
Yeah.
with it. The bloody thing was just. It just weighed an absolute ton. The original reason I bought it was, that's what the keyboard player out of Blondie had.
Yeah.
And I had it for years, and it was a great piece of kit actually when it worked. But
Yeah, it was
then
a lump, though.
It took 2 of us to carry it. Yeah,
Yeah.
you know. But
He's
so
a
that
character,
for a long
isn't he, Jimmy Destry?
I mean, yeah. I mean, he was kicked out, wasn't he? For,
Yeah. But
I mean,
is he back?
I don't think he is.
Maybe not.
It was to do with drugs, bless him.
Yeah.
You know.
Oh, he's sober now, though, isn't he?
Yeah, he's sober now. And
But it wasn't because he couldn't play well enough.
no, he was. He's a great player.
Superb player.
I wonder if
Yeah.
Alex Ball ever sobered up.
What?
What? I did like Alex's Korg video.
It was
Was
brilliant.
it Alex
yeah.
Ball?
It was, yeah.
You might be thinking of a different Alex.
I'm trying to think now.
There was some nice hands in that Alex Ball video.
There was.
No, it
yes,
wasn't Alex
You're
Ball.
thinking
What
of
am I
Johnny Ball,
talking?
aren't you?
Yeah.
No, I'm thinking of
I noticed you
Soft Cell. Soft Cell.
I noticed it.
Oh,
Dave Ball.
Dave Ball, not Alex Ball. No, fuck me.
I noticed that Alex glossed over the MS-10, which was a synth I very nearly bought.
Oh, the best of the MS range.
Yeah. What, the MS-10? I couldn't get a bloody. I went to shop.
Dave Ball, that's it. Yeah.
I went to Music Ground in
David.
Doncaster and couldn't get a note out of it.
Dave Ball was here. He was pissed out of his head at 8:15 in the morning. I mean, absolutely fucking polluted. He really was sitting on a chair and go, mate.
Bless him.
Poor old fella.
Well, they're back together. They're doing
Yeah,
very well.
they're doing some good stuff.
He's obviously.
And I liked his stuff he did with the grid. The grid stuff's
Yeah.
great.
Tried to steal my dog.
Well, there
He
you
had it
go.
under his. Because I had this little
When
Shih
exactly
Tzu called
was-
Moog. And he was tucked under his jacket. He was trying to get out of the house with it.
Bless.
Oh, pardon.
What of his did you have to repair then?
It was all the soft cell stuff.
Everything.
The
Synth
PPG, the P5.
Synth bass.
Wow.
Yeah, and there was a Mini Moog as well. My God, it looked like they dragged it behind the bloody car. It was a right old mess, it was.
A bit like Mark Armand.
Trust it
I
right.
tell
out.
you, Mark Hammond. My story about Mark Hammond was that when my youngest was about 19, well, actually he was younger, he was probably 18. He went off to some Irish. He went off to Ireland on spec. Turned up at a music festival, right? Came in over the fence, and it was Mark Hammond's manager who got him in and got him backstage and give him a meal, and he saw the whole gig because he rang me up. He went, "Hey, Dad, you know Mark Hammond is, don't you?" I went, yeah. I'm just here with his manager. Do you want to say hello? It's just, hello,
Really
thanks for looking after me, lad. You know.
That was Steve-O, wasn't it? Or was that the label?
No, that was later. It was later. Yeah, it was Steve originally, wasn't it? But
Yeah. Another
yeah.
another character. I'm going to have to go, I think, and get a little bit of sleep.
What's that then?
It's early.
Have fun now.
It's early, Dom.
It's early, isn't
This
it?
thing doesn't finish till at least 2:00.
Nah, you don't need to sleep. Come on.
Oh, I Andy. I didn't really.
Yeah,
I didn't really
Let's go.
actually cluster
Sorry
you
about that.
crept
Lurking.
in.
I'm shoving my face full of pizza and I'm lurking. So
Crept in. Right. I will see you all tomorrow
You will.
to do something or other. Have a very pleasant evening, and lovely to see you all. See you
Yeah.
very soon.
Cheers, Dom.
See you later.
See you, mate. Bye-bye.
See you, babe.
Oh, Andy. Oh,
Oh, what happened there?
oh. In, out, shake it all about.
Overdid it with the pizza.
I like how a little bit while I was out and about. Did you play some sounds, Robbie?
I did a few,
Yeah.
but it was all a bit impromptu. But
Yeah, and I've just accused Alex Ball of being a drunk.
Yes, yeah. Which won't go down well.
No, probably not.
I've heard Alex Ball does.
Bit of a...
Yeah, sat talking with Alex on Saturday night after Synthfest, and he was telling us all about his stalker stories. Oh Jesus!
What, he had a stalker?
Yeah,
Really?
because of not for anything else, but because of his videos.
What?
Really?
I've stopped.
Yeah.
I can't get
No.
a stalker if I paid them.
Was it Gerd von Schlanger or regular videos?
No. I mean, no, I'm not sure if they're for sort of public broadcasting, but yeah, basically he had at least two instances of people that tracked him down, and not just
Wow.
physically tracked him down.
Wow.
Yeah, and you just think, fuck me. I mean, he's a legend in all of our books, I'm sure.
Yeah.
But he's just Alex Ball. He's just making synthesizer demo videos and brilliant little documentaries.
Yeah.
Fuck. And it just makes you think. I mean, we all of us kind of come online and, all right, we don't make brilliant videos as much as he does, but we all kind of put ourselves out there, and it makes you wonder. And Alex doesn't even publicize where his studio is.
No.
For those reasons, and yet,
Well, my address is on the website, and yet...
Yeah.
well, yes,
I'm going to say if serial killers can get groupies, anyone can. So
well, yeah,
Yeah.
quite.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, you've got quadruple guard dogs, haven't you? So,
Yeah, yes. Yeah.
Well, Nelly, anyway.
well, yeah. Noah will nibble the ankles.
Yeah.
Nelly will kick him in the nuts.
Yeah.
Charlie will rip their
And then
face off,
boom.
and Siri will lick them to death.
Yeah.
So you're well protected there, Ken.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Four
Closest I-
canines of the apocalypse.
The closest ever I got to anybody being a bit weird was there was a guy started. This was probably about 18 months ago. The guy started to comment negatively on every video that I put out.
God.
Oh, one of
And he
them.
had one of them, you know. And at
I
first,
can't
I
even
just
be bothered to do
I-
that. So
no,
much
I
effort.
just ignored him. Yeah, I just ignored him for quite a while. But then it's the only time I've actually blocked somebody
Yeah.
because I thought actually this is getting a bit, you know, literally whatever I put out, he would, you know, there'd be
Yeah.
some shit comment there.
I've had a few, and there's one or two. I think I'm not going to obviously mention names and stuff. So I don't encourage anything, but they've all been online. But there's one or two that sort of like follow me around wherever I go, whatever I do, as Hazel Dean once said. They're always there, and sometimes it's just like it's the same person, same account. They're not even bothering to pretend that they're not, and they're just there. Other people, there's one in particular who follows me around mainly because of the Fairlight stuff, and it's always changing. They're creating new accounts and then friend requests and leaving comments and
Well, it's put in a lot of work. Then.
they are, and that's that's the worrying thing is that they put in so much bloody effort to this and fucking hell.
To what end do you know?
Why do they do it? Or
Yeah, is it just for the association?
I think it might be that. I honestly don't. I mean, you don't know these people, so you don't know their situations. You don't know the state of their health. You know,
No.
physical or
if
mental.
they're
or
mentally
whatever.
ill, it's not considered work. It's just normal for them. So
Exactly,
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
you don't want to. You know, I don't want to judge anyone. You know, a lot of these people I don't know them. I mean, there's one particular person that I know doesn't so much stalk me, but does. Is always kind of there in the background, chipping in very negatively on many things, and they did this. So I'm trying to say, you know, how much I can sort of say publicly without antagonising anyone, because you just don't know.
Yeah.
But they were doing illegal things. When I say illegal, they weren't. Copyright, illegal copyright stuff, but using my imagery.
were they reposting your nudes?
No, all my dick pics are out there.
Just put them out straight ahead when they can't.
Damn it! I had to pay for them.
Absolutely. Robert took the pictures. I'm sure he hasn't. Anyway, but no,
They
they
put
use
the watermark.
they use some of my my material, which I it's not copyrighted material. It's just photos and stuff. But they used it to promote their illegal distribution of copyrighted material. And when I challenged them about it, it was like, it's the internet. Yeah, it's fair game. I'm like, no, it's not. And in the end, a lot of the stuff that they were distributing illegally, I managed to find out who the rights holders were.
Yeah.
And I informed them. And one of them actually kept in touch with me. They said they were super grateful that I'd informed them, because they were ripping off the stuff that is available to buy, and they own the copyright and the licenses for.
Yeah.
And he did a number on them, really big.
It's
big
funny
number.
because I the only time I've ever had anything to do with the sort of trying to take down copyright material was that a few years ago I did a couple of singles for a guy, and so he owned the copyright. This guy, he was a guy in his sort of 70s, so he was not computers, he was not internet savvy. So I said, look, what I'll try and do, and he had this single out back in the sort of 60s, and we'd done a re-edit of it and put it back out for him, and he was actually finally getting some royalties for him, So we were collecting his royalties, but somebody had put, they just recorded the single and put it on YouTube, and we're getting quite a lot of hits on it, We had a devil of a job trying to get YouTube to remove that. It took a long time, you know, but eventually. But I mean, it was just such a pain in the ass to actually go through all that process.
Yeah.
It might be slightly easier now. It was probably about 4 or 5 years ago. You know?
Yes, there are some strange people around, and you know, there you go. That's just the way the world is.
Isn't it?
But
Yeah.
I mean, if they're stalking you online, you know, there are ways that you can deal with that. Unless, of course, was the guy that just got sent down for 5 years for hassling Jeremy Vine and a bunch of others? Alex, someone or other,
Oh, I don't know, I missed that.
He's an ex-BBC radio jockey. That has this YouTube channel, and he was basically stalking and harassing various people, famous people online, and they eventually got him to court, and they got him sent down for 5.5 years.
It's pretty serious then.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, ruins, you know, some people's lives just purely online. You know, wasn't doorstepping them or anything like that. But there you go, Alex Belfield, 5.5 years. Thank you, Chris. Weird. I mean, if you ever watched his channel on YouTube, but YouTube wouldn't, you know, his stuff is just there,
And it's still there. Yeah, and that's the problem, isn't it? You know.
Yeah.
But some very odd people. Look, you know, Alex and the rest of us are just nothing. You know, we're just random people on the internet with a common interest, and an interest that's not shared by, you know, a huge amount of people. And yet there are others out there that think it's perfectly all right to, you know, knock on somebody's door and say, hello, I'm from the internet, you might not know me, but I know you.
It's like when I looked at the YouTube studio thing, and it showed that these shows had a total of 24,000 viewing hours.
Yeah.
And I've got one comment on one of the shows where the guy said, "Why was this recommended to me?" And that was it.
I don't know
underneath. I don't know either. So and that's about it, you know. So it's weird. I don't know. It's
because you're getting towards towards 500 subscribers. So I mean, another 1,500, you can monetize the channel, mate.
No, 500. It's 1,000.
Has it come down?
Yeah,
it was 2,000 when I did it.
Yeah,
but there's the thing where you
want to.
It's 500 for Twitch, 1,000 for YouTube.
Yeah,
I wouldn't want to.
And
but then you need
4,000 view hours.
It's 4,000 view hours, which is
No,
that's why Kent does 12-hour shows.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. No, I wouldn't want to monetize it. I'm not bothered about that at all.
Well, as soon as you monetize it, mate, any Vangelis shit you type on or you play in your game,
Oh yeah, but
you're going down.
And any Vangelis shit.
No, you don't. I use that as a collective term, not as a derogatory term.
No, that's a Richard Hilton comment.
Yeah.
You may find that is there already an advert before it, because obviously clearly Kent isn't earning the revenue from it, but
I personally haven't seen any.
No,
adverts.
no, I don't think I have.
No, I think occasionally there are, but that's just because YouTube started doing that.
You started doing that
last year. Even if you said no adverts, they will do it nowadays.
Yeah,
but YouTube are very careful now with where they put their adverts, because your content might be deemed suitable for the advertiser, and the advertisers don't want to be associated with people effing and jeffing or whatever. So
like they started doing this thing now where they do the two adverts. They do the one advert that you can't click forward, and then they do another one after 5 seconds that you can click forward.
Yeah.
Sometimes your premium's totally worth it. You get rid of all the ads, and you have mobile use where you can mute the phone, screen the video. Premium's totally worth it.
Yeah, I must admit, I'm toying with the idea of going premium on YouTube anyway, simply because of these adverts. And both me and Fiona seem to view a lot of stuff on YouTube.
Yeah, well, we all do to some extent, I think.
Yeah,
not just the regular content that we see from everybody in the community, but other stuff as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
Do you know what? I was thinking about this the other day. My son doesn't watch TV at all. not broadcast television.
Yeah.
You know, he'll watch YouTube, he'll watch something on Netflix, he'll watch something on Disney or whatever. But it's not the way we used to consume TV back in the day. You know, where it was, you know, at the time the only sort of form of visual entertainment.
You used to have to wait for it to come around.
Exactly.
As well.
Yeah. And even my daughter, I mean, she's only a little bit older than my son, but she'll watch. She likes EastEnders. Go figure. And that's it. That's the only thing she'll come down to actually watch. And to be honest, she could watch that on iPlayer. So,
I mean,
telly's just not a thing for them.
No, actually, my two lads, because my two are 31 and 32, and neither of them have. I think they have a TV license. Actually, I think they bought a TV license, but they don't watch broadcast TV. They watch Netflix. They watch Prime. Because and actually between them, they've got something where they've got Prime. They're both in London with their partners, and they watch iPlayer and Channel 4's iPlayer, you know, and all that sort of stuff. So they never watched live TV.
I guess I'm conditioned because of my age. I guess you guys will probably feel the same. But scheduled broadcast TV is kind of is kind of a thing that there are times in the day when actually I'm appreciative of sitting down and being served a bunch of stuff at the same time every day. You know, like at lunchtime, I'll go downstairs, bargain hunt, the news, and Doctors. Right, that's my lunch.
No, I don't watch Doctors.
If I start my lunch late, then I'll watch Doctors because it's just so rubbish. I just watch it, for the shit acting.
But in general, a lot of appointment TV's dead these days. So just that's it.
Well, there's still a few things that me and Fiona will seek out to watch, but 9 times out of 10 we're doing it on catch up or recording it off the Virgin box. Never when it was actually broadcast. So we still we'll go out of our way to watch Broken Wood.
What's Broken Wood?
Broken Wood is a sort of like a police thing, but it's set in New Zealand.
Oh, right.
It's
we got all sitting on their dicks.
Yeah, we got into it 3 or 4 years ago, and sort of we just follow it. We like it. All the rugby games, they've always been pre-recorded. We'll watch them if and when.
Yeah.
Without trying to make sure we don't see what the scores are. And but Monday nights we will do the Mastermind Only Connect
quiz night.
Open University.
Yeah, we don't do Mastermind, but we do the two.
Yeah, we're not doing Mastermind so much now, but definitely Only Connect and Open University.
Definitely, yeah.
And if we don't walk away with at least 20 questions we got to write in Open University under our belt, we're very pissed off for the rest of the week.
We don't get that far. We don't count, but
we started counting only a couple of weeks ago, to be fair.
All right.
Before we used to see if we could answer them.
We usually do 10, I would have said.
But do you know what the silly thing is, and this is again a sign of our age, me and my wife anyway, is that when there are programs on broadcast telly, so like for example, Casualty on a Saturday night, which I don't know why, but I kind of like it. But you've got serials like Bloodlands currently at Sunday at 9 o'clock, and you've got something else on the Monday at 9 o'clock, or it's like she'll shout up to me and say, "Are you coming down? It's almost on." Like we used to do.
Yeah,
your program's on, and if I'm maybe busy, she'll pause it and wait for me. There's a step into the future. She'll pause it, but she will still wait for me to come downstairs to watch it kind of, live as it.
Yeah.
Whereas, like most of this stuff will already be on iPlayer, or so we don't have to watch anything at the time that it's scheduled. But we're so conditioned to watching certain things at the scheduled times that we just do it.
Yeah.
It's weird, and I don't know.
But it was like we had this thing with Fiona yesterday. She was watching an episode of Obi-Wan. Just watching Kenobi, right? And I wander in, and she goes, and Kenobi's just been caught. These stormtroopers have caught him, and he's in bindings and all the rest of it. And Vader is coming, and whoa, like that. And he's going to sort him out and everything like that. I said, well, that's the problem with these series. the jeopardy isn't there. She goes, what do you mean? I said, well, we know that he's not going to kill Kenobi, is he? Otherwise, he wouldn't turn up in the film.
Yeah.
I mean,
That's true.
Yeah,
He's barely even going to
that's
hurt him,
true.
right?
Yeah, exactly. He's not going to lose a limb or anything, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. I said, yeah. I said, that's the trouble with these prequels thingies. Sometimes
Yeah, but we all
it's
watched
like-
Titanic, didn't we? We knew what happened at the end.
I didn't watch Titanic.
Did you not?
No.
Also,
was a
did you
rough
really
one.
know what happened at the end? Because somebody actually survived. I mean, it was most likely that one of the characters you get introduced to survives, but you didn't quite know.
But it was.
Yeah,
it was
but
a
you
great
know
piece of
Kenobi's
filmmaking.
going to make it, don't you? It's,
Yeah, exactly.
Mm.
And it's like we're watching Andor at the moment,
Oh,
which
yeah.
is really very good. And you know that no matter what peril Cassian Andor gets into, you know he'll survive this because he's in Rogue One.
Yeah.
So but saying that, I mean Andor. So there's something that comes on Disney. What is it, on a Wednesday? I think it goes live. And yet, because that's on Disney, like my son every night, last night and tonight, are we watching Andor tonight? And we're like, no, we'll watch it on Friday, because we know it's there, because that's not broadcast telly. So we kind of accept that. But when it's something on BBC or Channel 4 or something like that, we have to be in front of the telly at the allotted time. It's weird. It really is.
Yeah, no, I don't.
Have you been watching House of Dragons?
Yeah.
No.
And Rings of Power, which is really bad. Jesus.
Well, I just think the House of Dragons started off pretty well, and then it's really gone downhill. You know,
Yeah, well, it was hard at Game of Thrones to keep momentum as well. So
I mean, but I think it's the change of
the
actors.
abrupt changes of timeline is wrong.
Yeah, I mean that's just so you spent half the episode trying to guess. So that's them.
Let's check on people.
You know, I mean, it's just, I'm nearly at the end of it now. Well, I'm saying the end of it. I think it's we're on episode 8, I think, this week.
So was that thing Fiona was watching the other night was supposed to be well before the whole Lord of the Rings.
Well, that's Rings of Power, and here's
it's
where
Rings of Power.
you say you
right.
shouldn't be surprised, but they're changing all kinds of storylines, from the Silmarillion to this like Second Age lore stuff. They're totally ruining the whole.
We were going to look at
Tolkien storyline.
because we only tend to watch 2 or 3 series at a time. When that's finished, we'll watch something else. So, and we have now got Prime because I've been gifted it for 6 months. So I will probably have a look at the Lord of the Rings thing.
It's beautiful looking because they spent $1 billion on it,
Yeah,
but they've totally ruined. They fired their Tolkien expert because he was disagreeing with them, and they're changing the histories of all these characters.
that's not good then.
And so it's like, wait a minute, this doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, we get into that usual neck of the woods where just because you throw a load of money at something,
They want to own it. I'll go and put our own spin on it.
Yeah,
Like,
and
who
it's
gave
not
you the right to
necessarily
do
going to
that?
be good because of it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Don't reinvent the wheel. It was
Yeah.
perfectly fine.
yeah.
What does the Tolkien estate think about that? Or
Of
do
course
they
they're
just
pissed,
look at-
but they already paid for it. So
Yeah,
Offer them enough money.
probably spend the money.
yep.
So I just got a bit excited. There's a new Burial release. It's just dropped.
There's a
Anyone
new
else
Labs.
like- There's
Sorry,
new Labs as well, is there?
yeah, I've just seen it now. Electronic Antique.
Oh, that
Well,
was
that's been out for a while.
that's
Is
a couple
it?
of weeks ago. Yeah.
Well, how come I just got the email now? How come they just sent me the email now?
No, I think they sent an email which is like a follow up, like
Oh, right, okay.
yeah,
I did send another one today.
Yeah,
yeah, I
that's-
got that.
So you were saying about the burial thing?
Yeah, Burial has just dropped a new EP,
Oh, right.
which is rare. So I should be listening to that in just a moment. Vinyl doesn't ship until February, but you get the digital stuff now. So I love Burial. Anyone else a Burial fan?
Yeah. No.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, yes. Not. Yeah. No.
Yeah. No.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, no.
It's midnight. That's what's happened. You see, we're at midnight now, so everything becomes really weird. So we can really start.
The
taking
shortest track of
bollocks.
this EP is 8 minutes long. The other one's 14, and the other one's 12.
So it's an album, really.
Yeah, for him, yeah.
Yeah.
I wish he'd do another album. I mean, I know he drops these little EPs and they're little gems, but the second album, Unreal, was unreal. It's just a magical thing. I've got to thank Asio Head for hitting me up to Burial some years ago.
Yeah. Just trying to remember what it was what I added to my Apple Music.
Well, there's 3 great tracks dropped today. Billy No Mates released a new single, Saboteur, something or other, which is, it's just perfect. It's so beautiful. It really is. It's just, yeah, wonderful. Then Young Fathers released the second single of their new upcoming album, and I love Young Fathers. And then this evening, just before, well, about 7 o'clock, I think it was, Sleaford Mods and Orbital have done a thing together.
Really?
Which is fan-fucking-tastic. So that is a banger. It really is. So today has been a fucking awesome day for music, for new music. Sorry, yeah, I'll shut up now.
No, don't. No, you're all right, mate.
I can't wait to listen to this Burial stuff.
Oh, I thought I'd put that one in.
My
Obviously
internet's playing up.
So, Kent, now you're feeling a little bit better. Do you have any good repair stories this week?
Let's see. Anything interesting happened this week? I did the CS80. It had 2 faults, and it took all of 11 minutes to fix it.
Yeah,
and I had to ship it all the way down from Glasgow, and it took me 11 minutes. Yeah, I was done, mate. Sorry. So
the price of vintage gear.
yeah, 3 broken wires. That's all it was.
Okay, I'm going to ask something controversial here. All right, it might be controversial. It might not be controversial. I don't know. So somebody just mentioned Björk in the chat, and I listened to the new album.
It's Björk, isn't it?
Am I the only person that wishes she'd go back to doing like the stuff that she did, like the first 3 or 4 albums, that had discernible melodies and beats? Because I was that's it. I was when I was waiting for Blancmange to come on. They're playing, playing something across the piano. Army of Me came on. Oh, God, it's such a brilliant tune.
All is Full as Love is a great track.
Yeah,
Isn't Army of Me the one in Locrian?
Yeah, I don't know. It's just good.
Yeah, I think
it's good. And it's like Homogenic was just
it was a great album.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
Still to this day gives me chills. Yoga, I mean, God, what a song. That is amazing. And I get her. I do get that she's pushing boundaries and stuff, but it's almost like, come on.
Yeah, you're right about those first few albums. I liked Debut, Post, Homogenic. What was that bought? Oh, I bought Biophilia and liked it less. And I think that's the last album that I actually had.
I think that's
I
kind of like Biophilia.
Yeah, that's the last physical one I bought. Well, on CD.
Volca was all right.
It's the problem that people want artists to grow and change, but then they change and go, "Oh, it sucks."
It's not so much that it sucks. She was so good at doing what she did, and it was just like you could put it on, and there was. I guess I'm looking for hooks, and I'm not hearing hooks anymore in her stuff, and that's fine. I get it. I know she's an artist, and somebody said in the chat, she's growing and she's changing. Yeah, I get that, but it's almost like she's.
I don't think it was different enough. I mean, she is an experimental artist, and exactly. Great the fact that she's an experimental artist. But I have to say that certainly, all I've listened to off this new album was Six Music played a couple of tracks, and I thought, but it didn't make me want to go, oh, I need to listen to the album. My instant response was, that's not really any different to stuff I've heard recently of her. So maybe it's controversial, but we're together on this, Robbie.
Like when Tangerine Dream did Cyclone with flutes and vocals, people went, what is this?
Well, that's all right. I mean,
No, but that's also because it's very boring. It sounded a bit like an electronic prog album, but rather than.
Right, but it was
something that would normally
different, right? They're trying different territories.
Yeah, well, I mean, and the one thing you can say about David Bowie is that no two albums are really the same. He always changed,
Yeah.
and he got it wrong sometimes. Let's face it, Tin Machine wasn't really that great, but you
Controversial. I quite like Tin Machine.
I tried. I really tried to like Tin Machine, but I didn't get it. That's maybe
the
me.
early 90s, I really don't.
No, but I mean, and some of the
then-
albums that people don't like, what's the one with
Oh, oh.
Loving the Alien? Is it called Loving the Alien? Which is that one?
What? Sorry. Yeah.
Yeah, I really liked that album, which didn't do that well.
Well, I remember myself very popular with Duran Duran when I would say that I quite like Pop Trash at Medevaland for being weird,
Mm.
and that I couldn't give a fuck about Rio.
Oh, Rio isn't a good album.
I was actually having a conversation with somebody yesterday about Seven and the Ragged Tiger, and how amazing that album is.
Yeah, I
And-
love the first album, and
Oh, the first album was great.
Wedding Album's a good album.
What about Arcadia? Do you like that?
Yes.
Loved Arcadia.
Yeah, in fact,
Well, that was
bought Arcadia on vinyl, which is rare for me.
Yeah, I've
Yeah.
got that.
Yeah.
But the conversation I was having was like, the first album, good. Rio, better. Seven and the Ragged Tiger, brilliant. Then they did Power Station and Arcadia, and both of those were really, really good.
I like Power Station as well. I've got that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then obviously Arena came out after Seven, but then the next album was Notorious.
What was the one? Just the really weird, sort of almost avant-garde album. I got that on CD. That was much later.
Medevaland.
Is it? No, I don't think it was.
That is like, well, that's in my opinion the
It
weirdest.
you had covers. I think it had some covers on it.
Oh yes. I forget that.
They did some of those live. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the one with white lines on it and everything, wasn't it?
Yeah.
What was that?
I'd forgotten they'd done White Lines, and then they started playing it in the concert. I was like, what?
Yeah.
Was that the one before the Wedding album?
No, I think it was later because it was when they were in the. They seemed to be a bit lost at the time,
I'll find out. Oh, you probably
Yeah,
don't know.
yeah. Who gets there first?
I'll let you do it. I can't be bothered.
Right. Okay.
They needed some Oblique Strategies cards.
Yeah, they did. Yeah.
But actually, the last album I quite liked.
Thank you. It was Thank You, I think. Was it Thank
Right,
You?
yeah,
it
yeah,
was Thank
that's
You.
it,
Yeah,
yeah.
that's it. I remember the cover. Yeah. Yeah, it's all covers, isn't it? Yeah, because this isn't there a Watching the Detectives by the Elvis Costello song. Yeah.
Yes, one
Did that album do
outside
well?
is-
The covers album?
Nah.
No.
No. And
They-
it's,
I'd never even
Green
heard
period.
it, so I didn't.
it's not great from and Bradley. I haven't listened to it for a long time. I've got it on CD.
Today has been a good day musically.
Mm.
And Stephen Gerrard has quit. Sorry.
Yeah, have you read the interview with Andy Partridge in the Guardian
Quit
today?
what?
I saw that. I saw it come up on my Apple News. I'll have a read of that later. I'm a big XTC fan.
I used to love XTC. Do you ever see that it's on YouTube, that where they record, I can't remember what album they're recording, but they're in the studio.
Oh, is that when they got the Amiga and stuff?
Yeah.
Doing lots of, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's really fascinating because I mean they're really down to was it, I can't remember who's producing it, but clearly they were just taking the piss out of the producer all the time.
Wasn't Gus Dudgeon, was it?
It may well have been.
Yeah. Because that's the thing with XTC, you've got like Colin Moulding
Yeah.
and Andy Partridge, who are just two brilliant. When you got two, it's almost like the Beatles because you've got two brilliant songwriters.
Yeah. Yeah.
They were great. Where were they from?
They're from
Swindon,
Swindon.
Oh, wow.
West
Yeah.
Country. Yeah.
Yeah. But
They're
great, absolutely superb.
Yeah, I love that stuff.
Yeah. I never really got into their sort of, what is it, the sort of the other the other band that they did the
So
sort
the
of
Dukes of Stratosphere.
Dukes of Stratosphere. I have listened
Yeah.
to it, but I just
It's
never.
yeah.
It didn't really float my boat. But
It was like an off, like
it
an
was,
outlet valve,
yeah.
wasn't it? for
Yeah,
them,
it
you
was.
know?
Yeah.
But I've been picking up as they've been released the Blu-ray special editions, where they've got the album and then instrumental mixes, and it's all done in 5.1 as well by Stephen Wilson. But not only that, but they throw in. I mean, it's like having a box set on the Blu-ray disc. So there's all these, other tracks, B-sides, remixes, and demos and stuff. They're really great collections of all the stuff from that particular era. So I think they've done about 5 now. So None Such, I think, Oranges and Lemons. But they can only do them as Andy finds all the multi-tracks.
Right.
And some of the multi-tracks just aren't around. So I think English Settlement is the one that people keep wanting, but it's not available.
I mean, that was my favourite album by them. You know.
Yeah, I mean, it's like None Such. I didn't really like None Such at the time. I liked it, but it didn't blow me away. But then revisiting it some years later, and I think my musical, ear had matured.
Yeah, exactly. It does, doesn't it?
And all of a sudden it was just like, oh my god, how did I not think this was the most wonderful thing in the world? Because it really is.
Yeah, when I was a kid, I had a mixtape of XTC, The Jam, and Talk Talk, and I played it to death.
Oh yeah, 3 great bands.
Which Talk album?
I can't remember. I just remember the
The
individual.
early stuff or the
Yeah, because I used to pull stuff off and just make mixtapes. So you forget the albums, right?
Yeah. But I mean, being a massive Talk fan, even the first album I actually still love. I'm still playing.
Oh, they're great. Yeah.
I like the first album, but I can't remember anything of it. I can play it again. It's just like it just goes in one year, comes out the other.
Yeah. It's My Life, isn't it?
No, It's My Life. The second one. That's amazing.
Second one, sorry, yes, because what's the first one called?
Talk. I thought.
Talk.
Is it just called Talk?
Yeah.
Yeah, but the second one is amazing. The entire first side of that album. Because, we have Damn Damn Girl, Sexual Shame.
Yeah.
Renee.
Renee
My
is such
Life.
a great song. Yeah.
Renee definitely hints at what it's going, what we're
Where
going to do
we're
later.
going, yeah.
Also, playing Simmons toms chromatically.
The Ben Wardle's book on Mark Hollis is brilliant. I really liked it. I mean, Mark Hollis doesn't necessarily come out as a particularly nice guy, depending on who you talk to, but you really get an insight into how some of those records were made.
Yeah.
And the fact that it was always based around drums. Started with drums. He would they'd record it, and then he would go off and do the lyrics and the melody, the vocal melody, which is just incredible. How
Yeah, it's backwards, isn't it? Really?
It is backwards. Yeah.
Well, you say that. Think about Renee. That is just drums.
We've mentioned Talk.
Yeah.
Couldn't let you talk about all this without.
Yeah.
You could, but you just won't.
Do I like Talk? Fuck.
Do you know the guys in Talk, Ty?
No, I don't. Fuck no, I wish I did.
Well, the guys, come on, it's Mark Hollis and a few others.
It's Mark Hollis, basically.
Mark Hollis.
He's not here anymore.
He's not here.
No, Talk, fucking amazing, man. I just think my best friend at uni, he did his final thesis on Talk, and basically how they developed into what they did by the time they're doing Life and Stock and Spirit of Eden and whatever, from the first album and following through on
how it went completely backwards from rather than the artist becoming the pop thing. They went from pop to become the art.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So, Talk are one of those bands. I tell you another band. It's a bit like me and Depeche, really, in that I can go for years and not listen to anything, and then I'll go and listen to just one track, and it's just like fuck. And I've got to go and listen to every single album, every track, and I literally just live and breathe them for like a month, and then I don't listen to anything again for.
Robert's already got this, but you need to listen to that time.
What is it?
This is Held by Trees,
I've got
Solace. Oh, have you got
Yeah,
it?
yeah, I got it. So I think we spoke about it a couple of
Oh,
months
did-
ago.
did
You
we?
mentioned it, and I went and
Yeah.
ordered it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So,
But
it
there's only
is,
one
it's
thing
just, it is. It's just a bit. It's a bit. I know what you mean, but it's not. It's kind of, but it's not.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
That's it. It's kind of, but it's
Yeah.
not. And the problem is
It's
that
a homage, and he admits it.
It
I mean,
is,
I've done
you know.
an interview with a guy, and
Yeah.
I just haven't put it out yet because I need to top and tail it. But it's
you
a
know.
homage, and he says that. But
I'm not being disrespectful. It's okay. But it's like, for me, it would be like
Girls
like
in
buying
Balloon.
a Aldi version of beans rather than Heinz baked bean. Do you know what I mean? And I'm not belittling it.
No,
It's
no,
just I'm
no.
sitting there going, I'd rather just have the real thing, you know. But
But there are only 3 of those albums, and it's nice
Yeah,
to have
that-
another one that goes in that direction.
At least it's not a Gwen Stefani cover of Talk Talk.
are you including the Matt Hollis album in there, Robert? Because that's
Yeah.
yeah, the
Although-
Mark
although, I mean, although-
Color of Spring.
No, Color of Spring it's like has like
that's
normal
the mid.
production on
That's
it.
half. No,
Well,
you
Color of
can't.
Spring is half. It
It is. It's
it-
the mid. It's the midway house. It's the.
Yeah.
It can't decide what it wants to be. And is it pop or is it? It's a brilliant album, a fucking amazing album, but it's not. It's the one in the middle basically. But Tim Free
Well-
Screen, honestly, he's
Have you heard his latest album? Sorry.
Tim
He's
Free
just-
Screen.
Yeah, he's just put an album out.
No, I
'Cause, you know,
haven't.
he-
I'd say because the
he used
last
to-
one, the last album I did that was his solo album. I have to say it was that classic example of great in terms of technique and arrangement and production, but can't write a decent song. That was the last thing I heard. Is this one any different?
Not really. No, I mean, I have a listen. I mean, because he used to go out as Heliogram, was it? Helio something. Helio. So anyway, but he is going out under his own name now, and he has done for the last couple of albums. It's not there.
Yeah.
Really. You know.
I'd say. Do you know what? I'd say. Does anyone remember Brian Kennedy?
You played left back for Liverpool in '74.
Brian Kennedy.
Brian
No.
Kennedy. He was an Irish singer-songwriter who. So we're talking about in the very early '90s, and he basically did his first solo album was produced by Tim Free Screen, and
Right.
oh my god, I mean Brian Kennedy's got the most incredible voice anyway, and they're quite folky songs,
Right.
but the production is all typical Tim Free Screen, and it's a beautiful album. It's a absolutely beautiful album.
Is
And
it
then-
the first album?
Yeah, the very
Great,
first album.
Great War of Words. Is that
That's the one. That's the one.
one? Right. I need to listen to that then.
Fucking, it's just a beautiful album. I mean, it's very traditional. It's very traditional, but good singer-songwriter.
Yeah. No.
And his voice is incredible. And then obviously what the record company did, and it's so obvious what the record company did, was just turn around and go, okay, we've invested a good bit of money in you, and the first album sold okay, but we want some big hits on this. So basically turn around and went, go and write some singles, go and write some pop songs. And that was it. And that was literally the end of Brian Kennedy's career, because he released about another 6-7 albums after
Yeah,
that,
there's a few, yeah.
all of which unbelievably commercial, all have dance beats, all have... And Tim Free Screen obviously had nothing to do with it.
No.
It was basically Tim Free Screen got the boot. He was just like, yeah, stop being arty, fuck off. We're going to get fucking someone shitting that knows how to program a 909. And that was it. And from me, Brian Kennedy, because I still bought it because I love his voice, but every album since then, he's done loads, has been shit. But that first one, The Great War of Words, it's basically you can just tell it's Tim Free Screen. It's gorgeous.
But the sad thing is that stuff makes money.
Yeah, but this is the problem. This is fuck money. This is
Yeah.
why I always turn. This is why I always turn around and say that all of the artists who are my favorite artists, none of them have ever won an award. They've never won recognition. Not there's no recognition, but they've never bowed to what the record companies wanted, because and I always say this: I always say this, and everyone always goes, "Oh yeah, but you can." Money is fucking. Money is shit. Money causes so much bollocks to so many people, and within the arts, people strive to make money, and for the quality music, it's shit. It's like you could turn around and quite rightly say I'm a fucking hypocrite, because why am I writing this crap that I'm writing now through all the night? I'm writing it because it's making me money.
Yeah.
But the reality is, the quality of the music that I'm writing for this, is this the same quality I'd be writing if I was writing it for no money? Absolutely, of course it's not. I can't write what I really want to write.
Plus,
But you will be soon.
I will be soon.
You will be
I will be
soon.
soon. No, I will be soon.
Yeah.
Genuinely, I will be soon. Yeah, absolutely. But at the moment, this is just done for money, and so it's shit though.
That's how you pay for your CS80.
Gotta pay for it somehow. Yeah.
Well,
So
I need that album, Ty, so I'll have a listen to that tomorrow.
honestly, it's beautiful, and
Yeah.
some of the songs in it will just. And his voice is it's a thing of beauty. It's an absolute thing of beauty. But yeah, talk, love talk.
Oh,
I mean, it's just so great to hear you talking about all. I mean, I know they're all our bands because we're that age.
Yeah.
But bands that never.
They're also good too. So
No, they're great. They're great songs. It's like, does anyone remember Classics Nouveau?
I do.
Yes.
Oh my god, I was a huge
Sal,
Classics
what
Nouveau.
was his name?
Sal Solo.
Sal Solo.
Bald-headed
Yeah.
Sal. Yeah.
Yeah, I was so into Classics Nouveau. Yeah.
I remember their first single, and that was it. That was just like after that. Didn't
Really?
Yeah.
You see, the problem was
I've never bought singles. I bought the album.
Yeah, I never bought. Well, I did at the very beginning. I bought singles because I couldn't afford albums, but I did. Do you know the problem is that the song that you're on about, Rob, which you probably think is, what was the really famous one?
Is It a Dream?
Is It a Dream? That wasn't
Right.
their first single. That was from the second album. Their
Okay.
first album, was, so much better. But again, it's that thing of full well the record company had gone, come on, write some hits.
Yeah.
It's all about, it's really sad with all of those bands. But yeah, God, we
Yeah,
do
but
so
apparently Mark Hollis would never buy around. In the pub.
really.
Yeah.
Do you know I still haven't
according
read the book? I
to-
still
You
haven't
need,
read
have
the
you
book.
got it? Have you?
I've got it. But
Yeah,
I've never
it's a
had a
good read.
chance
It's
to
an
read
easy
it.
read.
Yeah.
But it's I like I say, it doesn't come up of it that well, but it does depend who Matt Waddle,
Yeah.
not Matt, Ben Waddle talked to,
Yeah.
But no, I enjoyed it, and I'll probably reread it,
Yeah.
But
No,
it's
I
definitely,
got it. I just haven't had. Oh my god, I've
Yeah.
got so many.
Yeah.
Because same with you, Rob. I all the books that the other week, you turn around and thought, oh, I've got this book. I've just got this book's just arrived, and I've ordered them all. I bought them all, and they're all just piled up.
Yeah, me too.
I've got
yeah.
that one. I've got the Carl Hyde one.
Yeah.
I've got the
Which one?
Julian Cope
I Am
one.
Dog Boy.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I've got
I've got
Julian
that,
Cope
yeah.
one. I've got the one about the New
That's-
Romantics.
I want to. Yeah, that New Romantics one looks really good.
Yeah, they're all just piled up, waiting for me to
Yeah.
find time to read.
Was
The
it-
only, I was
No,
going
go
to say, the only book that I've kind of read the last book I read that of that kind of thing about that I really liked was, but this was before it came out. Thomas Dolby did a thing, his whatever that one is.
oh, that's
One
a
of
great
the-
book.
Yeah.
That's
We talked
but-
about that the other day.
Yeah, but
Uh,
they when he originally came out about 4 years ago, and it got
Yeah.
no push at all. And now it seems to have been. I think it's been gone into reprint or something.
They've
but I read
reprinted.
it.
I think they might have added a little bit to it as well. But
Have
that's,
they?
that's the
And
one
you
I
said
got. I
that,
think.
didn't you? Sam?
I
Yeah.
think I don't quote me on that, but yeah, I picked it up recently as well.
Yeah, but I read that years ago when it very first
Yeah, I
came
read
out.
it
It was
years ago.
a brilliant book.
Hmm.
Yeah,
Speed of Sound. That was it.
Speed Sound, yeah.
Yeah,
but yeah, another one, Thomas Dolby. Fuck, I mean,
it's a great book. Is that? And it's well. And
did I tell you he was another one that I've always said never meet your heroes. I mean, no, I've always said do meet your heroes because they've always been nice. And Thomas Dolby was the only one that I was a bit kind of, yeah. To be fair, I think I said before I caught him at the wrong time. It's just before he was going to go on stage, and of course we knew mutual people, and they turned and went, "Oh yeah, Thomas will be fine. Yeah, come into the dressing room, have a chat with Tom." And of course, just as they're about to go on, like literally 20 minutes to go on, it's never a good time.
No.
And the last thing he wants to do is fucking talking to me. But we've got lots of mutual friends, so he was absolutely fine. He wasn't rude, he wasn't anything, and we were talking about our mutual friends, and it's fine. But you know, you just got that feeling of I wanted him to be amazing because it's Thomas fucking Dolby, and I wanted him to be just fucking awesome, and he was just a bit, you know.
I almost met him. I went to that Union Chapel concert he did about 10 years ago.
Well, I was there. Do you remember? We keep saying this.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, well, I was there.
And I went back to the bar afterwards, and you know, I think they said at the show that you know that they were going to be, you know, the band would sort of come through. So I thought, oh yeah, go. So I went there and I had a couple of drinks, and they still hadn't come through. And I was catching a train. The last train out of Liverpool Street was like 11:30 or something, and I was, you know, in Islington and had to get across London to get this train home, and so I had to leave early, and he hadn't come out by then. But by all accounts, I spoke to somebody else that was there, and they said, oh yeah, about 5 minutes after you left, he came, oh, fucking hell. But I did meet my hero, one of my biggest heroes, Green Gartside, and I've probably told this story 1,000 times, when he popped down to the bar after his show at the Roundhouse, and my wife, who up to that point had not been a Scritti Politti fan, but she saw the gig and was like, oh! And Green comes in, and my wife accosts him while I'm at the bar getting drinks. And so when I come back, he stood there, like he's holding 2 pints, you know, one for him, one for somebody else, and I go completely cotton-mouthed. And just blurt something like, thank you for everything, sort of thing.
I love you.
I love you. And he said, oh, I'm glad you enjoyed the show, and all this kind of, you know, usual bollocks. And he said, I'm gonna like, a bit like Lisa Simpson in that episode. So, I'm going to go over here now. And he sort of did that thing. So I went to shake his hand, and of course he'd got 2 pints of beer, so he offered me his finger. And I shook it.
You did not.
I did.
Oh,
I did. And there are witnesses.
You twat.
I know, because literally, as I'm doing this, I'm just wanting the ground to swallow me up.
That's amazing.
I go see him next Friday.
Oh yes, you said with the Mekons, yeah.
So I'll say hi. I say, remember Rob?
Yeah,
You shook his
that fucking twat.
The finger shaker.
Oh.
Wow. That's a low.
Yeah, I had much better success with Gamson. So
Just a bit.
Oh, that's interesting there. Ken?
That's the weird Cape Timberwolf.
Yes.
What do you need a CR78 for?
everybody needs a CR78.
Don't you have enough in the garage?
Is it working? Obviously, no, it can't be. They've just sent it to you. So.
It's one of those down the road for $1,200.
Yeah, get it.
Yeah, if I just had $1,200.
Oh, you cunt. No, I don't want it. No. Got a European plug on it.
It's what?
Got a European plug on
it. Have you got an adapter? Must be. You must have.
Probably.
Somewhere.
Yeah, it means getting up again.
Talking. You've just reminded me. There's a. Oh no! Should I talk about this? There's something on the Vemia auction. No, it's on the Vemia auction, and it's at the moment. It's a good. No, you see, that's what I'm worried about. You will.
I won't.
You will just to spite me.
No, I wouldn't. Yeah, because that's me. That's me all over.
Exactly. That's what I'm not going to tell. But no, I just remembered it, and it's got a European plug-in. I thought, oh, that. But I'll buy it.
What is it?
I'm not sure.
Honestly, I'm not going to.
No, we guarantee we won't buy it.
No, you will. No, you will. You will. You will.
Okay.
He can afford it. I can't afford it, but I'm not going to buy it.
No, the thing is that it's cheap.
It's definitely not on my watch list. So.
Where's it, Rob?
No, I'm not. No.
Yes,
I promise you, Rob.
No, because when that how you built it up. When I do say, you go, oh fucking hell.
Really?
So even if I do, I've just promised I'm not going to buy it. So even if I miss out on it, it's fine. I'm not.
Well, there's two things. There's a 700S.
Yeah.
the starting price is very good, but it probably won't stay that way.
What's the starting price?
$750.
But there's also a Yamaha V50,
Oh, why would I buy either of those?
just to spite me.
I've got a 700 and I've got one of the reissue 700Ss, so I'm not interested in those. And a V50, no disrespect, but fuck off.
No disrespect, but fuck off. No disrespect, but fuck off. No, not seen it.
What's it on for? Are they good price?
The V50 starting price of 190,
Yeah,
which is not bad.
That's the starting price.
Yeah,
You mark.
but it's a V50, so
Get set.
who else? Yeah, but
What's the 700?
Peter's description, right? The 700 is 750.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah.
But the description that Peter's put up for the V50 is not exactly the sort of synth I would have expected this seller to have owned. So I'm just thinking, who's that seller then?
Hans.
It doesn't make any mention of it. But it's in really good nick as well. But it's got a European plug, but that's not a problem. But yeah, I really kind of fancy one of those.
I mean, once you have a DX1 or DX5, why would you even want that except for the rhythm part?
It's just, cause.
No,
Yeah, I was going to say.
get the DX9. You
Come on,
need to
Hans.
get. You really need the DX9 so
No,
you
the
can have a full
DX9
stack of DX1, DX5, DX7, DX9 in one stack with a QX1 to the side. Because
No, the DX9 is literally at the bottom of the list. I will get one, but it will be the last thing that I ever get in terms of a
One that just goes cheap at some point.
Yeah. No, because the TX816 is the next thing, but that's proving to be awkward because it's in America.
So
and
you're after.
it's not cheap.
So Rob, you're after a 700S.
I would love a 700 or a 700S because that was the very first
I've got a 700.
synthesizer.
If
I
you
know.
don't get this
Everyone
one-
seems. He's got one. We've all
You
got
can have
one.
it- if
I've
you-
just got the software one, but
Well,
it
I
was
can
the
tell you
first.
for fact. I can
Is
tell
yours
you
a
for fact.
700S time or an S?
Well, no,
or-
the reissue I've got the new
Oh,
one.
right.
I've got the 700S, and then the original I've got is the
Original
700.
yeah.
The 700 is, and Kent will very much vouch for this. What condition is my 700 in? Do you remember?
No.
Oh God!
Did
here
I
we
ever
go.
see it?
Oh, for fuck's sake! Okay,
Give us a
The
fucking
700
clue.
the 700 has had totally new woodwork, totally
Oh,
new
wow.
metalwork. Do you remember? Totally new metalwork, totally new woodwork, and Kent completely gave it the once over. It's literally like it came from the shop. It's
Wow.
immaculate.
I mean, mine could probably do with a service at some time. But
Well, Kent serviced mine, and it's
yeah, I
totally
mean,
new
I-
metalwork, totally new woodwork.
Yeah. In fairness,
see-
they
but
all do.
I'm not going to sell mine. Mine,
Has this
mine-
stuff
only
just
reason
turned up, Kent?
Pardon?
Has
Yeah.
this stuff just turned up?
Yeah. I'm just
At
seeing-
what? Midnight?
Yeah. They just drop them off, mate. seeing what they are.
It's another world, isn't it?
well,
Yeah.
they see the spawn show is going, so it's just,
Do you know what's funnier? Is there is nothing wrong with these. They're
why have
going
you got
through
them
on commission, but they want me to. Oh, can you just check it over? Which means put some switch cleaner in the volume pot. No. And I'll do that. It's 25 quid a unit.
James
Rob,
back
if you want to
from,
fill out your FM, you got to get
Xenon.
a Philips PMC 100.
No, I don't want one of them.
So what is it?
what have you got
Yeah,
there?
but what's
Timberwolf?
What's in the box? What's in the box? Come on. Jesus. You're shit at unwrapping things. I bet Christmas is really fucking slow at your place, isn't it?
Yeah, I do it one bit of tape at a time.
He's conserving for rewrapping.
And yeah, you don't want to tear that, just in case you have to send it back. Nope. No, the 700. I'm pretty sure is because the 700 didn't have anything on that top panel, did it?
No, it doesn't have
Yes,
the extra.
it's beautiful wood. I mean,
Yeah.
Yeah, well, actually, mine isn't because somebody
I
put a
can't
bloody.
remember.
Cut,
whether
I've
it
got
was
a cut
700
mark
or
on mine.
700. All I know is that I walked into this high school. So my high school years, I went to 3 different high schools between 1981 and 1986.
Expulsion is a bugger.
You wish. No, parents that fucking divorced. So on the 3rd one, because I'd got really into the drums, and I went straight to the music department and said, "Do you have a drum kit?" And they said, "Oh yeah, it's like in the box over there." And it was a shit drum kit. But next to it in this box was a Korg 700. And I can't remember. I'm pretty sure it was the S. Pretty sure it was. And I was like, "Oh my god, it's a synth." I'd never seen really, a synthesizer in real life. It just didn't mix in those circles. In the middle of fucking nowhere here. So it was just magazines and stuff. What's he got there? It's fucking 808.
808.
Look at that.
Yeah, but that's the cover.
Oh god. And there it is.
There you go. Hey.
Look at that, baby.
Cool.
So yeah, the 700 is a very special thing because it was
Well, it is
that was
for
when I
me.
just sat down and heard a synth and played a synthesizer in real life.
I mean,
I was bitterly disappointed to start with, but then I kind of
well, exactly. Without any effects, it's pretty.
You have to work
Pretty,
it.
yeah, you do have to work it. I mean, I bought mine for 150 quid in 70, whatever it was. I had to give the guy. I bought it at a local music shop. I had to give a deposit, and then get the money together for the following week to pay for it. Because I was about to join this band that had just signed an album deal. And I bought it because I needed a synth to go and do the audition with the band.
Yeah.
And got the gig in the band. But and I should never have sold it. I sold it in the early 90s for double what I paid for it. About 300 quid at the time. And then bought that bloody thing back for 600.
Yeah.
But that one's been modded. It's got some weird CV thing on the back of it.
No, I've got that on mine.
Have you? Have you ever
Yeah,
used it?
No.
I tried it. It just doesn't make sense to me.
No, I've got the same mod, but
Yeah.
Well, you need a linear CV converter.
You know what? Sorry.
Well, one that does hertz volts rather than volts per octave.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, apparently this one on Vemia's got the CV mod.
I should.
But
look into
also,
that then.
did it disable the note repeat, or does the note repeat still work?
Note repeat works on mine.
Because of a stupid way or interesting way that Korg did the keyboard, quite a few CV retrofits make the note repeat not work, because basically the way the keyboard works is it's CV and gate in one voltage,
Right.
and then the note repeat just turns that voltage on and off. That goes into the top of the keyboard to then get divided down.
Right.
It was almost there,
That-
Ken.
that sounded great in my
Sounded
ear.
crunchy.
Yeah,
It was
yeah.
Wonderful.
Left ear only.
I thought it was. I've just got the thing that came up with. There's a problem with your computer, and I thought it was. That.
Oh well, good luck with those anyway, Rob. Is it Vimeo this week? Is it? I don't know.
No, it's a couple of weeks. It's
2
November
weeks.
the 11th.
I have to be in the mood for it. And I'm not in the mood for it at the moment.
You ever seen one with a sync light on it?
Well, no way.
Yeah. On the start stop button.
Mm-hmm.
You've got a sync light. If you can see that at all.
Yeah.
Not sync, in sync.
All right.
Clever.
Never known that.
No,
You learn new things from Kent every day.
that might be a mod.
What, as opposed to a rocker?
As opposed to a mod. This one definitely is going to.
Well, I suppose I love the way I'm sitting here talking like this. Honestly, I am genuinely going to be up all night. I've got so much to do, and instead I'm thinking, no, I'll just sit and talk.
Yeah, just sit and talk to us, man.
Yeah.
Who cares about work? Who cares
It is a
about
lot
work?
more fucking fun, but it's just I sat there watching it while you were talking about talking Duran Duran. I'm thinking,
Yeah.
oh, I've got to input here. even if it's Collins.
Sorry, what, where?
Let Jimbo in.
Oh no,
So-
because this
oh,
now
so-
looks bad
so-
because I'm about to ease it up.
So Ty, who is the biggest? Who is the
hang on.
biggest
I'm on the wrong camera.
Talk fan between you and me? Put my hand up now.
Oh, okay, you go for it. You can have it. Who's the biggest David Sylvian fan?
Oh, that must be you. Although I am a fan, certainly. But you must be the biggest Ultravox fan.
He's paid to be.
I'm paid to be.
Yeah, I know. I'm not talking about your relationship with Mitch. I'm just saying, but before that.
No.
you
Yeah,
know,
yeah.
you know.
Yeah, it's.
I like the Fripp and Sylvian stuff.
I ordered exercises.
Oh, you see, I have to say no.
One of my
I'll go.
favourite albums. What was the double album that David Sylvian did?
Gone to Earth.
That is
Gone
an
to Earth.
awesome album.
The Gone to Earth, honestly.
I play that a
that's-
lot.
Gone
Still,
to
yeah.
Earth is in my. You know, everyone has their Desert Island albums.
Yeah.
Gone to Earth is absolutely in my Desert Island
Yeah.
album. It's fuck me. God, both of the twats.
Hello, darling.
Oh, has the email just finished?
Yeah, of course
Well,
it has.
I've had to drive an hour back
No,
from
it's
Derby.
still going on.
Still going on.
Yeah,
Still
there's just
going on, we
cardboard
just
cutouts
walked
of them there.
Yeah. Yeah, we're missing the cardboard cutouts from our studios.
But
See,
can I
everybody
just-
needs a cardboard. I mean, I've got.
I-
Sorry, go
I
on,
am-
Ty.
I am going to go, but I just need to leave you with this. Talking from what Andy was saying about the Robert Fripp stuff with David Sylvian.
Yeah.
The album, if you ever get a chance to listen to this, is that so the actual album. What happened was when Robert Fripp and David Sylvian did. Oh fuck! What was it called now? I can't remember what it's called now. But they did an album together, and David Sylvian, because he's such a control freak, essentially, the album wasn't mixed how he wanted it to be mixed.
Is it Arshana or something like that? Is it?
No, that was, I think it was one of the tracks from it.
Oh.
I think. Anyway, so he wasn't mixed how he wanted it to mix. Then they went and did the live show, and when they did the live version of it, David Sylvian mixed it how he wanted it to mix, which isn't much of a story itself. But when they did the live show, the opening track,
909. Sorry.
the opening track, and he basically David Sylvian did a track at the top and a track at the end of the show, just David Sylvian, and those two tracks you can only get on the album. It's called Damage. On that, it's a live album, but it's worth buying the entire album for the opening track and the closing track, which are basically just David Sylvian, and I think it's like an M1 or something, or it's just a random synth. But they are the most beautiful, beautiful, beautiful two pieces of music, and they're the only way to get them on a live album.
Right.
The album's called Damage, but yeah, if you ever get a
From
chance,
'93.
yeah, that's the one. But don't buy the. Yeah, I'm not so keen on the studio album, but the live album with these two extra tracks are amazing.
So Royal Albert Hall, it says.
There you go.
So,
Anyway,
Luke-
and I am.
Yeah, you
leave
rude
now,
bastard.
sorry.
You're about
Yeah,
to fuck
fuck
off
off,
now,
go on.
aren't you?
Yeah.
Oh, I can make him fuck off quickly.
I love you too, Ty.
Yeah, cheers, Jim. Well, look, you make up for my absence rather well, so I will. I'll disappear.
I take that very personally.
Put on the red light and start swearing. There you go.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah, you're as big a wanker as I am, so you
Oh,
can
thank you.
Take the post.
Oh
So,
god.
have a great one. I may pop it if you're still going,
Soon,
much
soon.
longer. I may pop in later when I need a coffee break. So, meanwhile, I've got fucking work to
keep
do.
going.
So, have a good one. See you later.
Bye. Cheers, Ty.
Bye, guys. See you later.
Cheers, matey.
How much would all that come together then?
A lot. A fuck ton. I think
Was it a 2K for an 808 at the moment, or is it even more?
808, 909 and a CR78.
Yeah.
Where's the 303?
Went to a bar.
Yeah.
My friend sold his 808 for 2K about 10, 15 years ago.
Oh.
Yeah, be more than that now, isn't it?
Congratulations, Robbie, by the way.
Oh, thank you. I feel
Just, popped up.
Perked.
So
feel-
the whole problem with that DX1 was just simply the power supply, and once
Yeah.
you've got that sorted, now it's all working. All
I like the
singing, all
use of the
dancing.
word simply there.
Sorry, was,
yeah.
It has taken an
Is
age.
it working?
Yes,
Is it
it is.
working?
It's
Yeah.
working, yeah.
honestly, I think that's a,
Fuck.
Well,
that's,
I feel very disingenuous and like taking any sort of credit for it, because really it was Howard, my friend, who's the he's
Nice one, Howard.
yes, indeed, absolutely.
very well done to get a thing like that back.
So Howard's the guy whose job I replaced Howard when I started the job, my day job that I do at the moment. Howard still works for the same company. He just moved to somewhere else, and I took his space. So I spent time with Howard 10 years ago, getting to know him. We became very good friends, and we still are. And he was clearly very competent with electronics and soldering and all that kind of stuff. So when I first mentioned, I think it was a Fairlight that I'd said I needed some soldering work doing, and I was really no good at it. He said, "Oh, I'll come and do it." So he came and did that stuff, and he was more than happy because he likes his music tech maybe not so much as we do, but he's into it all. And so when this thing came into my possession, I said, yeah, it's making some funny noises. And after I'd been to Kent's with the boards and we tested the boards and the boards are all fine, we determined that it must be the power supply. So he comes and he takes the power supply out and he has a look at it and he said, so let me take it away and I'll test it. And I gave him all the schematics and everything. And bless him, he tested everything and he found one component that was not working to spec and replaced that, and that revealed another couple of bits that weren't doing what they should be doing. So basically he just worked through the whole power supply and replaced everything that needed replacing. And obviously finding some of these components these days is a little more difficult than it normally would have been, but he managed to find something that matched. He tried to match the components that Yamaha was specifying in their schematics and got pretty damn close. Anyway, he brought it over about a month or two ago and said that should do it, and we put it in, and whereas before it was powering up and making horrible noises without pressing any of the keys, this time it wasn't even powering up, it just didn't. So it revealed, and it turns out that one of the traces had lifted off the board or something. So anyway, he sorted that out, and then he sorted all the other missing components, and
It works.
he sent me a message on Monday saying the final bits are here and I've put them in and I've tested it, and every output is outputting the correct voltages, because it's got this weird voltage. Like most synths will have +5 -5 or +15 -15, all sort of fairly standard numbers, but the DX1 has got 1.8 volts. Can't remember what it goes to, but it's this 1.8 volt thing, and that was the one that was spitting out like 0.1 volt or something. And he said, "Oh, it's all done, and I'll come over one day this week." And I said, "Yeah, anytime, as long as it's not Friday." And he popped over. He's here about 6:45 tonight,
I
and
think we've got a spammer.
It looks like we know what's wrong
Oh,
with
yeah.
the TR909 then.
well done, Andy.
Yeah, another a-hole, right?
Well done.
Well,
But yeah,
you'd be pleased to know, Robbie, I was also flying the FM flag tonight for you.
Good on you.
But it was a Korg. It was the Korg Volker. Actually, mind blown tonight.
I know what you're going to say.
Well, that's hence the name. Mind blown because Thomas Ward, is that
Yeah.
Thomas Ward? Yeah. Thomas Ward did his
Fucking hell,
entire
this guy. Sorry.
did an entire set using just the Volker samples. Just a Volker samples.
Volca 2 or Volca 1?
Yeah, who cares? It was a Volker.
They are different,
sample.
though. They're both really good.
No, it was the samples one actually. I know it was because it didn't have the bits and bobs, and it was awesome. 15-minute set using just the Volker samples. You wouldn't, if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it that you could do that. It was stunning. So Very well done to him. It was great, and I had my little Volker as well.
So how was your sets, boys?
Good.
Jim's was ace. If Jim says he got anything wrong tonight, he's talking crap. He absolutely nailed it. There was nothing out of place. It was slick as a slick thing with a load of grease smeared all over it. It was proper slick. It was the first outing for my new case, and it all behaved itself remarkably well, except Platt's, which was out of tune, in spite of the fact that it was in tune when I went, is it all in tune? And I must have nudged it, and I couldn't get it back in, and it was because it's.
I didn't notice.
That means it's avant-garde. It's just avant-garde.
On the Platt's module, it has a tuning knob, and the range on it is massive.
Yep.
It's just ridiculous. So you touch it a little bit, and it's off, and that's irritating me. Yes, just seen that. Yeah.
The bugger's back again.
Oh,
yeah.
yeah.
And Kent's not there, is he?
Are you not a moderator, Robbie?
I am, and I'm deleting them as quickly as I'm.
Can't you block him?
All I've got is the ability to hide
I
him
killed
from
my
the
block.
channel.
So. Oh, he's back again now.
Yeah,
Son of a
exactly.
bitch.
Can we all just right click and block?
Oop.
Mr. Burgles has been blocked.
Sorry,
Yeah.
I hit on Chrome by accident. Sorry about that. It kept streaming by.
Ian.
Yeah.
The Yorkie Mom. When's that one?
Son of a gun.
30th of November.
30th of November. Is that one's already all booked up and done?
Yes,
Yeah,
but
just-
if you're interested, I'll give you Simon's contact details because
No,
some people always pull out.
It was for someone.
Is it for Dots? 'Cause I was talking to Nicky about
the
it.
night passenger and the Panda was talking about coming, but I did say to him this. But the next Sheffield one's booked up as well, and it's like what?
Mm.
So that's coming.
What is all this pre-booking you're talking about?
For EMOMs, and they're going once they're announced, people are booking the slots. They're suddenly saying, "Well, we've got everybody. We're full."
Yeah.
I mean, you were full tonight, Jim, weren't you? It was right from 7 o'clock right the way through to.
So 14 acts.
That's good going, isn't it?
And literally finished
Yeah.
just the stroke after 11 p.m. It went really
Jim,
fluently.
All this
What a
pre-planning
slick job
seems
you did.
terrible.
Absolute slick job tonight, honestly.
Thanks,
Because it was
Andy.
like there were no gaps between the acts. It was like, right, next one, go.
Yeah.
And it was great. PA sounded great. The cobwebs were stunning. The dangling spiders were not an
Yeah.
irritation in any way, shape, or form. Dave Walker got a good clip of the fake.
Graham.
Yeah.
yeah, Graham. The other Graham.
Yeah, the other Graham,
got a nice clip on his phone of the fake spray-on cobwebs on the PA system moving. You know when that bass sound comes in and you're going whoa, 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 and it was just going woof, woof. It was dead funny. We chuckled. We did.
You chuckled.
We did.
No,
So that was
it's-
us. Hi, David. Pooh.
The
Stevie Pooh.
quality of the acts tonight was just incredible.
Yeah, it was great. It was really, really enjoyable.
I mean, I was just, amazed. I mean, Callum Holmes, one of the tracks he played was just stunning. I had like tingles up my spine, just goosebumps. It was just like, whoa, real sort of moment. It's just brilliant stuff. And yeah, it's just the quality overall. It's just stunning. Really amazing.
I went to the Wonky Stuff night last night in York, and there was only 4 acts on because they give them longer sets. There was a couple of acts that were sort of noise based, which I have to say wasn't really my sort of thing. But Glide Theory from Leeds were exceptional. 2 guitars, but both running synths. You know. They've modded these guitars.
Jesus.
And it was really, it's sort of ambient guitar-y stuff, which obviously doesn't fit my my sort of like. But no, they'll probably turn up at an EMOM some point. They do them, you know. What's this faggot unique? Oh God, here we go. Why you gonna say that?
I think
I've just
I think
right-click blocked him.
Yeah.
Mr. Burgles is an incel and needs to find better things to do with his time.
Exactly. He's pathetic.
Well, I don't even think they're a person, so.
No.
Well, somebody set it up.
At least,
Yeah,
Mr. Burgles.
yeah, exactly.
Come on, Wagyu, can you please stop doing this?
Right, Ken,
Yeah.
when you finish screwing the 909,
Or maybe
Ty's
Ty's just really bored.
It might be.
Yes, dear.
This is Ty's inspiration for his track.
It's not recordings of tonight's
Yeah,
show.
so
the timeout's
it's
not working. It's crazy.
It's going to be broadcast on the Casimir Engine radio show. So
Ken.
it's recording of
I don't-
everyone's performances.
I need.
Good.
Well, I don't know. We need your full admin access.
Yeah, because I can only do so much, and they keep showing up.
Yeah.
What do I do? What do you want? What do you require, dear sir?
That spanner you've got in your hand, actually
The Death
spanner in
Star.
with it.
Yeah.
The timeout function doesn't work.
What do we need to do here?
Yeah,
know
we're
what?
just.
David's got a spanner.
Oh, I'm sorry. Don't judge me, please.
Drink
How
it.
are you, David? Anyway, we haven't
Neat
seen you for
vodka.
ages.
Yeah. How are you?
Did that?
Oh,
Your hit said by mistake, Kent.
Better now he's had the
much
vodka.
better.
I think I blocked everybody. I think my chat stopped working.
Yeah, I think.
I was sick for a number of weeks. I really felt bad. But I'm getting better. So
Yeah.
I'm ready for another sickness. I'm
Yeah,
all
I think chat stopped working now.
It stopped him.
Wagyu ban rather than time out.
Yeah, I don't have a band thing. Someone else has to do it.
I don't have it
It
either.
stops everything. Everything's stopped in the chat now. I've just posted a message and it's not there.
No, that is there. It's working.
Well, I mean,
It's still
outside-
going. It's just fragmented.
Yeah.
It's probably me. Just a lot of chat energy just blew up. It's like, man, Dave's there. So, are we all excited about the Mooger Fugers?
Oh yeah, I see it now.
How much are they?
That's it.
159 quid
What?
for all 7.
Whole collection, or you can
What?
get Strymons one reverb for 200.
Who's it was saying? I saw somebody saying that it
is this
wasn't very much
VST?
like the real.
Yeah.
Yeah, the
Okay.
VST. It wasn't.
I was going to say they're not making Moga Focus for 150.
No, when I first saw
No, no.
it,
Somebody said it
When I
wasn't.
first
It
saw
wasn't
it,
very.
yeah,
Wasn't really like.
they were.
You see that?
yeah, but they're so expensive.
Oh, God,
Honestly,
yeah.
it's just not worth making them anymore. Nobody can afford them. So,
How come this guy
250
isn't
for
getting
all of them
blocked?
would sound bad, actually.
you used to be able to get them for like $200 used.
Yeah, but
Seems to have
Oh.
stopped.
Most of them.
It hasn't.
yeah,
No,
I
this
mean the
took-
Murph
Oh, it's
and
only
the
because I blocked him.
Murph and the delay were more expensive, but the rest was
MIDI Murph. Yeah.
but also because they were
Spots.
complicated. That and the delay they could no longer get the chips. But I mean the ring mod, that's a very simple circuit, and the filter, that's a very simple circuit. They could have continued making them, but apparently it was not in their financial interest.
Nah, probably not. They're
Very
big and
interesting.
clunky. I just think people are going away from that kind of design. It made sense, 15 years ago, but nowadays nobody wants a big. Honestly, I have a few, and I still don't use them that much because they take up so much desk space. They're awesome, but
I mean, they're older than that, they're like 20 years or more than that, because they were still
I'm
they were
older
still
than
big.
that.
They were still big Briar originally.
Yeah, there were a few of them. You're right. Yeah, there are a few of them. My favorite is the Murph. Still, the Murph pedal. I think it's brilliant. wish
It's
they
a
would make
unique idea.
Yeah, it's a
Was
really,
it a MIDI Murph or the regular one?
either one. I have the regular one, but I would love to have the MIDI Murph.
Yeah.
because it's got more range. But
Oh yeah.
it's, you can use it kind of like an EQ, and you can do a lot of really cool things with it. I really wish they would have. I don't know. It's still my favorite of all of them. I mean, the delay's awesome, but it's just a delay. It's another delay where it's warm and goes. when you do you can sit there and say it's the greatest delay.
Sorry, Dave. What does it do?
That's
That's stereo. Here's a question. Do I need these plugins? That's the question.
Yes, and I'll tell you
think so?
why.
Or need.
Because they're
Well-
$150.
Yeah, exactly. They're cheap. Yeah, I mean, cheap. For,
How do you think Strymon feels? They charged $200 for the Big Sky yesterday, and
Yeah.
it comes up the next day. It's like, oh yeah, we'll give you the whole collection for $150. That can't be. They're probably like, oh dude, why did you do that?
Yeah, but Strymon would compete with their own market, which is why they put the price higher. But whereas Moog is not competing. Moog is only competing with the used market.
think
For
it's-
Moog Focus.
I mean, I would argue that Moog could charge $250, and Strymon should be charging.
annoyingly, it's his licensing through iLock.
Well, even took it as Black Hole for cheap, even on the iPad.
Don't want to use it. I don't want to start using iLocks again.
I mean,
Yeah, me neither.
The software one.
Yeah.
Or-
Is it software iLock? I mean, I've got one of those, but I bloody never use it. And I tend
I mean,
to
I never even use my DAW, so I don't know why I'm talking.
Yes, but when you're not there, Clio
Oh,
does.
physical dongle isn't really.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Come here. Tell them about motherfuckers. You
Wait,
want
didn't the best people from Strymon leave and form Meris anyway?
Probably.
That's
That
what I
makes you
thought.
biased, doesn't it?
I do have a bias. I admit to that. Meris, fucking
Okay,
awesome.
you're Maris.
Yeah.
I never really took to Strymon. It just, I don't know. It
I
sounded
always,
really
I always wanted the Big Sky, but
They was just so expensive, it just kind of sucked the wind out.
couldn't really afford it.
Yeah.
Big sky.
I think there's better pedal reverbs out there.
Go on then, Jim. What?
mean,
The
you're better
Empress,
off-
the
Empress,
Specular
oh, yeah.
Tempest, the Meris Mercury 7.
Meris.
What is the 1978? Was that the CXM? Well, that's not really a pedal, is it?
What's interesting is that poor Behringer just can't. They've found a way around Behringer. They're just like, okay, we're just gonna. Everybody's going plugins now, and they're like, dang on it.
Well, but Mogafoga plugins did exist like 20
Yeah,
years
they.
ago.
Oh,
Yeah.
If
sort of. Yeah. There was like,
if you can remember the Bomb Factory plugins.
Yeah, yeah.
I think we won, Robbie, at least for now. Maybe the skirmish, but not the war. So
they did. They did exist.
I even think the Avid console I've used most of the time, but still had them on there. It was still the old architecture.
It's in the new Avid thing, M-Box.
Anyways.
No, M-Box.
Is,
What?
is that a new old thing?
No, it's a
old
new-
thing.
a
I've,
new
I've got
thing.
I've got an M-Box too. Still.
No, this is a new thing. I can't remember what it was.
Oh, the M-Box Studio or whatever they call it.
Hang on a minute.
Just to add
I've still got an old M-Box 2 connected to a
The M-Box
Windows
makes a
7.
comeback with the Avid M-Box Studio. A desktop audio interface with endless features aimed at musicians and creators.
about 10 years too late.
Okay, yeah. Why?
It's on.
Yeah.
I'll
Look at
post
the
it.
candy cane. Look at the candy cane.
it's like a fiddle neck.
How much?
Yeah.
Is it?
$8.99 US.
Wow.
899.
I just posted a link in
Beg
the
your
chat.
pardon.
All right.
That's
Well,
steep.
yes, but they're actually going at building good interfaces now, rather than the original M-Boxes, which were just cheap and shit. Nasty.
Yeah. I agree, Cleve.
M-Box 2, yeah.
She knows.
I mean, nobody used an M-Box because they wanted to. You used
No,
an
I
M-Box
used
because you had
M-Box
to.
No, it was like all there was. If you were
Yeah,
like,
yeah. I mean, I have to say I haven't used Pro Tools since version 8. You know,
I stopped at 9 pretty much.
yeah.
I think I just
I mean,
heard Cleo say,
I-
Maris, Maris.
That was Meris.
Tell us more about
I
Meris.
have to use Pro Tools, but
You have to use Pro Tools. Yeah.
well, yes, if other people use it and I
Yeah,
need to
yeah.
collaborate with them, then it's the only option.
I feel
you
like
rec-
that's why everybody got it initially. It's like, well, everybody
oh, yeah.
uses it. Now it's like,
If-
Actually,
if-
just-
yeah.
I
Well,
was
if you're
gonna go-
recording in any studio, I mean, some have Nuendo. Like one of the higher companies I
Yeah.
work for regularly, but their studio was all built around Nuendo, so that is quite nice.
No,
Nintendo.
I have friends like that too. Like I have a friend who works at National Geographic, and they're still on Pro Tools.
I bought it. Sorry, go on, Dave.
No, I'm okay.
I was just going to say I bought it recently because I was going to go off and do a master's in music tech and thought that the institution would be using Pro Tools as an industry standard. Of course, they weren't. You know,
What are they doing, Reaper?
they did Reaper, they did Logic, they did Innuendo.
Innuendo.
Digital Performer as well. They did all those, basically everything apart from Pro Tools. You know, I just went with Reaper because I could use it across a Mac and a PC.
Yeah.
Yeah, the online guy now with Pro Tools is Rick Beato. That's like the only guy using it.
Yeah.
I'm determined to master Harrison Mixbus 32C.
I mean, but you got
on a mission.
Pro Tools couldn't have screwed things up more for themselves. They had the whole thing.
Yeah, that is so up.
And it's excellent, and I still hear great things about it. And they just
I did like the plugins, the stock plugins that came with Pro Tools. I liked them a lot, but that was the only thing I liked about it. Really.
I mean, back in the day, well, they're 25 years old. All the stock plugins, basically.
Try using them now, though. I pulled my Pro Tools 9 out in the plugins, and I was like working with them. I was like, wow, these aren't so good anymore. Then I got on my iPad and I had Cubasis, and I was like, wow, these sound so much better. I was like, because I thought, wow, this is going to be really cool, and it was like, ooh, God, these are terrible. I mean, that's a long time ago.
Well, I mean, the good Avid plugins, the expensive ones, they're still. I mean, Revive and Reverb 1, they're still
I probably
amazing, but they cost a lot of money.
Yeah, no, I'd never spent that.
But it's mainly with Pro Tools. HVX is still, if you use it for what you want, if you want really low if you want a hardware mixer built into a recorder, then HVX is the only option. It is the lowest latency you can
It's
get.
really
still,
expensive, isn't it?
for a mixer, but that would be the only reason to ever
go
for. If you don't need the DSP cards, then Pro Tools is basically dead.
So, Andy, American Andy, not UK Andy.
Yeah.
Two things. What colour shirt are you wearing right now?
Yeah, critical. Just that.
Can I just say that mine's blue?
Okay.
My top is blue, but
don't. Black
shirt.
Andy, what colour shirt are you wearing, Andy?
Black.
Thank you. So, Robert, where did you not get the memo?
Kick him out. He's got to go.
Second question is, I think we've accidentally banned Cresshead from the
I saw him
chat.
disappear earlier.
Oh crap!
So, Cresshead, if you are still watching, I'm trying to rectify that, but I think in our
technical difficulties. He's a lefty. It's okay.
I forgot you were logged in as Ken. I thought
we
Ken
all?
did it.
I'm a lefty.
Yeah, jeez.
I'm left-handed.
I didn't know it was going to be a lefty.
I'm ambidextrous.
Anybody else in here a left-handed person?
Ambidextrous?
Am I alone?
Actually, it would be cool to be lefty. It'd be pretty cool.
No, it's cool to be lefty. We're very creative.
You're no more creative than anybody else.
No, exactly.
You just approach things a little differently. My little 8-year-old got really upset about that. He's like, I'm tired of hearing about these lefties and how.
But as the old Latin medical terms show that you're sinister, right?
Yeah.
That's why it's
Comes
ocular
from the
sinister.
What, I'm evil, am I? Is that
Yeah,
right?
it's where it comes. Where sinister comes from.
Yeah, exactly.
From the Latin, meaning left.
Sinister.
I'm liking this. I'm liking
my
this.
job.
So they used to think anyone who was left-handed was possibly evil and sinister.
Yes. I'm a witch then.
Yeah. Burn him.
Well, you got better.
Sinister Dexter. Sinister Dexter.
Devil horns, man.
Sinister Dexter.
Now you know what to be for
The
Halloween.
original word.
Port and starboard.
You're going to be left-handed for Halloween.
The original word had no connotation to it other than.
Oh,
left.
stop, Andy. I'm enjoying this.
It just
Yeah,
meant
you're like,
left.
special.
It did mean left, but then Yeah.
People that were left-handed were considered weird, and therefore
just embrace the darkness. It's good. It's fine.
Yeah.
What about people that wear white shirts when everybody else wears dark shirts?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ken, you're going to need to unblock.
Someone's got to be
Cresshead.
the yin and the yang.
Right.
And I think you need to do
mean,
that
like-
from your
Oh,
YouTube,
he's got a cloak.
like, admin page.
There you go.
I hardly ever wear a black t-shirt as well.
Yeah.
Wagoo's put some instructions in the.
Let me just get.
Because it's so cold here in Yorkshire. I've got a t-shirt, but then under that I've got another t-shirt, which is also black.
Just layers.
As black as your soul.
I know. I got a black hoodie too.
Yeah.
What is it?
Will that be under my?
This was my
account then?
free
Yeah, so go
PMC
to-
t-shirt, free from
Nice.
Gearfest.
That's nice.
Do you see the instructions that Wagyu posted
How
in the
come you
chat?
got a free t-shirt?
No, I didn't
Gearfest?
see them.
But by listening to some beautiful 25
know, you're
grand
English.
PMC speakers,
And they gave you a free t-shirt. I
and a
should've
free
done that
bag,
room.
and
I
yeah,
should've done that room.
Well, yes, they wouldn't give you
Try
free
that.
speakers.
no,
YouTube
yeah,
Studio.
that'd be
Did you
lovely.
get the Novation sunglasses though?
No, I got a bag
You
from
see,
them.
I got the Novation
Pics.
free sunglasses and a bag.
Ah,
All I'm going to say is getting these hoodies is really hard.
Did you get a mug from Novation? I did.
I didn't know.
Oh, it's
Oh yeah, I did. Yeah,
Oh,
Oh, no,
you
that's
did.
the mug. Oh, well, the glasses are better.
yeah. It was like the
And Andy,
the
whilst I was trailing through some
Casper
stuff,
thing.
sorry. Whilst I was trailing through the bag of stuff from Synthfest, I did actually find that I had actually picked up.
What?
What? Oh,
whoa.
From the Nobula stuff.
Homegrown.
That's funny.
But the really cool thing is that I've got two, so I'm happy to send you one.
Oh, thank you.
If
How
you
do-
stick-
how do
if
I
you
put
stick
home
us your
back in?
details,
You know, it's funny. I went on their website after you mentioned that. I didn't see any promotional stuff that mentioned that on their website.
No, it's but there
You
you
have
are.
to
I
send them
have
cease
them,
and desist.
so you've got a whole sticker that says Nobula Synth Addict on it.
Oh, thank you. I'm gonna have to buy some of their modules now.
Yeah, no, they're cool.
I've been looking at it.
Yeah, I knew they were cool.
I've been looking at the Polycinematic. So.
Well, yeah, that's.
Although the bass one, the drum one is pretty cool too. With the
Yes, it is.
They do have
Oh
some
my
good
god,
stuff.
that cost a bloody fortune.
I like Dom's little modular thing today.
It was good, wasn't it? It was
Look at him
Yeah,
out of
kind
there.
of
very
got me back
gentle.
in spirit.
It,
like,
it did stop me getting any work done, but hey ho.
Oh, I know. Right at the beginning of the workday, I literally like stopped the Zoom calls. Like, well, I gotta go now. Hold on a second. I did it for the Arturia thing, and I'll be honest with you, I was on the call and I still had the notification. And all of a sudden, it's like, "Welcome, la 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 la." I was like, "What is this?" I played it off really good. It was like freaking the Arturia thing.
Cresshead isn't here.
Oh, he's cleared off. He's gone off in a
He's,
huff.
you upset him.
No, he's not in the list. I mean,
Who's on?
I'm grown is, but Cresshead isn't.
Well, can you add homegrown back in?
Yeah, how do you do that though?
just remove
Will he
them
be?
from.
Will he be able to join?
Just
you
remove him
in
from it?
future ones? or
Yeah.
is he just
Okay,
been
right.
blocked
Let's see him
forever?
out of it.
Just this one.
He's probably pissed.
if it's a studio set, it should be all of them.
But Cresshead isn't in this list.
But Waggle says click the X.
Yeah, I've clicked the egg, so Ohm is back out. Don't know who I haven't got in.
Well, I mean, we were just going
We're
through.
clicking Fast and Furious. I probably did it by accident. So.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, wait a minute, found him. There he is. I found him. There we go. I think
Anyone else in there that shouldn't be there?
no, everybody else looked sort of like offensive in some way.
Ah, he's
What
back.
am I?
There we go.
Am I not in that list?
Does that guy tie on when you might
Can
wanna
be
put
if
him
you
in
want
that
to be.
list?
You're there with a little question mark next to you, and a couple of breasts. I don't know what that's about.
Let us know, Cressy, if you're back.
He is.
Yeah, he's
he
Yeah,
is.
they are. Cresshead
Oh, there
are
he
back.
is. Hiya, Cressy.
That's quick. Why?
It
Yeah,
works.
sorry guys,
Wow.
you kind of friendly fire and all that.
Yeah.
Collateral damage.
Yes, that's the one.
A modern day
Friendly fire.
statistic in
That's an
collateral
oxymoron.
damage. Oh, I'd like that, wouldn't it? I'd like to be quoting that. Right, I would.
But I think we managed to get all of the bad guys. So.
I've done all of my tomorrow's work today, just now. It's cool, isn't it?
Yeah. Have you mended them?
Yeah.
Did they work? Did they just?
Yeah, they will. All it is they plugged it into 240 in their 110s. They just blew the fuse in them. Silly fools.
Dicks.
Oh no. Rob, can I ask you? Robbie, that is. Can I ask you? Who does that DX1 actually belong to?
I'm not the
Are we
person
allowed
to
to
answer
say?
that question.
Oh, okay. Oh, sorry. No, I didn't ask that question. Oh,
It's perfectly all right.
Don't ask me, ask him.
What it is it was sitting here getting covered in pee. I'd fixed it once.
And croc
I lent
dusted. Yeah.
I lent it to Ty broke it. And then it came back again. And he didn't break it. It's just that there was a part in it that wasn't really up to scratch.
It's not just me then that's got.
Did it come back from Ty with more pee?
Not pee, no.
Oh,
Come on.
Shrimps.
And
He'll be back on now to defend
Robbie has a
himself.
penchant for doorbells, and I thought, well, if you want to mess with her, we need to decorate the toilet. We need it gone. So,
Well, don't you think a DX1 is decoration enough for a toilet?
no, there was everything else that was in there as well. It
One's
wasn't
fine,
just a
two's
DX1.
Yeah, but what would be holding up the other DX1?
Two
The old-
CS8s.
the other DX1 has
Kraftwerk
finally
Kraftwerk.
gone. It's finally gone. There's still that abandoned CS80 down there, though.
I mean, I'll happily take
I'll
that.
give it a house room. Shut up, Robert.
Robert, that'll take up your entire room.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Who needs a
How
bed?
How could I
Yeah,
get it
yep.
up the stairs?
Just sleep in the
Get-
chair. You'll be fine.
Getting rid of a bed.
It's also your heater for your room too.
Yeah.
Excuse me, I have enough heaters. Currently, the heater is on behind me.
Yeah. I mean, I've got an abandoned Oberheim 4 voice as well. I mean,
Yeah.
I'll have that.
wow. It's just
Please.
mad.
No, you don't. No, you don't.
Honestly,
I
you
have-
don't want this.
I have
None,
this
none of
fence
these are really
behind
worth
me.
taking home.
What is that, Jim?
Okay, you have an abandoned EPS.
You explain what that is, Kent.
What's that done?
Oh,
Behind me. Your
Oh, the
keyboard.
EPS 16
Transport.
Plus. Yeah.
Jim's figured out the gig. It's like
When
Play
you're
it, Jim.
taking it,
you just
when you're
end up
taking it down, Jim.
in your studio.
I need to take it down to Kent. It's Kent's. I just picked it up because he bought it from up the road from me, as it turned out.
Yeah.
So,
When are you taking it?
well, I was going to go down tomorrow, but that would have been sort of go down then stay at Zoe's, but she's not very well, and then go pick the kids up on Saturday. So all plans have changed a bit now. So it'll be, I don't know, possibly
Later.
Yeah, later,
Possibly
definitely
later.
later.
Be later.
Sure, record something, Jim. It's a great unit.
Take your
It
time.
sounded lush when I
Yeah.
tested it
It's a
out.
sweet piece. It's a sweet piece of kit.
Built-in effects. It's really excellent.
Sample,
Really
sample.
nice machine.
It's basically an Sonic DP2 inside of it.
Mm. Yes. So yeah, it's really weird. The Cherry Audio Signs finds the Raleigh Grand.
Oh, really?
Yeah, when lots of
really?
other things don't.
What's the Cherry Audio signs? What signs for what?
Besides their new plugin.
It's their
Sound
equivalent
synth.
thing,
It's
isn't
that
it?
massive FM wibbly wobbly panel synth.
Mm.
Alright.
It's strange
How
design.
much is it? How much do they charge it?
Usual
39.
39.
40
Yes.
quid, yeah.
Yeah.
Jeez.
It's fun.
It's very good. It's very interesting actually. There's a lot of sort of like, ooh, that's an interesting sound.
I think,
Who's getting
yeah,
the mini freak then?
Ordered.
I'm seriously tempted, but I might be more tempted to wait and see if they produce a Poly Freak
What in
Blah,
four
blah, blah,
in 4
blah,
years'
blah,
time?
blah, blah, blah.
with Poly Aftertouch.
So
I think they might.
Don't count on it. Like, I mean, look how long it took from. Well, I think they might, but look how long it took them to do this, and this was a no-brainer.
Yeah, the micro freak I got is going back. Just couldn't get it
It
working
would've been-
properly in here.
It would have been cool if they put a capacitive thing on it.
I think I know why they haven't now, because I could not get the Microfreak to work in my studio.
Really?
Yeah, I mean,
have you
So if you power it over USB, you have the grounding problem sometimes.
It would only work with the
so
USB
they-
battery pack. That's the only way it would work in here.
Have you considered?
I mean,
to
I'm
make a
fine
ground-
with the keys, the mini keys.
That's where a ground wrist strap whilst playing it, that is connected to the ground of a thing.
There's a stimming guy. He had a
Why
really
should
good
you have
video on it when it came out, and he mentioned that whole
Yeah.
issue where if you don't use a proper USB cable to a system, it doesn't ground properly, and the touch doesn't work right.
Yeah.
You're not using just regular mains power then?
I don't like.
Yeah. It wouldn't work off the mains either.
Really?
Yeah, but, it depends on how you are grounded compared to this end.
Yeah.
You
I think it's
should
gonna
have to be
sound
doing
good.
things like that to
But
go.
either way, it was just like it wouldn't work naturally with my setup and wouldn't work live in my rig. So I'm like, there's no
Did they
point
have-
me even
Sorry
trying.
about that because it's a.
Did they
great-
have an
it's a
auxiliary
great
in on the
concept.
Microfreak? I can't remember. I don't think they did.
Yeah.
On the Witch,
It's a
on the
microphone,
Microfreak.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Did they have an
yeah,
aux?
yeah. It's got the headphone output is like a TRRS.
Okay.
So with the microphone, the Arturia microphone, you've just got a headphone socket on there.
Yeah.
Then
Okay. It wasn't so.
yeah.
Okay.
It's gonna be droopy, Robbie.
Yeah. Wouldn't you rather have a?
I'm excited.
Wouldn't you
I
rather
wasn't-
have a Hydrasynth though than a mini Freak?
Yeah, it's a close call.
call.
I've heard some
mean-
of the sounds on the Mini Freak. I'm like, fucking yes, that is awesome. And that's
Yeah.
what I want to be doing.
Yeah, the
Right.
Microfreak sounded so good.
Hey, Jim, it also could have been the galvanic response of your skin, because I know, like in the
Yeah.
Make Noise Renee, if you don't moisten your fingers,
Oh,
the
I tried
contact
that.
will be bad.
I tried that.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
No, but if you read through Buchla forums, because obviously famously,
Yeah.
the capacitive keyboards, there are many stories about the modern BME ones. That's just how they didn't earth properly.
You could have
for
just
all-
got a
a lot
dud,
of
Jim.
people.
Yeah.
Possibly.
Yeah.
It worked fine off a USB battery pack. Absolutely
Well, they
fine
can
off
make a
that.
controller or something down the road, right? That'd be cool.
So-
They probably won't. Maybe some.
And obviously, this isn't earth to anything. So why would it work properly off that?
I mean, it does work
Yeah.
on the battery. It's just not quite as expressive.
No, it just depends on what the potential is. There's some potential because obviously the battery is totally floating.
Mhm.
So you will have some earth potential different to that.
Yeah. But yeah, no, it was just a nightmare with like stuck notes, and it was just chaos. I'm like, nah.
That's
it's
weird.
just-
You might have had a bum unit too.
Possibly. I mean, it was second hand. The guy who it was off eBay.
Oh yeah.
The guy's taking it back anyway. Thankfully.
Yeah,
He's-
but it was a
he's
bum
been
unit
very
then.
cool about it. It might be, it could be
But
a
that
grounding
does-
issue within the unit itself. So
No, but, have you tried when you like wearing a USB wrist strap connected to the same earth, or just
no, and I'm
Uh,
not going to do that because I don't want to be having to do that.
Yeah.
So
I'm with
fuck
you, Jim,
that.
on that,
Yeah.
Thanks for the
Mini
suggestion, Robert. But yeah,
no, but
I
that's
won't
easy
be
way
doing
to-
that for you. I won't be doing that for anyone.
But that is,
You're
however,
not
a very
into
easy way to
strap-ons,
find
Jim, are
out.
you not?
Yeah.
I thought you.
No, but only for Zoe.
Oh, stop it! You said that, Robert. I didn't. I was just being mildly vulgar. You made it personal, so. But I'm with you, Jim. I
I
don't
missed
think you
what
should
you
have
said
to
there.
strap
Good.
something around your
Good.
wrist
I'll watch this back.
just to make a.
Please don't. you,
I think
You
you're
might
safe
take it
anyway,
against
Robert.
me.
Zoe likes you.
We all have our.
Robbie, are you playing the DX1 now, or are you playing the Polybrute?
Microfreak.
You're playing Micro. Just to be controversial and go, nah, mine
Yeah.
works fine,
Exactly.
Yeah, my capacitive touch were.
Grace's works fine too,
And he's,
Jim.
he's
I'm
doing
sorry
a
about
President
that.
Zelensky there, unbeknownst to us.
Yeah.
Well, At least Ukraine's got a bloody president. What have we got?
We've got a lettuce. We've got a lettuce.
Yeah.
We got a king. Yeah, we got a lettuce. Dave was telling me about the lettuce.
I watched the lettuce this morning. It was fantastic.
Well, think about how many prime ministers have experienced 2 monarchs. He's definitely going in history for that.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's going into the history books for a lot of things.
Well, by the time Christmas comes around, Charles will have probably seen in as many prime ministers as his mother had.
Yeah. Yes. Yes.
Yeah. I know.
And on that note, I'm going to bed because I've got lots of work
I think
to do
I'm going to
tomorrow.
go to bed as well.
And I promised myself I wouldn't stay up late tonight.
It's already nearly 1:30.
Yeah.
Well, it's only 3 o'clock.
You have some DX1 dreams, right?
Yeah, no, I've got more video editing woes to deal with tomorrow. I just saw an email from my boss saying, "Oh, change this and change that." Anyway, see you all tomorrow, 7 p.m.
You will.
Does that work?
Yeah.
Robbie.
We got on, Rob?
God, it's Friday tomorrow. Bloody
It's
God.
I think Ben's gigging, isn't it? I'm not sure if Ben's gigging or not.
Oh,
But we've got no guests.
All right.
We got just
us in the chat room then.
Cool. We have booked another. I can't say anything just yet. We have booked another guest for early in November. Yes, it's going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah.
So
You tease.
I know. Yeah, we've got to keep coming back for more. Anyway, love you and leave you. Have a great.
All right.
It is like pulling teeth after time,
See you,
though,
Robbie.
isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm going to say goodnight, everybody.
Yeah.
Good night, everybody.
Not
Right.
Good night, everybody.
Right.
Take it easy.
Good night, everybody.
Bye-bye.
See you later.
Oh, see
Bye.
you tomorrow.
Bye.
Ta-da.
All right.
Oh,
What a
gone
wanker.
quiet.
I was going to say he was going to say the W word.
Ba-dum.
No.
So what we now say when anybody
Where
leaves.
anybody goes, yeah.
What a wanker.
Yeah, I mean, we have to be fair about it.
Yeah. Exactly.
Are you guys still going, or are you shutting down?
Yes. It's only Robbie who's buggering on.
Okay, good. I was making sure.
Well,
I mean, Robert works on US time anyway.
There you go.
Yeah.
what? No, I've only went to bed at like 3 tonight.
All right.
I know one
It's
time we
not
chatted.
free
The
yet.
sun came through your little window there.
Yeah, but it was summer, so that starts at 4 a.m. in summer.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
You're not working
now,
tomorrow then, Robert.
You do it this time
No.
of year, you're really
Work.
pushing it.
Work.
I'm not really working until I've got some parts arriving. So that's just, well, I'm waiting for circuit boards
That's
and,
my excuse.
and metal work.
Yeah.
And
Hello,
another job that fell through, I'm obviously not doing, so I'm here for the moment. And then working in a warehouse instead, I thought, no, can't be bothered. Just
That's what I
take
like
a
about
relaxing
this.
time.
That's what I love about this studio gear. People plug in the wrong voltages into them and then think because the fuse has gone, it's dead. I love them jobs. I really do.
You can't overcharge them for time though now because you did it on live telly.
I don't overcharge them anyway.
No.
Yeah, you get people
Because-
saying, "There's a fuse in this." There's a big thing that says fuse.
Yeah, exactly. you never know when something can turn around and jump up and bite you in the ass again. So it's always better to. There's no point in ripping people off. It's better off they come back with bigger jobs later, which they tend to do.
Yep. Yep.
And it's more chances to put the prawn in there too.
Mm. Oh yes, the good old prawn.
Shrimp.
There's plenty of room for prawns in a 909. I tell you. God,
It's a big case.
get about 2.5 bags in there.
Stick a lobster.
I think they might notice that smell.
Oh, they'll notice, but they won't know it's coming from there.
I remember before my friend sold his, we did a bunch of sessions with it, and I was like, I knocked on the case, and it's just a bunch of air in there. Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah. Yeah, but it's like there's you can I think you can let's see, try to remember now. If you place it just right, you can hide 4 Dr. Rhythms inside a CR78. long as you wrap them up in paper first, of course.
How many Volkers?
Well, about the
Probably
same size.
Squeeze about 3, possibly 4, depends how you get them in there. But yeah, you get 4 in there, no problem. But all the old keyboards got like quite a bit of room in them, really.
Well, come on, Oberheim OBX. You can put
Well,
the
yeah.
entire set of golf clubs in there.
Yeah, that's
And the
true.
golf cart in pieces.
Yeah, yeah, that's true enough.
No, you can't.
I'm trying to think of one that was like really. I tell you, one that's really empty is that Prophet 10. Huge fucking space in there.
Well, to be fair, it's the same size as a normal. It's 2 stacks of Prophet 5 boards, but it has the extra keyboard below.
Yeah, there's extra room over. It's actually bigger than 2 Prophet 5s, physically. There was
Yeah,
I
I
mean,
was shocked
you
when I
could-
saw it going down the road. It was huge.
You could hide a CR78 inside a Prophet 10. Up on the one far side.
And for 808 and for 909.
And the 999, yeah. Put them in there as well.
You're talking about the dual manual.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well, I
it's
suppose
the back of the stand is the back of the wood is about this high. It's a good old size, definitely, and it weighs a bloody ton.
Yeah, the
Rather
store
than
has
one
a
fit-
back office that takes up the whole office practically.
Yeah.
Rather than one fit Pratt Reed keyboard, you have 2 for all the
Yeah.
times you
Oh
want that.
joy! Especially when they need their bloody rubbers done again. It's like, oh
Yeah.
man.
Aren't there like modern replacement or like virtual music? They used to have a replacement that just completely replaced with a different rubber that wouldn't perish and die so easily.
Yeah, well, yeah, you can get the rubbers easy enough,
Or I mean, yeah, the original ones you can still get.
but they don't really become cost effective until you buy 10,000, and that is many pennies, Benny. So, and I like the way you go. You can save money if you don't have it with the grease, if you buy them dry. Which is all, yeah, okay, I can do that because grease isn't expensive. I just add the grease afterwards. Because it was like, I think it was about 80 quid less. 80 quid off if you don't have the grease with them. Okay, I won't have the grease with them.
Andy, how much is that Prophet 10 selling in the States?
About 12,000.
So you can buy 2 Rev 4 Prophet 5s, put them in a custom case, and you'll have nicer keyboards and for nicer insides.
Yeah.
And it even has more features.
But also has those big knobs on it, so that it's really easy to tweak. It's kind of nice.
Well, but with same knobs.
I thought they were smaller in the new edition. These are pretty big knobs.
No, but 10 and 5 were basically the same probably the same front panel boards as well.
I don't, not that I remember when I was playing with this one. I was like, wow, these are big knobs on this thing.
Exactly. You're right, Kim.
You can sample that and do whatever you want with it.
I looked at David and then we're just
I
like,
was trying so hard.
said
I
big
handled
knob.
it well the first time, and the second time it's like, wow, it's a really big dog.
Well, this knob doesn't feel like I remember.
Perfect, yeah.
Everything seemed bigger when you were younger.
That's right.
Yeah.
Although, to be fair, Modular seemed to be a lot taller when I was younger.
So the knobs on the Prophet 10 I saw look like Moog knobs, but they're sequential style, but they're fat like the Moog ones.
Really?
Yeah.
Maybe your knob sensor was off.
Well, I have to admit, I'm not a knob expert, only in my own. So.
Well, I'm gonna say a Moog Modular used to look very big when I was 11. Now it doesn't.
No, I mean this was like weeks ago when I saw it. So it's like,
Well.
but they were chunky compared to they're like a Moog modular style knob, the big knobs.
No, but my class was standard size, so I thought got plenty of them here.
Oh, dear.
Stop playing with those knobs.
I like trading with the knobs.
Did they come with the lubrication as well?
Oh, these are well
God,
lubricated.
here we go.
Some friction. You don't want to
now
lose
you've
all
done
that,
it, Ken,
so.
haven't you? You really have.
Oh, I'm the one that did it. Oh, okay. Fucking hell. Talk about guilty by association.
These conductive plastic ones are not are different to the properly lubricated open carbon tracks.
Because sequential on their newer stuff, they have those little skinny ones, like on the Prophet 08.
Oh, I know what you mean.
Oh yeah, but they're still a lot better than the encoders on the 08 and those shitty.
Oh, definitely. But isn't the Prophet 08, the caps are the same size as the ones on the new Prophet 5 and Prophet 10, right?
I thought they used the same.
Notice I switched
bigger
from
ones.
knobs to caps.
Knob caps.
Yes.
Ken, have you got a spare T8 knocking about? Because I always fancied a T8 because it comes with its own coffee table.
There is a T8 down there, yeah. Yeah, it's very, very, very ill.
Oh, never mind. Oh, dear.
And it's in a flight case, which makes it almost completely unmovable. This is ridiculous.
Well, the flight case it makes a nice coffin.
I'll say. Tell you what, you could get quite a few CR78s inside that bastard. That's another one that's got lots of room until you go to work on it, and then there isn't enough room for anything. And they put all the screws so close to the base that you can't get a socket onto it. I've never figured out why they designed it in such a way to make it as difficult as possible to take apart. From every aspect of it, it's just difficult to work on. I just hate working on them.
Well, I mean that was a problem for sequential making them. It took them too long to make them. Yeah. So clearly, there's one reason.
Yeah. But you do this lovely thing if you put them on an X stand and it sags in the middle, and then all the keys stick together in the centre of the keyboard.
Oh.
Literally sags.
Well, Prophet VS, that's like the thinnest metal in the world.
Yeah.
When you put that on an X stand and press a key in the middle, the whole thing bends down.
Yeah. God dear me. Yeah,
It's funny, it looks solid.
It looks solid, but it just isn't. And if you leave it on the X stand for a long, long time, it actually stays that shape. Sags in the centre and stays there. And then
I mean, the T8 is a proper wooden keyboard.
Yeah.
So
and the wood flexes.
And a 2mm of steel is not going to be solid enough for that.
It's not steel, it's alloy.
Oh, it's aluminium. Yeah.
Yeah, it's alloy, and it's not that thick. And then what happens is it sags under its own weight, and then the wood, sags with it, but then it stays there. So, like if you leave it on an X stand for say a week, you have to put it on a flat surface with books or something in the centre and nothing at the edges to bend it back again. And it takes about 2-3 days before the keys stop sticking together.
So it's heavy, but it's not very sturdy.
It's not sturdy because it's such a large surface area.
Yeah.
But there's a lot of moment at the end.
I'm surprised they didn't put like trusses rods inside there or some kind of support.
There is a support bar that runs across the top, but it just isn't enough because it's at the top at the top of the end cheek, so it can still sag in the centre, even though it stays roughly rigid at the top. So it's a nightmare like that, and that's why you get this thing where sometimes you'll get keys, you push them down and they stick, and it's the circuit board at the back that has the opto sensors for each key is also attached to a piece of wood, and that wood flexes and the board sits forward and then it fouls the end of the key.
Jeez.
They're just a fucking joy, they really are. So you've got to put these little wedges in to try and pull the circuit board away from the key mechanism again.
So they're not future proof.
No.
I don't think they thought about it lasting more than 5 years.
I don't think any manufacturers thought about them lasting more than 5 years, to be honest. I mean, you look inside an Odyssey Mark 1, they weren't expecting them to see Christmas. They really weren't. I mean, it's sort of like, it's a bit thrown together, isn't it?
But the 2500 they were expecting to last. Roland System 700 with the two panels that was expected to last.
No, to be honest with you, I think if you go back to when they did the 2500, it's like when they did the old 3Cs. You couldn't actually buy cheap shit parts back then. Everything was pretty decent quality, so it didn't matter what you built; it had a longevity sort of like automatically built into it. But once they started going, we can use plastics, and we can use these cheap like Molex connectors. Who ever thought Molex connectors were a fucking good idea? Oh yeah, let's put Molex connectors in it. That won't give us any trouble.
So there you go. So.
Molex connectors only work if you don't go over the temperature they're rated to. However, the problem with Molex connectors, most of the time you solder them at too hot a temperature, and they just after that will die.
Yeah, but the problem was they were putting these Molex connectors over pins that just tarnished. There was no protection surface on it at all. So you put it on, and if you did nothing with it and looked after it, in 10 years' time, you've got to clean those pins again. Otherwise, whatever board that was connected to doesn't work anymore, and you've got to give it some of this and scratch it all up again. So, like, the amount of times I've opened the 2600 where they go, oh, yeah, no, the filter doesn't work. And you go, there you go, it works now, mate. You know what I mean? Or they use them for the power connectors, for the plus and minus 15 volts. And you get, like, an entire board die because it's not getting the 15 or the minus 15 because of one of these stupid Molex connectors. Pain in the arse, they really are. So, but they didn't know that it was going to do that.
Rather Molex than MTA.
Yeah, that's true enough.
Well, doesn't that plastic get brittle and all the heat and stuff?
Yeah, but as I said, if you solder it slightly too hot, then it's off for that. And the Molex data sheets very much tell you what the maximum temperatures are that you should work on them.
Yeah. Yeah, but I mean, I'm trying to think. Some of the machines.
But again, it's plastic that's 50 years old. What do you expect? Or even 40 years old.
Yeah, it's like the Odyssey sliders. They're just dirt traps. So that you'd get all these problems with these sliders where they were just really sticky and all the rest of it. And it's just where the dirt builds underneath this little plastic flap at the top of the slider. So the dirt falls onto the top of the slider, and then this thing collects it like a feckin' Hoover. And it all builds up
never saw
underneath.
people didn't use dust covers. It's so simple.
Yeah. Or they could have just made the slots thinner.
I'm just paranoid. I dust cover everything, even if it doesn't have sliders or whatever.
Yeah.
So.
Well, I never thought that was going to be a problem.
Well, if you dust your house.
Yeah. No, they thought it'd be all right.
Doesn't take long.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, also, really, with many of your up faders, they're like in such a better shape. Ideally, you just want to replace them all, considering they're 50 years old and have had whatever shit in them.
Yeah, it's like if Moog had known that the sponge dust cover that they were going to put on the
Polymoog,
and the Micromoog and stuff like, if they knew that was going to turn to bloody crude oil on them, they wouldn't have put it in. They really wouldn't. God, that stuff is a nightmare to get that shit off. It really is.
Roland was better using felt on some of their stuff.
Yeah. Mind you, I mean, even those little felt things that they use on the JP8s, and they go really, really brittle. And they just dust.
Speaking of unpleasant things, do you ever get any older stuff that has that sticky issue like the Arturia stuff does, where the damn material starts to break down and gets all sticky?
No, I've only found that on the latest stuff.
Fucking Mini Brute is sticky as hell.
Yeah,
It's just
yeah.
ridiculous.
I had an Alpha Track that did that, Frontier Design Alpha Track.
Yeah.
It was like a single fader, sort of, like the PreSonus fader port. And
but a lot better until it was no longer supported.
It was really good, actually.
Yeah.
It was decent.
Yeah, they've got that rubbery stuff that breaks down.
Yeah.
It's not even old. It's just like, God.
Yeah.
No, but it's the soft rubber finishing that to get that, it basically, the way the oil comes out. I mean, you could ask the chemical engineer or the material scientist
what kind of material scientists
reason.
are they using? Because they got to know this shit.
But it is just a designer winning over the material scientist.
Yeah.
I specialised in metals, so fuck it.
Oh.
Yeah.
No, but it's clearly the designer winning over everybody else.
Yeah, form over function.
Just imagine if your car had parts like that. Like the dashboard gets all sticky all of a sudden. It's like people be freaking out, right? It's just.
The steering wheels.
One minute.
Just stick your phone on it. Be all right.
Cars do have parts like
Yeah,
that.
cars do have
Cars
parts
have
like that.
gearboxes which tear themselves to shreds when you're
Well, that's just
standing
poor
in
design, yeah.
traffic.
Yeah.
Honest. Oh God.
You never had a sticky steering wheel?
This is why all the new cars use like
yeah.
zero weight oil because they're all
that's
wimpy.
horrible.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, nothing worse than a sticky steering wheel. And you like.
Unless you make it sticky, right?
Do it with your elbows. You're like.
That's why you're wearing gloves, right?
That's what driving.
Why
gloves
you're
are.
wearing gloves. No.
I mean, yeah.
That way you don't leave fingerprints as well.
I got to put new rubbers on the
It's very,
Mustang.
very
when
important,
it
Ken.
perished.
Only when you.
Single-use gloves and dispose of the gloves properly.
Because the rubbers around the quarter lights on the Mustang, literally, you could just pick bits off it like it's just going to dust, literally.
But then the gloves get stuck to the steering wheel and you just stick your hands.
Well, that's very easy. But then you just always
what I
leave
would
gloves
do.
on the steering wheel, and you just put your hands into the gloves.
It's like
and then
those
take them out.
delivery drivers on mopeds in London where they just put their hands in the gloves.
Yeah.
Then you put another pair of gloves, and then there's gloves all over the steering wheel. It's just, I don't.
There's a tyre and wheel place in Rotherham on the A630 in Rotherham, and it's called. I'm not kidding. It's called Rubbers and Rims, and it makes me laugh my socks off every time I see the sign. I thought these guys have absolutely no fucking idea because it just or they know exactly.
They know exactly what they're doing.
It just makes me laugh my
Perhaps
fucking
it's a
socks
front.
off.
Yeah. In reality, it's just a massive sex shop.
Got you. We figured you
No,
out.
maybe they do.
Rubbers
I
and
just,
rims,
it just makes me laugh so much. Anyway, enough of that. I just want to chuck that in for a bit of light
Mind you,
amusement because I'm
Sheffield has always been brilliant for bad puns for shops. It was like, there's Curl Up and Dive hairdressers, assault and battered on London Road there.
Yes.
For a fish and chip shop. That was brilliant.
Oh, I saw one. Was it called Frying Nemo?
Frying Nemo.
Well, a lot of the ones here are just English mistranslations and what you call English.
English.
Some hilarious signs out here for just like, what are they thinking?
Yeah. There was Lembas. Do you remember Lembas, Jim?
No.
That was just near the moor. Why was it called Lembas? Because it was an elf food shop. Lord of the Rings joke. All right, I'll start.
Oh,
It's too
okay.
many.
Yeah.
Oh,
It's like,
God.
whoa.
Well, it was. That went down well.
Yeah.
Like Led Zeppelin.
Well, quite, yeah.
Oh, I don't know.
You've got to make a gif out of that, Andy.
I missed it. I was looking away. I'm going to have to replay it.
Oh,
Just,
just
no,
Andy
I'll have-
turning to camera and sticking his tongue out.
Listen,
Ah.
there was a little. I thought there's a little light up there, and I just turned and thought it's the fucking camera. So I forgot.
That'd be classic.
God, we are broadcasting to the world here, and I'm just
Well, hardly the world. A tiny corner of it.
As long as you keep it sexy, it's okay.
Yeah, you reckon, Andy?
We try at least, right? You can only try.
Yeah, some of us
Oh, I
try.
gave up trying that years ago. I mean, there's a difference between, careful hope and spurious optimism.
It's like the Monty Python Pet Shop sketch, but only if I can watch.
Oh, dear.
Flagging. That's it.
You've
Shutdown
worked bloody hard
initiated.
tonight. You've worked bloody hard tonight, Jim. You're allowed to go to bed early.
Gave blood
Early.
yesterday as well. So
Oh,
it's
no, that was daft.
A little bit more sort of fatigued than normal.
You shouldn't go for over 5 litres.
Yeah, that was a mistake. Look a little bit pale on camera.
You looked a bit peaky.
Mm.
Looking a bit peaky.
But, no, it was a really good night. Really good night. Just
Let me check.
really cool.
Was a good night, Jim. Very well done. Very, very
Thank
well
you.
done.
Likewise, great set. It's cool. Despite your tuning issues that I didn't notice, I just thought it sounded cool.
If it's a fault, make it a feature. So I just kept twiddling the knob around.
Yeah, I don't know if you noticed that when I missed that snare, and I'm like, shit, I'm gonna do it again.
Missed the snare.
Yeah.
Missed the snare.
Yeah, I accidentally dropped the snare out at one point. And I'm just like, I need to make it sound like I meant that. So I did it again.
What was your rig, Jim? What did you use this time?
It's my
Every
full
product
Electron.
that Electron has
Yeah.
ever made,
So
placed inside a case that you could probably put a
2 cases.
CS80 in.
Two cases.
It's
So
and
I've got
he sets it up in 2 minutes. It's amazing. Sorry, I'll shut up.
yeah.
Go on, Jim.
I've got so Digitact is driving everything over MIDI, clocking everything. So I've got Digitact and Digitone going into the Octatrack. Into the Digitact, I've got the Korg NTS1 doing sort of triangle bass noises and stuff.
Oh, not for effects, but actually synth.
Yeah, actually, synth, which I love it for that actually. Then I've got the Analog 4 going into the Digitone. So I've got like on one half I've got the Digitact and NTS1. On the other half I've got Digitone and Analog 4. So I can like sort of crossfade and like cut out the Digitact parts, etc. Apply effects and shit like that. Then it all goes through an analog heat.
I was going to say that, yeah, now you have almost all the recent Electron stuff.
pretty much, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm spoiled.
You bust out a SID station and a mono machine and a...
I wish.
Machine drum.
Machine drum. Yeah, someone had a machine drum there tonight as well. I was just like, analog rhythm. Yeah.
Did somebody ever who had a machine drum?
RC Rob.
Did he?
Yeah. RC Rob had a machine drum and analog rhythm. Mark 1.
Analog rhythm, I'd still be interested with Mark 1. Don't know why. Against all sanity of my brain.
Yeah.
But then I just look around this room. Where's the sanity?
Yeah, exactly. It's clear that left a long time ago.
Yeah, I don't think there was a lot to begin with. And that has left my childhood very quickly.
Well, you don't seem too traumatised by it. I think we'd be all right.
On the surface.
I have synths for friends.
There's a YouTube channel called that. There's a guy
there is
called
actually.
All My
Scottish
Friends
guy.
Are Synths. Yeah, he's great. With his little mic glasses. Well, I've got this nice thing. He's great. And then he did a gig.
He's very honest.
He's Welsh, isn't he?
Fuck off.
That was very committed, wasn't it? You know, fuck off.
Love you, Kent.
I love you too, darling. Oh.
Who did we lose?
Andy's just. Oh no, he's back.
Back. Cool.
He just wanted to change the position. He likes bottom left.
Yeah.
Oh, how'd you know?
About him.
Like I said, keep it sexy.
Right, I am going to shut down, and I'm waiting for the what a wanker.
No, you need to leave first.
Yeah, I know.
Well, I wouldn't. I would because I know how hard you work tonight.
Yeah.
I know how bloody hard you work tonight. So there's no way I would say anything like that.
Oh, please do. Right. Anyway, cool. Cheers, guys. Take care.
Love you.
Even if you tell me
to,
mate.
Love you too.
Try a wanker.
Cheers.
Oh dear.
No for. I can say no for something. Do you know, that's really weird. It's not subliminal or what? I was about to say now for something completely different, and I've just seen what Wagoo's got. He's written, no, completely different. I thought, slightly freaked me out.
And now for something
You see,
completely
Wagyu
different.
always knows the answer before he's asked. He's like a Two Ronnie sketch, isn't he?
A man with 3 buttocks.
What?
Well, that is the first time,
Each
and
in a
now for
different time
something.
zone.
The first time in Monty Python, the Flying Circus, and now for something completely different, gets said is when a man with 3 buttocks.
Yeah.
And then it was used again a few times later. But that is the famous first use.
Yeah.
I'll drink to that. To a 3 buttocks man.
What is in that bottle?
Just water.
Yeah. Just water.
Dave.
Ooh, that water's, that water's. Wow. That water is smooth. That's smooth water. That is
good water.
Yeah.
Fire water.
You're supposed to fire water.
Good pond water. West Virginia pond water.
West
That's
Virginia
good stuff.
palm water.
Oh,
He be
it's walkabout
outside.
time.
Get some air. It's like a fucking cave in there.
They've let you out. They've let him out. Did they know they've let
Let
him out?
myself out. Sanity check.
Warden.
He's not a vampire.
Well,
No,
he's
although
not
I am a night
sparkling.
person.
There you,
Oh,
there you
Jesus,
go,
don't bring
flat
that shit up.
earthers. See, proof that the Earth is a fucking globe.
Yes.
Sorry, what was
Do
that
they
then?
actually believe that? Do the flat earthers actually believe in what we're saying?
No.
Well, they take those special cameras and take special pictures that no one else has taken on Earth, showing that it's flat. They're very clever.
So
Okay.
why hasn't anybody fallen off?
Well, I mean, if you
What?
really if you really strongly believe something, I mean, your brain can make that information to be true. If you believe so much it to be true, but can you really believe that much that the Earth is flat?
Why would you want to believe it's
Well, the ironic thing is they don't believe in evolution either, but they are the missing links.
Does that go with being a member of the Flat Earth Society? You can't be a member of Flat Earth, but actually believe in evolution. So you've got.
They're
to be-
religious fanatics, so it goes hand in hand.
Yeah,
Well,
there's
I
a
don't
strong
think that's-
connection.
They're
So what's
all
the-
religious fanatics.
90%
The
of them.
religious what's the religious base that the world is flat? I don't think there's anything in the
like
Bible that says
a
it's
fundamentalist quoting the Bible like it's fact.
flat. There's nothing in the Bible that says the world is flat, though, is there?
Of course, it's all interpretation, right? So that's the problem with something that's supposed to be divinely handed down, yet it's taken a million different ways. It's not exactly divinely handed down now, is it?
Yeah, it's a little dicey. That's
Yes.
for sure.
Oh dear.
Well, I don't know.
I mean, I'll be the first to admit if I saw something that was irrefutable proof of that stuff. Yeah, of course I would buy it.
Like
To yet,
falling
there's no
in
proof of
space, like so, just like someone just walking all of a sudden. And,
Yeah,
There you
or you
go.
see someone rapture on up, like, oh, there he goes. Yep.
or yeah, it's true. They could go upward.
I just saw
Well,
it. Yeah.
How
That's the
many
essential.
failed raptures has there been? Just God. Or were they failures?
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe the joke's on us. Maybe.
I mean, technically, I think the joke is always on us, right? So it's just don't take things too seriously. Just have fun. So
Yeah.
And buy lots of sense.
that goes with it, yeah. And go broke and all that. Yeah.
Yeah.
The bend in the middle. That
have
sort
cats
of
and
proves
dogs
gravity,
and-
at least.
Yeah.
And get dust.
No, gravity can't work if you have a flat Earth.
No.
But
So it'll
that's
be
a lie.
floating.
Yeah,
When
they have
we-
interesting ideas on that too.
Or we just go down. We'd hit something, but what do we hit?
Well, no, because gravity, Newton's general law of gravitation cannot work with a flat Earth, and even general relativity would be hard to bend. Or, I mean, it could work with a cylinder, but still, you would have a serious space-time bend to make general relativity work that way.
The ironic thing is the science you need to do Facebook and the internet and all this other kind of telecommunication satellite stuff, that they need to spew all this annoying lack of information is used to
Relies on
spew all this annoying lack of information. So, you know.
So what is the shape of if Earth is flat? What is the actual shape? Is it like a
Oblate spheroid.
oblique spheroid? Okay. According to the flat Earth.
An oblique
According to them, no, it's a disc. It's like a
Yeah,
flat
it's-
disc.
Yes.
Excuse me.
You should see their model. They have this complicated model to over-explain every little thing that we can see.
Chunky in the
And
middle.
it's just, you're putting,
svelte
it's
on
like
the-
Occam's razor, right? You're just going way beyond to prove a point that could never be proven. It's ridiculous.
I prefer the old Roman flat Earth look at that point.
Well, I mean, even the old days where they had the paracycles, where we were the center of the
Romans,
the universe, and then the things went around in little circles around circles. That was still better than what these wackos came up with.
I just imagine like someone sitting above Andy as he's he's talking about all this stuff. Somebody sitting up in their things. Like, what's he talking about down there?
Yeah, I'm going to get shot.
The
Hands
Romans
stand out
didn't
here.
believe the world was flat. The Greeks knew that the world was round. The Egyptians knew that the world was round. They couldn't have built the things that they built if they thought the world was
Exactly.
flat.
Eratosthenes actually, they measured the circumference roughly and also the shape of the Earth using the well experiment.
Yeah.
So they knew this shit 2,000 years ago plus.
Oh yeah.
But some guy now goes, no, I have a camera that shows you otherwise. Trust me. And they don't have any science background. They dropped out of school. It's just like.
And I also know, I know the secret of JFK's assassination. Too.
All that stuff. Yeah,
If
there's
you're
always
interested.
conspiracies going with it.
We all know that secret. Lee Harvey Oswald.
It's really disheartening when, someone, they're like, I've been doing a lot of research on this. I don't know what you know about this. And I'm like,
Yeah, Google you. That's the research.
Conversation. I know. I just want to pretend like we're not going to talk about this anymore, but and I'm really not that.
I mean, it's fun to entertain them and see how far they can go with it, but it's just so ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, if it's like a hobby, but it's never like a hobby. It's like, usually
it's serious. Yeah.
It's a type of person with like high susceptibility to paranoia and. You know what I mean? There's a.
And here, a lot of them own guns too. So there you go. So don't piss them off.
No, I don't want to piss anybody off. I don't think I do. Cleo, anybody want to piss off?
But if you think back, back when we were kids and you didn't have the internet, and education was much simpler, you just didn't have so many wackos coming out of the woodwork.
Right, like video games.
You still had fantasies, you still had religious wackos, but there's not this massive I'm going to support you because I agree with you, and these like groups to get together really easily on the internet, and it's just kind of mass psychosis.
Yeah, it's pretty wild how far they can take it.
Yeah, it's disturbing, but
it is disturbing actually.
Yeah,
but I don't know. There's not much I can do about it, I guess.
It's that damn Al Gore. He invented the internet and ruined everything.
I know. That's why he didn't become president.
That's what he said at one point.
He
Even though
said
it's,
something
ARPANET,
alluding to it
stuff.
that he had yeah. And they
bullshit.
destroyed him. At the same time, though, he was trying to tell people there was climate change and all that. So they said, yeah, but you used all this energy in your house. And I was like, oh.
Exactly, yeah.
And it worked. Who did we get instead? Who did we get? Bush?
Bush Jr.
Well, yeah, because his brother rigged the election in Florida. Remember the hanging chads?
Yeah, I do.
So
I just remember not going to bed that night and then finally crashing and just waking up, and I'm like, oh my god.
yeah,
Probably how it feels in the UK right now. Right?
Oh, you're not wrong. Except we
No,
just take
yeah,
a step
it's
back
just
and
like,
laugh at it. We just laugh and go.
I couldn't even believe.
Yeah, well.
So, yeah, it's kind
Well,
of crazy.
otherwise you'd be too depressed.
So,
if you wouldn't be laughing at it, we would just be sitting in misery.
is she just a fall gal now? Like for all the problems? Is that what's happening? Like we
I
need you to.
suspect she was anyway.
Yeah.
But
So
the real problem is what happened at the last election, in that the Conservative Party won an awful lot of seats which it would not normally have won, because quite a lot of the Brexit voters wanted to see the thing bloody finished. So we'll vote Conservative, We voted Brexit, and we'll vote Conservative. So there's a lot of Conservative MPs who will lose their seats at the next general election. That's known anyway. There's a whole band across the north, in Wales, in other parts of the country, where they will lose their seats. But right now, then those MPs are not going to back a vote of no confidence in the government because they will lose their seats. They'd be stupid, but they can limp on for 2 more years and draw the lovely salary and then get the lovely pensions that are attached to it. So they're not going to do that to damage themselves. You know, money talks, and they're going to get plenty of it. So we're going to be stuck with it for 2 years, you know, of this, you know, whatever happens next. But you got to remember that whoever, at least Boris Johnson was elected properly. You know, as much of a tit as he is, you know, at least he did have a mandate that was delivered by the people in our stupid parliamentary democracy kind of way.
Yeah.
Liz Truss doesn't. So all those things that she was wanting to do, she didn't have a mandate.
She was elected by what, 0.5% of UK populace?
No, she doesn't have a mandate. She was elected to Parliament. Her party's elected her to be Prime Minister, but she didn't have a mandate to suddenly do a volte face and change all this stuff around and go, we're doing this. We're going to go loony and do all this. And then the markets went, oh, shit, well, we don't want that. That's awful. And, of course, it's a domino effect. And the last domino to topple, bing.
I'd love to
Bloody
find somebody
crackers.
voted leave, and I'd just send them my fucking import duty bills.
People
You
who
fucking
voted
pay for
leave
them.
hadn't got a fucking clue what they were doing.
No.
It's as simple as that.
No, some of them, like Jacob Rees-Mogg, definitely knew what he was doing.
Well, people in the government knew what they were doing.
Oh no, most of them didn't.
Yeah, but it's all the people on the outside that didn't know what they were really doing, or why they were doing it.
You see, they were up in Sunderland today with their lovely cameras, and you get people bleating on about this, that, and the other, and I go, well, you fucking voted for it, so.
Yeah, the economy is, I'm sure that's a mess. I know I was reading some stuff about that. I mean, at least the United States has got a plan, whether people like it or not. They're going to raise interest rates. They got a whole, but some of these other countries are terrified. They don't know what to do,
Yeah.
They don't want to take the risk, but at some point you might have to do it, It's
all been buggered up. Anyway, lovely people. I am going to duck out because a bit like it's 2 o'clock in the morning. I'm
it's 2 o'clock.
Is it?
It's 2 o'clock. 2 o'clock in the morning.
Turn to a pumpkin.
So
Kent's got his blanket almost ready over there. He's just,
Yeah, I'm just about ready to knock off now. Isn't
Fiona's already forgotten who he is, so we can. Right, we'll see you all at some point fairly soon. Ta-ra, my
all
darlings.
right. Nice to see you.
Yeah.
See ya.
Bye.
Did I?
Wanker.
A quick side question for you guys. Do you guys have a large number of? Has the population of crows in your area gone up significantly lately?
Crows?
Crows.
Yeah, crows, ravens, stuff like that.
No, we've always
guys notice
always
that?
had quite a few.
No, not
No more than usual.
pigeons have
Because
gone up.
California in the last 10 years, probably 15 years,
Yeah.
they've like more than quadrupled. And they're forming these massive clusters. There's just a bunch overhead that just flew, like 50 or 60 in a group. And we used to get an occasional stray one here and there, but now they're clustering together at night in some of these little creches here. And you get sometimes 300-400 in a parking lot. And it's just like out of the birds from Hitchcock, you know? It's really weird.
They're waiting.
They're very successful. They work well together. And you see them everywhere now.
You know what? That reminds me, Andy, when I was in Sacramento, near Sacramento, Elk Grove, they have we were driving around and I saw a bunch of turkeys, right? And I thought they were vultures, and then I had to look it all
a
up.
bunch of those, yeah.
And so, and then of course that led to like this Google thing about like these turkey infestations that they're having around there. And like people, like these turkeys are just swarming into their neighborhoods. It's the same kind of surreal thing, right? And they're like, oh, you know, they don't know. They're huge, and they're just like coming into the neighborhood, and everyone's just like, what the hell do we do? I mean, they're just. I mean, they're mad.
The turkey thing probably started during COVID, where people were staying indoors, and the animals started to come out.
So I saw it because there was some big government, I forgot what it was, and we were driving, and I'm looking over there, I'm like, are those vultures? And I was like, nah, man, it doesn't make sense, right? And I was going, they can't be. But I was like, they're big, whatever they were. And I was just seeing, like, just huge amounts of them. Like, we have, like, you might see 1 or 2 wild turkeys, but this was, like, a lot of turkeys, like, all over the place.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Like berries.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
You know, that segment of wildlife went up when COVID happened and people were just not going out at all. So you started to see a lot more coyotes, a lot more turkeys and stuff. But this whole thing with the corvids, the crows, ravens, and these other birds, that it's just really odd phenomenon where they just multiply like crazy. They meet in huge groups. They don't hurt anyone or damage anything, but they're incredibly successful and cooperative and very smart.
Smart.
And you just see tons of them now. At night, you just fly out where the sky gets dark with them. And it's bizarre.
You wait till one starts messing with you, and you're like, whoa, dude. I do not.
I think
the crows figured it out.
David Icke. I think David Icke has a thing about this.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Then you start,
it's all fine until they start attacking everybody.
yeah, until they start, like, you know.
Yeah, knocking on your door and asking you about your extended warranty on your Subaru.
A couple crows, like, roll up on you, and they're, like, looking at you like.
I'll just dress up like Tibby Head and run around screaming. So, you know.
Yeah. You got enough wild and, like, chops. You could probably figure out a way out of it. But, or maybe just carry some.
I mean, some of these things are pretty brutal. If they really want to get you, they can get you, you know?
No. In all seriousness, no. They would kick your ass.
We had crows at the zoo that I used to work at, and one was really smart. They named it Beelzebub. And it would do these funny sounds, and we could actually come and pet it once in a while. But occasionally he would get mad and try to bite you. And their bills are incredibly sharp, like little blades. And when they just clamp down on your finger, you're instantly bleeding. So you can see how when they start doing that to your face, it'd be really bad.
So you got to get some crow gangs, you know what I mean? Like on your side.
Need chainmail.
Like you can mess with me, but you don't mess with these crows.
Yeah, on street corners gathering.
It's like, yeah, sure, you can take me out, 5'8", you know, whatever. But the crows, I don't know.
Crows
can you hear them in the background?
That is weird though. Like I can imagine, like any flocks of huge birds, you know, it's you know, California's getting weird, man. It's getting weird.
Well, I was working in San Jose for a while, and these compacted office buildings, and I'd go out in the parking lot sometimes, and just like out of the movie The Birds, all the trees were covered with crows. All the areas of the tops of the buildings are covered with crows. You walk outside, and you're like, whoa. Good thing I like birds, because I'd be paranoid right now, you know. So.
Well, like when I read the article, this lady was talking about the turkey. She's like, I just wish they would go to someone else's neighborhood, you know. And I was like,
oh, it's so dangerous.
Oh, it's like, yeah, that's the solution. Yeah, why did the
Right.
turkeys pick our neighborhood? Yeah, it's like I don't care about you. It's like in our neighborhood, it's not fair. That's kind of the vibe I got. But
we get a bunch around here, but you have to go for a hike to see them. Occasionally, you see a big tom turkey. Those things are huge.
But yeah. You want to see a coyote?
Yeah.
No, you don't. We got those big great horned owls, man. I don't mess with them either.
Oh, they're great. I love them.
I don't think they let them. Yeah, they're so cool. They're so not afraid of you too. I love it. They just look at you, you know.
They're also badasses. They'll actually take out a bigger raptor. You know, they'll take out a hawk or a small eagle if they want to.
That's the vibe I got from the vibe I got. I was like, dogs. I was like, let's all go inside, man. It's all right.
They all got their people. They're pretty shy, but there was a great story at the local Youth Science Institute in a place called Alum Rock Park, San Jose, where there's like a big IBM plant and stuff. And they had a bunch of raptors in a classroom. So there was a great horned owl, red-tailed hawk, I think a Cooper's hawk, and a couple other birds of prey in there. And they're all tethered up on these little stands, and they're not going to go anywhere. Well, apparently the great horned owl got loose and systematically flew around and killed all the other raptors in the room. Yeah. So, it's a badass. And it's also silent too. So the room is dark. The other birds can't see it and can't hear it.
And then you know what it did? That
So
was
they're
really
getting
interesting.
off.
It retethered itself. It sat there real quietly.
Oh, that'd be great. Yeah, it's just ties a little thing with it.
That's when you got to be afraid when it does that. Then you're like, okay, now we got a problem.
But they have the asymmetrical ear placement, so they have this 3D hearing, and they're amazing birds.
It's really cool.
Yeah.
They're super cool. If anyone takes over, I hope it's the great horned owls after the humans. But
Well, I better call it a night, guys, because I've got to take
all
the
right,
CS80 call tomorrow.
wildlife ending. I like that. That was good.
Yeah.
All right, let's all go together.
prawn ready.
I'm gonna say, get your wankers ready.
Yeah.
Oh, God, sorry.
Keep all the keep all the shrimps and prawns ready.
Yeah. Oh, let's get sorted. Yeah, right.
All right. I'll see y'all later.
All right, chaps. We'll
See you
take
guys.
care.
Good stuff.
And look
Love
after
you as
yourselves.
Bye.
See you later. Take care.